Yes.
Maybe it's best if you don't. But it goes the other way too. Like, so I've told you guys I got into Severance recently. And I'm watching it. I watched it on the plane on our trip, our vacation. And Kelsey did not really get into it. But I said, you got to give it a try. You got to give it a try. She compared last weekend to a hostage situation.
Oh my
As I
gosh.
you got to watch episode 5 to get to 6, to get to 7, to get caught up. She's just not into it. So it does cut both ways.
I'm with you on that. And I know TJ is tweeting over the last couple of days about, when does it get good? I am right there with him. And I'm just not going to waste any more time.
It's a slow burn, John.
Oh, it's a slow burn.
John, as I said to TJ, it's a thinking show, so maybe that's part of the issue.
Oh, wow.
It's more of an intellectual presentation.
I think it's for people that hate their jobs. Like, I don't want to think about work when I'm away. Like I hate my job so much, I can't wait to turn my brain off.
Yeah, John, you put something in the smoker in like 45 minutes, you open it like, it's not done yet. This sucks.
So, Greg, you're on board. You like Severance, then?
No, isn't smokers something that takes like a long time?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Exactly, that's my point. Like,
But I like that. I just don't under.
You got to stick for the payoff.
Okay.
On its surface level, yes, it is a guy turning his brain off at work, but it's deeper than that. Anyway,
on a similar note, Lisa has been on me because I'm a big fan of action movies. Jason Bourne, I love the series, watch it time and time again, and movies such like that. So she's like, you got to watch Mission Impossible. I'm like, Tom Cruise, I don't know. And so I sat down and watched it with her. They're great movies.
Really?
They're great movies. There is nonstop action. There are multiple things blowing up at multiple times. It's loud. There is just I hate to admit it that there's a Tom Cruise movie or series that I like, but it's one of those, and I'll admit it right now. She asked, and I think they're terrific.
248-539-9797. We got phone calls to get in on this. Steve and Romulus, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, everybody. I just wanted to say I was skeptical about going to a show for years, and then I happened to get some free tickets to the Bronx.
To the what?
It blew me away, and I've been hooked ever since. And I've been to the Lion King, which was extraordinary, even Pretty Woman. But I just want to say, for me, it was more about the people watching, and just you get an array of people people pulling up in limousines. I was just blown away. I couldn't believe. It's just a great night. You get some dinner with it, and I'm with you now. I'm kind of hooked on going to these plays.
Steve, what was the first one? You dropped there for a second. What was the first one that hooked you?
The Bronx Tale. It's based off the movie, and it was awesome. It comes around every now and then, and it's a really, really good play. And I find that I like to go to plays that are based more off of like movies or TV shows, The Lion King, Pretty Woman, because I can kind of relate to them.
Yeah.
I try to compare them. with the movie versus the play, and they're very accurate, and the talent is crazy, and the etiquette. There's so much etiquette when you go to these plays. I had no idea. But yeah, it's a good time. I'd recommend it to anybody. If you just give it a shot, you'll probably be hooked.
Yeah.
Thanks, Steve.
The people watching is terrific as well. I mean, it's not quite as good as sitting at the airport watching the variety of individuals that walk by, but there are people that get. I mean, like he said, some people do show up in limos and they get out in evening gowns and tuxes, and then there's other people that are showing up in jeans. It just the people watching is tremendous.
You made a face, Heather.
I did?
Yeah, when you...
About what? Maybe I don't...
Something that John had just said.
Oh, the airport people watching?
Yes, that's what it was.
Oh, I don't know. I was thinking of Cedar Point. I think I was just thinking of other places that people watch.
People watching at Cedar Point.
I don't know why I made a face.
I don't know. Like, actually, the airport's
clear to the state of Ohio. People watching in Ohio is very entertaining. Really? Wow, never thought I'd see that.
So we're talking things that...
Nice tooth.
We're talking about things that your husband dragged you to or your wife dragged you to that you go, I didn't think I'd like this, but I actually did. Ticket Texter says, you guys have to try the Symphony Orchestra.
Oh, I want to very badly.
So, haven't been to a symphony orchestra in a theater, but every 4th of July at the Henry Ford, Not the Henry Ford, at Greenfield Village, they have the Detroit Symphony Orchestra show up and play while leading up to the fireworks and while the fireworks are going on. It's awesome.
So 6 years ago, Sarah and I went to a show at Orchestra Hall, DSO playing the original score to Star Wars while the movie was playing.
Oh, really?
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Wow.
And that was fantastic.
That's cool.
Couple weeks ago, my wife made me go up north to go snowmobiling. I've never been on one, never really cared to. However, once I got going, I didn't want to get off. I felt like a kid again. Can't wait to go back. That's from Brian.
A freshly groomed trail, that'll hook you in a heartbeat.
Texter says, this is our first season as a Wings season ticket holder. My wife was about it for a social event, but now she's really into hockey.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. Texter says, I'm in let it play out mode for a request from my spouse. She set up a cruise next year that I'm totally dreading. Just does not sound like I want to do for my vacation, but maybe this will be the case and I'll end up enjoying it. I'm in let it play out mode.
Okay. Yeah.
Have you done a cruise, John?
I have one time.
Okay. Heather, never?
I have never. I don't anticipate ever doing one unless it's maybe a Disney cruise for the kids. No.
Then you can go swim in the yellow pool.
Oh, I'm not. No, it's more about letting them hang out with characters than swim and pee. No, I'm not about cruises. I don't think I am. Maybe I would love it.
Yeah,
Maybe I'd be like that guy, I'd love
being
it.
on a boat. I could live on a boat, but I don't want to be locked on a boat with that many people.
No, or stuck in a little room and somebody dictating my trip. I don't like that.
Yeah, I mean, I get the flaws of a cruise, but I mean, every pool has pee in it.
True,
Yes.
very true.
Sure, some more than others.
But a Disney cruise
You're a cruise guy.
definitely
Sell
has
them a
pee in it.
cruise.
I've gone to one cruise, and I'm cruise guy.
Well, it was a very unique, special cruise.
Well, because I said it was an adults-only cruise, which then took a different connotation with certain listeners. But it was just to be free of all the bratty children. It was a relaxing trip. It was 5 days. 5 days, but here's the beauty of it. You're not on the boat all 5 days. We had 3 different stops.
Of course not. Of course not.
You make it sound like you're stuck on a boat.
But you have to be back to the boat at a certain time.
or you're left. How many news
or
stories
you're
have we
stuck
had?
there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't like that. Don't tell me what to do.
Yeah.
Noted. All right.
Oof.
Look out.
John, how come just one cruise? Was it just not your thing?
Yeah, it's just not my thing.
I've
was
never
of
done
those-
one.
Yeah. Again, I love being on a boat. I could fish on a boat all day, which is something I've tried to get Lisa to do. She's done it a couple times. She likes being on a boat, fishing, not so much. Ice fishing, again, that was one where that's an acquired taste for anybody that's never done it before. I love it. It's my favorite way to go fishing, but she wasn't about that. It's not cold. It may be cold getting out there, but it wasn't even the way I was doing it at the time. It wasn't even cold getting out there. Once you get the shanty set up and you get out of the truck, you literally could go in your slippers.
Heather, you brought up Disney. Texter says, my wife got me into going to Disney World. I love it now. The wallet, not so much. That's Greg in a work van.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, that's Disney. Anywhere you go with Disney, they put the vacuum cleaner in your pocket and they suck out every penny you have.
John, you may appreciate this one. My husband does not like country music, but I brought him to Nashville. Nashville's electric, and he loved all the live shows.
You know what? It's kind of like I'm not a huge blues fan, but being in Memphis, yeah, I was a blues fan then.
Jim in Canton, you're on 97.1.
Guys, I think you're way off on the cruises. My wife and I took one 20-some years ago. It was fantastic. I didn't know what it was going to be like. We love them. We've done 20 of them now, and they're awesome. I don't know what is it about them you don't think you'd like? The water?
Oh, no. Love the water. Love being on a boat. I just don't like the small rooms, and I don't want to pay for a bigger one.
Yeah, I don't like the rooms. I don't like being around a ton of people. And I don't like the having to this is where we're stopping. You got to get off now. Get back on by this time. I don't know. The whole idea of it doesn't sound appealing to me. I don't. It's maybe the masses.
Are so big, you get lost on the ship. There's places where you can be totally isolated.
Yeah,
I mean they're huge. Yeah.
I'm not going to say they're not fun. They are. It's just not my cup of tea.
I have no idea. I guess I've never done one.
Yeah.
Heather, try one.
Maybe I will.
Yeah.
All right.
An Alaskan cruise.
Oh, I definitely want to go to Alaska.
Mm-hmm.
I could do one of those like European cruises that's like a really small, like it's hardly any people on the ship. That'd be cool.
Go with Jim.
More ticket text, 248-539-9797.
In that comment. A lot in that
He
comment.
said a lot with only a little bit there. Texter says, my wife likes foaling now. It was a date night idea. She didn't think she'd like it, but now we go all the time, and it's a go-to date night spot for us.
Okay. Foaling, and most foaling places have axe throwing.
Yes.
That's awesome.
This person says ballroom dancing. They never thought that they would like it, but they went, and now it's a cool date night for him and his wife. And one last one says, Costa, you and Jansen should go to a show together, and I have the perfect musical for the two of you. Cats.
Oh, I love our texters.
They're the best. Pistons, big question with our basketball team is next, 97.1.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch all great sporting events. And we know since March is here, we've got some on the horizon with the hockey season and basketball season winding down. There's a lot to see, and you want to do it at Stadium Swim. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest moments at a viewing experience absolutely built for us, the sports fan. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels. And everywhere you are in that, whether you're in the pool, you're on the deck, you've got a perfect view of the massive 40-foot-tall high-definition screen. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. One of the most entertaining places this world has to offer. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Look, I know people are going to want to vent about the Red Wings. We'll do it at 7:35. The pulse of Hockeytown, out of the playoffs as you wake up today. Fed up would be the tone we've had on the ticket text this morning. But the other side of the coin is the Pistons, John. And you have the question for the Pistons.
Yeah. Are they going to win a playoff series? I don't think there's any question right now that they're going to be in the playoffs. They're playing as a play unless something catastrophic happens. But let's just take that out of the equation and just say they keep playing the way they are. They are playing. They're a hot team right now. They're playing with great rhythm. They're a well-coached team. Their young players are showing up. Their veteran players are showing up. They're a team that I expect 100% to be, and it's not a 51. This is a 100% that they're in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Can they win a playoff series? And how many of the teams that they might face in the playoffs, which ones do you think they could win a playoff series against?
I think they could beat the Knicks. They've already beaten them twice this year. Cade's had some big performances at Madison Square Garden. The Knicks have struggled against some of the high-end teams. I think they're just kind of the Knicks are a playoff team that's not going to do much of anything. So that's a team that Detroit could pick off. If they're playing defense, right? That's part of what you need to do in the postseason. Detroit plays defense. They're not intimidated by the Knicks. The Knicks aren't very good. That's a team I think they could beat in a 7-game series. That might be the end of the list, though. Like the Pacers have a winning record against teams above 500. I think the Pacers win a 7-game series against the Pistons. The only other team we need to consider is Milwaukee.
Yeah.
And they're 2-0 against Detroit this year. Giannis crushes the Pistons.
But I think if they go to 7 games, it's going to be the Pistons. It's Doc Rivers.
If you can get him to game 7, sure. I don't know that it goes 7.
Even if you're down 3-0. I think you have a chance. I say that jokingly because of Doc Rivers' history. But I do think that there are 3 teams. And I'm way out of line on this, but the Knicks, yes, I think they could beat. Is Indiana a team that I would give odds for beating? No, but I think they can win a 7-game series, and I think that would be the most entertaining series. It might be the most entertaining series up until whoever ends up playing in the finals. I don't think they're a team that reaches the finals. I don't even think they're a team that reaches the Eastern Conference Finals. But I think against Indiana, and is Indiana going to be that team where we saw the Pistons, in the bad boy era, have to get over, or get over the hump of Atlanta or Boston or the Lakers? Like, is the Indiana Pacers that team just because it's becoming a sneaky, fun rivalry?
It is. I don't know if it's sneaky at anymore.
Well, I think it's sneaky just because the Pistons fans are waking up.
Late arriving crowd.
Yeah.
They've played good games this year. I would note that the Pacers won 3 of the 4.
Sure.
And the Pacers have a winning record against teams above 500. The Pistons do not, by the way. The Pistons are 11-17 against teams with a winning record. I think they'd lose to the Pacers.
I think they probably lose, but I think they can win that series. I think they can win a series against Milwaukee, and I certainly think that they can win a series against New York. And the funny thing about it is, like, New York, out of those 3 teams, by record, is the best of the 3.
The Knicks, 12-15 against teams with winning records, right? So that just kind of tells you they've beat up on some bad teams. They're kind of a bloated 3 seed in the East. And again,
they're doing what they're supposed to do. Beat up on bad teams.
Yeah. But I also love the idea of playing the Knicks in the playoffs because toppling them, the New York media machine, and seeing the Pistons come in and throw a mess in that'd be awesome.
So let me just a little shift here. Opening series, who would you rather see? The Knicks, because you believe that they have the best chance of winning that series and moving on. I understand that logic.
Yeah.
Or the Pacers, because it would be unbelievably entertaining and maybe more gratifying if they win that series. Now, it's unlikely that because of where they are in the standings that they would face the Pacers in round 1.
But you don't know. I mean, again, the Pacers, Bucks, and Pistons are all separated by 1 game in the standings, and we still have about 20 to go. This is still going to get shifted.
The Knicks would be a lot of fun. I just quick. I would pick the Bucks.
Okay.
Because I think they're the best measuring stick. I think I would find out where this Pistons team is really at by playing the Bucks, because I think the Bucks got into a hole early in the season. and they've been playing well. They started slow. Their record, they may be better than their record is.
I think so.
Like I think they
so
might.
The Pistons.
I think they'll kind of flip a switch here and maybe pass the Knicks, at least in terms of record. But that's who I'd want to play, because I think if you're going to tell me somebody in the East besides the Celtics or Cavs is getting out of the East, it's the Bucks, and it stops there. So it would tell me where we're at.
Well, what's interesting in terms of the standings, if nobody has it in front of them right now, which if you're driving, I'm sure you don't, the Pistons have more wins than Milwaukee and Indiana. They also have 2 more losses. So they played 3 more games than both of those teams. But that's where the Pistons are right now. They are right there, a half game behind Milwaukee and Indiana, and that could all sort itself out. It's a little bit misleading, but I'm hoping, and I mentioned the Pistons fans are waking up. Like it's time to arrive.
Let's get to Heather with the news. Heather, what's going on?
Unfortunately, I'm just reading through these nasty text messages this Detroit police officer sent to this 13-year-old girl. He's now facing a felony charge after he was caught sending these sexually explicit messages. Officer Earl Anderson is accused of texting this girl, who is the daughter of his girlfriend, these messages really late in the evening, early morning hours. He did eventually ask her to delete the texts, said, delete them from your trash. I'm going to delete them too. But of course, they were all found. And the girl's father actually posted them all on social media. So everyone can go through and read these. And
Are they graphic? Gross?
No, but they're cringy. I mean, I haven't gotten to the graphic ones yet, but definitely grooming this girl, right? Like, She's a 13-year-old girl, and he is almost 40. It's disgusting. He's being held on a $200,000 cash bond, and if he does get out, he must wear a GPS tether. He can't have contact with anybody under the age of 17. He also cannot use the internet. Of course, he's been suspended from duty. There's paperwork that's been filed to remove him from payroll, and I'm sure he will no longer be working as a Detroit police officer. Some good news for Lafayette, Coney Island. They're going to be reopening. They passed a big health inspection, which is great, on Monday. They did remain closed on Tuesday, but could be reopened as early as today. So that is great news. The health department says, you know what? They made significant upgrades to ensure the cleanliness and health safety, and they passed an inspection. They also said the staff, completed food safety and sanitation training. They're going to be implementing some new cleaning protocols as well. So everything sounds spick and span there. No mice or rats around.
Good.
Now, while Lafayette is reopening, Bobcat Bonnie's just abruptly closed their Corktown location. The owner did release a statement that said that it breaks his heart to confirm that their flagship restaurant will be closing immediately after a decade on Michigan Avenue. He did note that the staff has known about the closure for a few weeks. Several of them are going to be moving to the Ferndale location, which is still up. There's also a location that's open in Lansing right now. No exact word why, but it sounds like the owner, has been very vocal on social media, just talking about the struggles the restaurant industry in general has endured. So sad to see that close down for sure. There's a youth hockey ref in Taylor that sharing his story after he says he was recently threatened by a coach during a recent game. This man who's been reffing, he says, for 10 years, says this coach was verbally, assaulting him during the game. And the ref, said, you got to cool it down, issued a penalty. Eventually, the coach was kicked out. And as the coach was leaving the game and leaving the facility, he apparently went up to the ref and whispered in his ear that, I'll be waiting for you. You can find me in the parking lot. This is where I'll be waiting. And he's saying that's where it really crossed the line. He's like, yes, I've been name called. I've been,
sure.
I've endured these things over the years.
It's part of the job description for officials.
But when you threaten violence to me in a parking lot that has nothing to do with the game, that's taking it a step too far. Thankfully, the coach didn't follow through with that. When the ref went to his car, the coach was not there waiting. But he is now hoping that the Michigan Amateur Hockey Association will really look into this and hopefully prevent things like this from happening in the future.
It should not be threatened.
No.
And have you guys seen the video that I put in my prep? There is a video of a boys basketball game, districts, where I think it was between Benton Harbor and Buchanan, that an official at the end of the game the one of the fan bases and team were throwing basketballs and water bottles, and official was hit multiple times. It is so unacceptable.
It's disgusting.
You could disagree with officials. We all do.
Sure.
Yep.
But for it to turn to assault after
violence,
a game
right.
is ridiculous.
Unacceptable.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, the pulse of Hockeytown after another loss last night. Is Stevie Claus going to deliver? We'll play the audio from Todd McClellan after the game. It's 97.1. That's one your goalie's got to make. And then Lyon misplays the puck for the second goal. Wings are down 2-0 against Carolina, and they get Carolina'd. The Hurricanes are a good team, man. They possess the puck. They win faceoffs. They pepper shots on net, and Detroit was swimming upstream the rest of the way. They've lost now 3 in a row, and as you wake up today, they're out of the playoffs. Mm-hmm. We had some breaking news earlier today. John has shifted his 51% from in to out with the Red Wing forecast. So we want to take the pulse of Hockey Town today. There's still a deadline. There's still 20-plus games to go here, right? Where are you at with our hockey team? 248-539-9797.
Well, and here's why I've shifted my 51 to 51 that they're out, 49 that they're in, is the way that they're playing right now and the opponents that they're playing. Utah, I think this is a game that they should win. Buffalo, next Wednesday is a game that they should win. At Washington, at Ottawa, at Carolina, who kind of sandwich all of these games, I don't have faith that they're going to go. And they're at a point where every single point matters. And I just don't see with the remaining schedule, because the end of the year it's a sprint. It's rapidly approaching, and I just don't see how they keep pace with the Rangers. Obviously, Columbus, who they just lost 2-2, and you look at some of the other teams, Montreal. I don't know that anybody expects them to be a playoff team, but they're on a 5-game heater.
The last time the Wings lost 3 in a row, they rattled off 7 straight wins. They beat Edmonton on the road. They beat Tampa. They beat some good teams. I'm not panicking right now. I'm not accusing you of panicking, but I do sense panic in Hockey Town. If they lose to Utah, I think I'll be with you. That's when you got to win. I expected them to split this week. I didn't think they'd beat Carolina. I do think they should beat Utah. And then you have this deadline. If Yzerman's investing in the hockey team, well, yeah, absolutely. You say, hey, look, I'll be defiant about it. You're going to go down to the wire and fight for every single point. You've been a playoff team since Todd McClellan took over. This isn't Derek Lalonde's hockey team. I'll be defiant and fight there with you to the bitter end. I'll be the last guy on the ship. But if they lose to Utah, or if they don't add at the deadline, Steve's telling you don't believe in this hockey team, right? Well, I'm going to be the idiot that believes in him when the general manager doesn't believe in him?
Right. And so I guess the question is, what type of move will it take for you to think that they're going to scratch and claw all the way down to the final point?
Yeah, you don't have to trade for Mikko Rantanen, right? But you do have to show that you're willing to burn a second or a third round pick to help your hockey team. And I know no one wants a rental. It could be a guy that is here that you could continue to keep here with an extension postseason. My point is you have to do something here, because the alternative is, for the second year in a row, you don't buy at the deadline, you miss out on a playoff spot, you're circling the drain, and you're just telling people, trust me. When Brad Holmes was faced with a tough market last year at the trade deadline, he's talked about this. It was agonizing, but he got somebody in Zadarius Smith. He didn't give up a first or a second. He didn't get Max Crosby or Myles Garrett, but he did something. He gave up a pick to get a player at a position of need. You can say, well, they're chasing the Super Bowl. It's a different conversation. When are the Red Wings going to chase the playoffs? Because you got to make the playoffs before you can win a Stanley Cup. When will the Red Wings chase the playoffs? Yzerman said coming into this year, he thought this team could compete for the playoffs. He waited to fire the coach, and they've responded, and they're on the bubble. Is he going to nudge them to the next level? Todd McClellan spoke about the trade deadline before and after the game. He said before the game, the cavalry's not coming. We got to work with what we got right now. After the game, he went with a colorful Christmas analogy. What's Stevie Claus going to do? Okay, surface level, he's right. The biggest push has to come from Larkin and Raymond and the horses you have right now. They need more out of their first line. They need more out of their goalie tandem. They need more out of Edvinsson and Johansson, rookies that are starting to wear it a little bit. They're on the ice for damn near 4 minutes last night, just trying to grit it and bear it and give them a chance. Most of it does have to come from the guys already here. But I don't like hearing that Stevie Claus might not deliver. Haven't we been good boys and girls? How much longer do we have to wait? Why is it a lump of coal coming on Friday? I don't want to hear that it's a cap situation. The Wings have $14 million in effective cap space going into Friday. It won't be an issue for Detroit on the cap. And if other teams, it takes two to tango, that's a built-in excuse. Genius general manager finds a way. Players will be dealt, moves will be made. Your expectation is that you will be the genius general manager that we've been waiting on for 6 years. I don't like the excuse making.
The question is, and I think it should have been answered when he made the coaching change. Now, we can argue, I think we all agree, I don't think there's an argument, it should have been done earlier. But when it was made, I think it was made with the fact that, or the thought that this should be a playoff team, that they could still salvage this season, and they, rightfully so, got back into the mix. They're right there. But does Steve Yzerman believe enough in this roster to make some of those sacrifices and trade draft picks? Which, and again, I agree with you. 3rd, 4th round picks. We're talking about somebody that is a long shot to even make the roster by the start of the next decade. But if they go, and I'm just going to pull a name out of a hat. Let's just say it's Alec Martinez.
Oh, yeah, there you go. He's a
left defenseman from
blocks
Chicago.
A bunch of shots, kind of a gritty playoff player.
Is he a guy, it's not going to be a marquee guy.
No.
Is he a guy that would improve this defense and make you believe that this now should be a playoff team?
If we think it's coming down 51-49, then yes, right? I mean, if we think it's going to come down to 1 point, 1 game, 1 possession, 1 overtime, yeah, a move like that can be the difference that gets you in the playoffs. And what are we fighting about? You're not going to burn a pick on a player who may never make the NHL, and if he does, it's going to be 4 years away.
Right, and you're talking about a 3rd or 4th round pick in regards to Martinez.
Yeah, so again, that's what I'd have a hard time respecting the decision not to make a move like that, because you need to preserve a pick for 2030's team if and when the guy ever makes it. When Yzerman himself said that this is, the window is Larkin, DeBrincat, Seider, Raymond, then the window is kind of kicking into gear right now, supporting these guys and getting them in the playoffs and adding more logs onto the fire. Ticket texts are pouring in. We'll hear from you guys. 248-539-9797. Is it panic? Are you nervous? Are you anxious? Have your expectations shifted? 3-game skid, deadline on Friday. It's 97.1.
I've got a message for all those individuals who you shy away from the camera. You don't want your picture taken because you don't feel comfortable. You don't like the way you look in pictures. You don't want that image to be preserved in perpetuity. Then you need to give Ideal You a call right now, because if you do, their offer right now is they're going to give you a free body composition analysis. What does that tell you? It tells you where you're starting. And if you're willing to make a change, it'll also tell you what you've got to do to get to where you want to go. Ideal You works, and it works fast. You could lose 40 pounds in 40 days. I happen to be able to lose 50 in those 40 days. So I can tell you from a firsthand experience, it works. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. You're going to get that free body composition analysis. That's $150 value, absolutely free. It's different than other weight loss companies. It works, and it works fast. You can lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days and be happy to be taking pictures again. Be happy to get in that bathing suit. I mean, we're all starting to think about summer. Spring is on the horizon. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us to get your free body composition analysis. That's $150 value, absolutely free.
Red Wing head coach Todd McClellan before the game, Calvary's not coming, saying after the game, Santa Claus doesn't always deliver, even if you've got that Christmas list that everybody has ahead of the deadline. We're checking in with where Hockeytown sits today emotionally. This idea of they're going to make the playoffs. Well, they're not in the playoffs this morning. They've lost 3 in a row, and John has detailed a brutal schedule to the point where he has shifted from, slightly believing they're going to get into the other side of the aisle. Now you don't think this team's going to make the playoffs.
No, and some of it is clear PTSD from what happened last year. The start of March is starting exactly the same as it did last year. The only difference is there's some difference in the roster, but Dylan Larkin is healthy now. He wasn't last year, and that's when they started their skid.
He's got to play better. Ticket Texter points out our captain is scuffling. Last 3 games, 0 points, 0 points, 0 points. A -3. Sick of having a bunch of good players. We need a real star that we can lean on. Nate at work. Look, he's going to take the brunt of this because he's on that first line, and this first line hasn't delivered.
Yeah.
And listen, you put the C on your sweater, you're the leader of this team. You cannot go under again. This team can't collapse again under your watch. Ticket Texter says, no offense, but talk show GMs drive me nuts. Every deadline for every team, you guys have no idea what's going on behind the scenes. Trade for the sake of trade. Guys, stay in your lane.
You're right. We're not the general manager, and we're not in those meetings. But I think it's safe to say that they could be better, and there are ways to make them better. That's what we're trying to figure out. How could they be better?
Steve Yzerman, please get a defenseman, get Hull out of the lineup. He's the worst D-man in the league. Literally, him and Gustafsson are metrically the worst pair in hockey, and yet they're out on the ice, sometimes even for the penalty kill. No reason. No wonder it's one of the worst in hockey. Wings peaked early. They look done. I hope I'm wrong. It's a strange hockey team. Real question, I'm not a huge hockey follower. Will the Wings win a cup adding 1 to 2 players? If not, why not sell? It says, why sell out for a playoff appearance?
Well, the value of getting to the playoffs is you have so many guys on your team, and this is why you have some hope for the future. It does nothing for you right now, but you do have some hope for the future that Marco Kasper, Lucas Raymond, Edvinsson, Seider, and anybody else that will be on the roster next year, some good young players. The ones that are on the roster right now need playoff experience. They need to know what it's like to close a deal, seal a deal, finish it out. They weren't able to do it last year. How do they get over that hump this year to get into the playoffs? What did the playoffs feel like? How do you prepare for the playoffs? How do you play in the playoffs? All of those things are lessons to be learned. Playoff experience is a real thing.
Think of this as prerequisite courses.
Yeah.
You want to pass Calc 4? Got to take Calc 3. Want to pass Calc 3? Got to take Calc 2. You got to work your way out from geometry, algebra 2, pre-calc, all this way up to your master's level courses.
Yeah, so we get texts like this one. Do we think that Alec Martinez, a name you threw out, John, do we think that's going to make them compete for a cup? ? No one's saying that. It's just an example of a rental player who could help them on defense, who has some cup experience, who could nudge them. You're not giving up a first for Alec Martinez.
No, third would be the highest you would give up.
And they got an extra third. I mean, I don't feel like we've laid down this gauntlet where if Yzerman doesn't mortgage the future to win right now, he's a boob. Nobody's saying that. But people get very defensive of Yzerman. They are in the longest drought in franchise history. I'll say that again. They had a stretch in the 70s where they were called the dead things. This is a longer playoff drought. And the majority of it has happened under Yzerman. Holland dealt him a lousy hand. We got to stop making those excuses 6 years in. If the team isn't good enough to add, let's say that these people who are making excuses and say you can't add, they're not good enough, then I need you to redirect they're not good enough to 19. You know, it's funny how that connection isn't made by those fans when they go, you guys need to stop talking about them adding, they're just not good enough, they're not ready. Then that needs to be pushed to Yzerman's doorstep. Why not?
Well, and if they are good enough to make the playoffs, if they're playing good enough to make the playoffs right now, did they just simply dig themselves too big of a hole to get out of, to recover from?
Yep.
And again, where does that point?
Texter says on the subject of PTSD, the saga's getting old. How many times do we have to hear the excuses? Players got to play better. At least the Pistons play hard every single night. I do think there's something with that right now where people are pointing out, hey, the Pistons have figured it out. At least they're doing it.
And we see the energy that they play with every single night. When was the last time you watched a Pistons game and you're like, you know what? Their head's just not in it. They're tired.
It's rare.
Yeah. I mean, you can't even pick it out.
No,
it's happened.
Yeah, they lose games, but it's not because...
Not because of a lack of energy or a lack of effort. And I'm not saying that last night was a lack of energy or effort.
No, it was actually a good exchange with Wojo and McClellan, because McClellan said we didn't have our legs. And Wojo said, well, is that like discouraging or disheartening that given the stakes, you don't have your legs? And he said, no, McClellan drew the distinction that want to and having your legs are two different things. And he says it's more frustrating because he feels like the fight and the want to was there, but they didn't have their legs under him last night.
Yeah.
But the fight's got to be there. I thought the fight was there in the first period, but then you give up cheapy, then you screw up and you're down 2-0, and then Carolina leans on you, man. That they play a brand of hockey that is unforgiving. Even when the Wings had a power play, they're smothering the point. Like, they're aggressive. They take the puck. They possess the puck. Wings are losing face-offs, and they're playing catch-up the entire way. Now, McClellan in the third period, he throws Casper down in the center spot in the third line, bumps Soderblom up. Soderblom scores a goal. Hey, there's a little bit of juice. It's too little too late in the third period against a good hockey team. You're just not coming back down 2 goals against Carolina when you're just throwing your lines into a blender. They have a lot that they need to do to make the playoffs. Got to beat Utah.
Yes.
Got to give them some life at the deadline. Keep the train on the tracks. Like, I'm not going to panic unless they lose to Utah or Yzerman sits on his hands. Like, it's still right in front of them for this team to make the playoffs. 248-539-9797. John?
Yeah.
Our listeners may have a different commute this week.
Oh, I got a couple of kids in it right now.
We've been listening to traffic updates, and it's bad enough 696 is shut down going one way. Now you're talking about accidents and alternate routes. We want to hear from people who are stuck in traffic right now, or who have had those commutes. I don't know, add 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Commute times may have doubled for you. Is it worse than you thought? Have you found a sneaky detour you're willing to share? We're going to check in with some people next.
Oh, this might be Grandma's recipe. Not going to share that ingredient. Not going to share that route that you found.
Come on, help your fellow Metro Detroiters out. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. A third loss in a row for the Red Wings. They could not find offense against Carolina at home. They fell 2-1. Elmer Soderblom scoring with 10 minutes left in the game, but that would be it. Defenseman Mo Seider thought it may have been a product of their increased focus on preventing goals. Detroit is still stuck at 66 points in the standings. Other teams are catching up. In fact, the Rangers have knocked them out of a potential wildcard spot. Eastern Michigan basketball earning a MAC tournament bid. They beat Ohio 83-79. They're now above 500 in conference play with 1 game to go. In the Horizon tournament first round, Oakland cruising to a 96-72 win at home over Green Bay. U of D was knocked out in a 99-75 loss at Northern Kentucky. Kenta Maeda putting together a scoreless start for the Tigers in Lakeland. 5 more strikeouts in nearly 4 innings of work. Not much offense as Ryan Kreidler's sac fly was the only run against the Rays in a 4-1 loss. Former Detroit pitcher Alex Faedo earning the exhibition win against them. And 50,000 career points for LeBron James, becoming the first NBA player ever to break that mark when he hit a triple about 5 minutes into their game last night, a win over the Pelicans. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
$97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park. We've got Gov and Greg behind the glass on a Wednesday. spend some time with the Wings. You want it, go back, Odyssey Rewind. We are officially into people's commutes being disrupted.
It's Orange Barrel season, and we kicked it off with, just a boom with the 696 eastbound being shut down.
Yeah.
And we have listened this morning. We were going to talk about this anyway in regards to how has it affected your commute? Have you found that sneaky way around? Have you made adjustments? Maybe you're adjusting even just your travel schedule. But this morning, as we've listened, there was in the 20-minute detour that includes the lodge was shut down. And we just heard in the last traffic update, maybe it's been in a couple of them, I missed it, but eastbound, right around Orchard Lake, there's an accident off to the shoulder, but that's where it all starts to narrow on 696, so traffic is jammed up there. Lucy's commute is easy. She's walking to class. Ruby and Ellie were stuck trying to find ways around, and it's just been a nightmare to start it off, at least from my perspective. And it's not one that I have to travel unless I am going to where the girls go to high school. I'm affected a little bit by it because that's where it starts to narrow down on 696.
If you guys are stuck in it right now, we want to hear from you.
Yeah.
If you could maybe describe how many minutes have been added to your commute. Is this worse than you anticipated? Have you found the shortcut yet, or is the reality there's just no shortcuts? Because people are trying, like the mile roads. The other day on 11 Mile Road, west of Royal Oak, right, that's going to be where you're going to really feel it. I've never seen traffic as bad as that in Royal Oak.
Right.
And that's going to be one of the areas that's stressed is that east-west bound mile roads, your 10s, your 11s, your 12s, your 13s. I don't know if there is a solution. We're going to have to grin and bear it.
Well, and here's the thing is, and I hate to state the obvious, but this is the first 3 days of a 2-year stretch. Let that sink in for a moment. It's going to be a long haul, and people will find ways around, and people are just, how are you adjusting your commute? Is it simply, hey, I'm going to drop the kids off at school, and I'm going to go grab a cup of coffee until things clear out? Do you even have the flexibility to do that?
Yeah, people say, well, just leave 15 minutes early.
Right.
Well, you're just losing 15 minutes of your morning. I mean, that's...
Yeah, but it's also if you're dropping your kid off at school, and that's when your commute is going to start.
It's unavoidable then.
Yeah, sometimes you can't drop your kid off 15 minutes early.
Yeah.
They're just going to be standing outside. It's raining today.
Right. School starts at the same time. You can't go, hey, bump it up 15 or back 15. And then you're in the heart of it, right? You drop the kids off and you're in the heart of it. You don't get to opt out of the traffic. Now you got to go back into the wilderness and fight through all the traffic to get where you need to go.
Have you adjusted yours?
The way in is fine right now because I'm heading west.
Right.
The way home, I've had 2 attempts to navigate it. I've tried different things both times. It's probably doubled my commute.
Will you use one of the traffic apps or one of the map apps?
So the first day it wasn't adjusted. It kept telling me to get on 696. So like, no, I can't do that. I don't know how long it takes for whether people use Waze or if they use like the Apple Maps on their phone until it really
Waze
kicks
has
in.
been updated.
Okay.
I use that one quite a bit. Tells me where the popo are.
Speed check ahead.
Yes. Still there. Click.
So when we come in, John, we come in eastbound 696, and we get off literally right before it's down to, you have to veer off to the lodge.
Right.
American Drive. So as you said, the lanes start to get down to 3 and then 2, just about Orchard Lake Road.
Right. That's
roughly.
where it starts to narrow down.
So this brings up the good old debate, the zipper method.
Oh.
All you people sitting out there right now, if you use a zipper method, because that's why it goes down to 3 lanes and then 2 lanes over such a long stretch, because they're trying to get you to slowly everybody merge in. And if you're a big semi, you shouldn't sit in the left center lane and block people.
Right.
I'm opening up a lot of wounds right now.
No,
but the zipper method is the right way.
Right. And I know people always hate it when people, blow by them in a lane that they know is ending, but the zipper method is the fastest way. It has been proven, and there's no signs out there right now, but I have I have been entering construction zones where there are actually some of those digital signs where they're trying to tell people that use the zipper method. Don't just jam up the right lane.
Now, I do think this is going to be the worst of it this week. There's going to be some days, look, where you have some accident out here, and it's going to...
They just happen to be everywhere today.
Mess things up even more, okay? But once people get used to this, that's the thing I learned from the other 696 and 275 closures the last 4 years, is that once people got used to it, it seemed to not be so bad. That it's almost like driving in snow the first time every year. You got to get used to, okay, well, where the lanes start ending? How's the flow work? People feeling it out, and it'll slowly get better.
Do people fight the zipper? Because we all agree it's the right way to do it.
I saw last time when we went to Cedar Point this summer that there was a truck down on 75 just around Monroe where they're doing construction.
You're saying a truck
stopped and barely
semi-truck.
Crawling in the lane before everybody starts merging.
But semi-trucks should know better. These guys are on the road all the time, right?
Well, there's people who think the zipper method is not the best method. And then there's also wait your turn guy.
Yes, I love the individual who wants to take up the both lanes with their little bitty car, and people just go around them. And it's not called the zipper method so you can zip around. It is the zipper method because that's how
the reason I know this is right is because John Jansen says so. See, there's certain things in life that John Jansen believes in. Driving techniques and things that you'd think about driving, I just it's like the gospel to me.
Well, I appreciate that.
I was going to say, putting this guy in high regard here.
No, now there's other things like, when certain things. All right, we won't get into that.
Yeah. Well, have you taken your shirt off going to the bathroom? I'm
no,
telling you right now.
That's absurd.
You need to try it.
I don't need to because there's just no reason to.
I'm telling you. It's a hidden pleasure.
Some early ticket texts. Problem is, on the Lodge, all the people who don't normally take it don't know that the speed limit is really 85.
Right.
You get people going, it's 55, and they're just going to clog it up even more.
Right, yeah. And I even have some friends that are police officers texting me right now saying, love the zipper method.
Police have stated that the zipper method is the proper method.
Yeah.
You have a lane. It's closing. Use the lane while you have it.
Yes.
You wouldn't drive on 696 and go down to one lane when you have three others available.
Right.
You wouldn't do that then.
Use all of the highway or road at your disposal. It's like people ego, well, they're not going to cut in front of me.
Right. Yeah. Or it's the individual that, all of a sudden you do get to where it actually has to merge, and they're riding the bumper in front because I am not letting you in front of me.
How dare you didn't get over before?
Yes.
You're not getting in front of me now.
I'm going to personally punish you by making you wait.
Yeah. So then my question is, I just started easing over, and how much do you believe in your insurance company? And they eventually move.
I'm driving a golf cart. I'm not going to be, you know what I mean? You're gonna deal with it more than I am at that point.
Yes.
248-539-9797. Texter says there's no good routes. Too many closures affecting the same localized areas. It says, my wife and I decided to look for a new house sooner when hearing about this detour. She's going back to the office 5 days a week. It says, God save the commuters.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that everybody's going to have to adjust to. And whether it's your travel schedule, and you might be able to adjust your travel schedule more when school is out for the summer, because you won't have the drop-off or the pickup at the end of the day. But as of right now, people are really trying to figure out, am I going to get off at Orchard Lake, and am I going to take 12 Mile in? Well, there's a fender bender on 12 Mile, and all of a sudden that's backed up. And you know what? Everybody else is making that decision as well.
Texter says, I'm not over that way regularly, but if I did have an alternate route, I wouldn't share it. I don't need it getting clogged up with traffic after I tell everybody about it. On top of that, in 2 years, 696, people are going to find the route anyway. I'll keep it a secret as long as possible. Come on.
Jerk. I kind of understand it, though.
The zipper method may be the best on paper, but people feeling like they're more important than others is why it doesn't work in reality.
We're not all in.
We're not committed to it.
Yes, you need to fully commit as a community of drivers. And so I was faced with this situation the other night. Ruby had a basketball game Monday night, and Ellie, who's got her driver's permit, was like, Dad, can I drive to the game? I'm like, no, you know what? It's rush hour. and there's a new traffic pattern. Well, I'm going to have to take it at some point. I'm like, yes, well, you can watch as I navigate it. And literally as we're doing it, the same thing is happening. People are taking up a couple of lanes because things are slow. They're not allowing the zipper method to fully go into effect. And if we would just buy in, what do we have to do to convince you that the zipper method is the fastest and most efficient way to do this?
You put Ruby on the bench. You told her.
No, Ellie was on the bench.
I'm sorry, Allie.
Yeah.
You told her to go on the bench and wear a hat and hold a clipboard.
Yep. Gain some experience. Yep. Mm-hmm. A veteran was going to drive. Just a veteran of driving.
By the way,
not an
good
actual
for her
veteran.
for wanting to do that.
Yes.
Good on her for that.
And in my truck. She loves driving my truck, by the way.
Bunch of texts on the zipper. You know what it is? It's kind of like roundabouts. We've done this before too.
God.
Roundabouts are
I love roundabouts.
I do too,
Me
but
too.
I hate people who don't.
People can't handle it. Just like the zipper, they ruin what should be the preferred way to handle an intersection. The roundabout's the better way to do it. We're not sitting waiting at red lights if we had more roundabouts, but people can't handle it. The zipper, we should use the highway as much as we can, but people can't handle it.
I love coming up to the front of a roundabout and watching the person in front of me look both ways. No one is coming from the right. If they are, there are bigger issues. You'll only have to look one way in a roundabout.
Well, I can understand. Okay, so obviously the cars are going around about the same way,
Yes.
but if another car is going to come out, you don't want to like speed up.
No, you don't want to speed up. You just
So
let them go.
Well, yeah, but if you don't look that way and don't realize they're going to be coming out into the roundabout before you, I get.
Yeah, but that's the next intersection. You are entering into moving traffic that's only coming from the left.
Yeah, you only have to watch one direction. It should be easier to avoid crashes.
Or the amount of people that are in that center lane that then want to make the exit out of that first.
Oh, well, that's the other problem.
Well, I'm always yelling, it's a yield. It's a yield. It's not a stop sign. It's a yield sign.
Yes. Does Emily reply?
No, she doesn't.
What does yield mean, Mommy? It's what they're not doing. Damn it.
Gosh.
248-539-9797. We have some Lions off-season questions. We're 5 days away from free agency. The 5 biggest questions for the Lions. That's at 8:35. More of your thoughts next, 97.1.
It is orange barrel season, but it's also time for you to start thinking about your lawn. It is going to start greening up. We got rain today and some beautiful weather on the horizon next week. You want to make sure you take care of that now. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service is the company you need to call. The number 888-GET-GREEN. You can find more information on the web at naturalwaylawn.com for a limited time only. Right now, purchase a full lawn program, and you're going to get free grub control, but you got to mention my name along with 97.1 the ticket. And here is what you get with Natural Way. They're going to use fewer chemicals and environmentally sound practices. Each lawn is going to be assigned its own specialist, and they're going to custom tailor a solution specifically for your yard and your home. They also offer pest control services, locally owned and operated for 35 years. Keep your money local. Go with a local company and one that knows and has been in business. They know what to do. I mentioned that green, stay green, and the early bird special. Save some green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month for the early bird discount. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way.
Okay, we brought up all this construction and shutdowns and 696 and the mile roads, an accident on the lodge today. You guys have probably been dealing with it. We're all going to be dealing with it for 2 years here. Don't know that it was planned all that well, but we're all going to deal with it. But we're learning that it's not just about the construction and the road shutdowns, closures. It's also our fellow drivers.
Yes.
The zipper method should be our friend, but we have people who want to fight about that.
The zipper method, it's taught in driver's training. If you look at almost every state on their websites, they have all of the reasons why the zipper merge is safer, more efficient, and it keeps traffic moving. You're going to slow down. There's no question. You're going from 4 lanes to 2.
The key is everybody has to do it, though.
Right.
Well, that's what this
And
texter says.
when you get up to the line and you're one of the people, it needs to be one by one. So one in the lane that's trying to get over, then one in the lane that's in the lane that they're trying to get into. And you just go boom, 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 boom like that. And it's like...
You alternate. Yes, you're respectful of
your...
To
think that everybody's going to agree in this country is... Hey, we did get just a live text. I didn't give you this one.
Yeah.
They said that since you guys started talking about this, that people have started doing the zipper method right outside our office here on 696. And his Waze time went down 4 minutes. People helping people.
Public service.
You mentioned one at a time, either or alternating, kind of like the grooves on a zipper.
Right.
Like,
yes.
guys.
And if you do allow somebody in front of you, you don't lose. Like, I think driving is at times a competitive sport, especially in the state of Michigan and in Detroit. I get it. I get caught up in that as well. But if you get in front of somebody, you don't win anything. And if you allow somebody in front of you and you're courteous, you're not losing anything either.
Texter says, I drive a semi for a living. Zipper doesn't work because you don't account for the large number of entitled a-holes on the road. Here's the thing. It's the people who get resentful, right, that are mad that you went all the way up.
Because they chose to get over 2 miles ahead.
Yeah.
And we should have all done the same thing. That's dumb.
See, the reality is we're going to zipper either way.
The pavement is there to use.
Use it.
Yeah, it's a runway. Okay, anyway, Scott, you're in Wayne, and you want to fight with us. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
Well, I'm hoping that's not a fight. And granted, John, I didn't read all that stuff you were talking about. Maybe I need to look at some of this data. But I got to say, it does feel like if I can see the lanes closing and I do my part and I get over in anticipation of this bottleneck, and a bunch of people drive right by me, yeah, it does build up a little bit of resentment. I feel like we can all agree that once the bottleneck closes, everything starts moving. So when these heroes of the road, these semis, block the lane, it's almost like it's adding an intelligence to the lane closure point, right?
No, it just backs it up, and now it makes it a hard stop. Instead of actually being able to merge, now there's a roadblock. It's like MDOT put up the pylons and just said, you're going to stop merging here. They didn't do that.
Exactly.
They allowed for extra runway.
Well, it's like MDOT saying, okay, this traffic's backed up for a mile. We probably need to move this bottleneck point back a little further so that people can. It's still the zipper method, John, right? You're still zippering.
Yeah.
You're just the merge point's now behind the semi. He moved it all back so that it could all function a little bit better. So it's still zipper.
But why does that semi driver decide where that's going to start or not? Why doesn't it start where the construction does?
Because unlike the construction pylons, he's sentient and can see what's going on in real life.
I don't know. Some of these drivers, you wonder if they're sentient, Scott. But I get what you're approaching it. You're approaching it from like what you believe is logical, right?
Yeah.
But what we're telling you is there's still more road to work with. Let's use what we have.
Yes.
Let's allow people to drive the speed limit a little longer.
The zipper method allows you to crawl together instead of coming to complete stops.
Yes.
And a text that just came in, they use it, and they've been putting it in at fast foods across the nation. Now there are 2 things you go up to order with at the drive-thru.
Yes.
And for some reason, unless there's that occasional rager in one of those, you go, I go. You go.
Yes.
I go.
And at a restaurant, one of these where you do have that, where one lane is like, hey, okay, I've ordered online, I'm showing up, and the other one is I'm going to order in person. It works wonderful when the merge happens, and people do alternate.
And I get it, man. The caller used a great word, resentment. Everybody has sat there and seen people go flying by them. And you're like,
but that was your choice.
Exactly.
How do you resent somebody when you made the choice to get over way before them? How can you resent them? You made that choice.
Right. You are right. I'm just saying, I think at some point everybody's experienced that. Or you say to yourself, I was an idiot for getting over this early.
Yeah.
Right.
And I would equate it to kind of like somewhat like people who use the Fast Pass at Cedar Point. If you don't buy the Fast Pass and you see people continuously going ahead of you, you kind of start sitting there and you're like, wow, I'm an idiot. A, for not buying it, or B, you sit there and you can kind of boil about it a little bit.
Yeah.
People prefer to boil.
They do.
I mean, I believe that. They just prefer to boil.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
Let's do that. Former Michigan State coach Mark D'Antonio is finding a new role in retirement.
Yeah, this is cool.
Yeah, he was just named to the College Football Playoff Selection Committee on Tuesday. So this is a 3-year term, begins this spring. He says he's excited and honored to be selected, and he looks forward to bringing a coach's perspective to the process.
More good football people on that committee is only a good thing.
Yep. Another Metro Detroit community has rejected a bid by Sheetz to open their big gas station convenience store. So on Monday, the Wixom Planning Commission voted 6-0 against the chain's request to move into the former Rite Aid location on Pontiac Trail. So,
would they just rather it stay empty?
well, no, but they didn't feel like this particular gas station convenience store fit the usage space. Said that there's 3 existing gas stations on 3 of the other corners. Just didn't feel like this was the right fit or the right use of that space.
This isn't the first time we've heard about Sheetz getting told no.
No.
I feel like this is in the news every other week.
Sheetz says they believe it was more of the opposition from the existing gas stations, which probably was. I'm sure the other gas stations don't want to see this big, massive convenience store gas station being built. But anyway,
so they're all saying no Sheetz.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, they are.
But aren't they also, like most of these gas stations are also big chains themselves, right?
They're big chains, but I think that they're operated
They're individual
locally.
yeah.
Yeah, that is how I take it, but I am not 100% sure. But they do say Sheetz does plan to open 50 to 60 Michigan locations in the next 5 years. That is their plan. The RenCen will not become a historical building. Remember we were talking about this? Like during the redevelopment plans of the Renaissance Center, there was a group of people hoping to preserve the buildings. And one way they were hoping to do that was by urging the city to consider giving the building historic designation. Because if they do that, obviously some of the towers might not be completely torn down like that's in the plans, right? They say that if they would be given the historic designation, the commission could review permit applications for work for up to a year. So there more time to think about what could be done to that area. However, Detroit City Council turned down this historic eligibility study for the RenCen in an 8-1 vote. So that will not be an issue. This is kind of interesting. The Kalamazoo Growlers. They're a summer league baseball team, obviously based out of Kalamazoo. They've just unveiled, you might want to call it horrifying, or maybe this is something you're really into, a new hot dog concoction.
Oh.
Yes.
I might be into it.
It's dubbed the Scat Dog. Yeah, not
I
a
need to
great
work on the name.
in the first place because doesn't sound appealing, but on Tuesday,
I'm willing to listen. Tell me more.
They announced that this new hot dog will be on the menu for 6 home games this summer. So the Scat Dog is a hot dog that's topped with whipped cream, sprinkles. There's a maraschino cherry tucked in between 2 chocolate cake donuts. So I do have a picture of it.
John, it's awesome.
So like the bun is a chocolate glazed donut. The hot dog's there, and then it's got the whipped cream, the sprinkles, the cherry on top.
It's a dessert dog. I love it.
Cherry between the buns.
This guy.
It does look good.
All you guys.
Don't lump me in with
No,
him.
this doesn't look good. This does not look good at
Man,
all.
that's awesome.
That looks disgusting.
Are you kidding me?
You know what it is? It's the brown, the chocolate donut to me that does it. Like, I would rather prefer a regular plain, what is it? Are they vanilla?
No.
Why?
No. The chocolate is what makes the whipped cream good. The cherry on top is obviously the cherry on top, and then you put your dog in there.
No.
I think it looks
Heather.
terrific. You know who would like this? Teddy. 100%.
Yes. Put
Yes.
everything a kid likes. Sprinkles,
We go to
Cool
Kalamazoo.
Whips, hot dogs.
Yes, and this is definitely going to be on the menu.
Gross.
Heather, you have the worst food opinions on the show, right? Is anybody going to fight that?
Nope.
Somebody else is going to look at this picture and say, that looks foul. That's disgusting.
Okay.
I have a theory why Heather does not like this, and it is not for the air.
Okay, then. Coming up next.
Let's not go there.
Look, we're going to do a lot coming up. We've got some talk about the Lions, 5 big questions, 5 days out from free agency. It's 97.1. If you're injured in a car accident, you feel the stress, the pain, the confusion, and you need someone who's going to look out for you. You need someone who actually cares. That's KG Law. You're not going to be left in the dark waiting years and years just for them to settle for a tiny amount. The phone number is 877-KG-CARES. Check them out, 877-KGCares.com. Lawrence KG saw firsthand on his way up in this business that there wasn't enough communication. You'd go months or even years and then get that small settlement check. He decided, I'm going to be different. I'm not going to do that. If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law now. Visit KGCares.com. That's KAJY, KGCares.com.
Hey, if you avoid being in pictures because you don't like the way you look, trust me, I know that's not a great feeling. And if you want to be able to be in some of those pictures again, especially as we get to graduations, we get to summer and the events that happen in the summer, you got to give Ideal You a shout right now. They can help you lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days. The program works, and it works fast. I actually lost 50 pounds in those 40 days, and it's a program. It changes your lifestyle and what you eat, how you see food, and how you view it. And so when you're done, it's easier to keep the weight off. I'm actually down 70 pounds since I started the program. Book today, and Ideal You is going to give you a free body composition analysis. That's $150 value, absolutely free. And here's what you're going to get with that body comp. You're going to find out how much fat you have, how much muscle mass, bone mass, water weight, all of those different things you're going to find out, and you could set your goals, and your weight loss coach is going to be with you every step of the way. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. Ideal You is different than other weight loss companies. It works, and it works fast. Lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days and be happy taking those pictures again. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us to get your free body comp. It's $150 value, absolutely free.
Ken Cal on the call. Wings with a loss last night. That's now 3 in a row, tied for the longest losing skid under Todd McClellan. Bad time for it. Deadline's on Friday. We'll take the pulse of Hockeytown in the 9 o'clock hour. In the 9 o'clock hour, we're also going to talk about something I learned.
Oh, yeah?
John, we've been doing the show together for over a year, and I learned something about you that threw me off.
Oh, well, I like to keep you on your toes, so to speak.
Okay. We'll make time for that in the 9 o'clock hour, too. You have a question about the Pistons.
Yeah, and I think it's an easy question. I want to know if I think we all believe that they're making the playoffs. They have played well enough. They are playing well enough. And injury aside, don't even want to make that part of the equation. They're going to make the playoffs. Can they win a playoff series? And if the answer is yes, I want to know which teams that they may face in the playoffs that you think they could win a series against. Who can they beat in a 7-game series?
Pistons are the 6th seed right now. The potential opponents for them, let's just kind of keep this simple. They could play the Knicks, the Bucks, or the Pacers, depending on how this shuffles in the next month or two here. We don't really have to entertain any other teams, right? They're not going to play Cleveland or Boston in the opening round.
No.
And we think they're in the playoffs, so they avoid the play-in and the Miamis and Orlandos and Atlantas and Chicagos.
Yes.
So we're talking about a pod of New York, Milwaukee, and Indiana. Can they beat any of those teams?
Mm-hmm.
My answer is yes, but only to one of them.
Oh.
It's the Knicks, who they've already beaten twice this season at Madison Square Garden. The Knicks have a losing record against teams above 500. They're 12-15 against good teams in the NBA. So I think they're kind of inflated as the 3 seed in the East. Cade's shown out at Madison Square Garden. We're watching the Pistons play a brand of defense that I think translates to the NBA playoffs. And I think they could beat the Knicks in a 7-game series. Now, the Pacers have handled business against the Pistons head-to-head this season. They've done well against teams with winning records, 15-12. I don't think, as entertaining as it would be, that the Pistons are beating the Pacers. Milwaukee is where you get interesting. Giannis kills Detroit. And that team's got guys who have made runs. Giannis is an NBA champion. I think the Pistons would get tested. I think we'd learn a lot about them, but I don't think they're beating Milwaukee in a 7-game series. To me, it is the Knicks and the Knicks only.
So of those 3 teams, Knicks, Bucks, and Pacers, I think they could win a series against each of them. Now, would they go in favor? I think if they play New York, that is the most likely, like you, that I think that they can win a series. Indiana might be the most fun because of the drama involved. And I will say this, I'll ask you this, do we believe that the Pistons are playing better basketball now than they were even in January?
Yes.
Okay. Last time they played the Pacers was at the end of January. Mm-hmm. They played Boston, and I know it's a one-off.
Yep.
But that's more of who I believe this Pistons team is versus what we saw even as recently as January. So I would like to see them play against the Pacers. I think in a 7-game series they can. Is it likely? No, but I think that's not will they, it's can they. And against Milwaukee, that might be the toughest to match up. And I think Gov mentioned this earlier. That might be the best measuring stick for where this Pistons team is if they were able to beat the Bucks. And honestly, the only reason I say this is because of the traits of their coach, Doc Rivers. If they're able to put it to 7 games, I like my odds. I like our odds, not my odds, our odds.
Yeah, I think Milwaukee provides the best measuring stick for them because I think if somehow, some way, I would take Boston and Cleveland versus the field in the East to get to the finals.
Me too.
Sure.
But if there was one other team that I think could win, it's Milwaukee because of Giannis. Mm-hmm. So I think that would provide a good barometer for where the Pistons are really at because I know that the naysayers or the haters say, well, part of this is happening because the East sucks. There's so many, like the Jimmy Butler thing has really hurt the Heat this year, that they would be better if it was peace and harmony with Butler. And a couple other teams have kind of been less than anticipated. The Sixers, what a disaster. So
is Jalen Duren and beef stew. Jalen Duren, one of the things we've talked about in the especially last 6 weeks, but last month, is the ability to defend the rim and his defense. Now, do I think he's going to stop Giannis? No. But can they affect him enough to allow the Pistons to win some of those games?
Okay, yeah, and that's why another measuring stick. He's owned them. lately.
Certainly he has.
I mean, it's just they've had so much trouble against the Bucks in recent years. It was them that they played in the playoffs the last time, right?
Yes, they were swept.
Yeah, and I think by 20 points in each game.
Blowouts, yeah.
I'd love to if they took the Bucks to 6 or 7. I'd be like, wow, that this team is getting there. Now I know the Bucks have probably had their better day, and who knows if Giannis eventually moves on and stuff. But I just think that I'd like to see the mentioning. Although from an entertainment perspective, there's a rivalry with the Pacers and Beef Stew. Just if the Pacers could get under his skin, or the Pacers tried to get under his skin and he wouldn't let it happen, would be some kind of fun sidebar stuff. But I mean, entertainment-wise, if you're just going with that, it's a Garden. It's playing the Knicks. They're going to be in prime games that the NBA will showcase, and it could be Cade's coming out party to anybody who hasn't noticed yet.
Well, so you've made this comparison before when Trae Young had his coming out party.
Yeah.
The Hawks exceeded expectations. Remember what happened that breakout season? They only won 41 games. They made the Eastern Conference Finals. Nobody on this show is saying the Pistons are going to the Eastern Conference Finals, but the idea that they can't win a playoff series, if Cade is having that breakout season and you get him in a 7-game series and he's thrived in matchups with the Knicks, that's the best path to me.
Yeah, I think the Knicks would be the best path to truly winning a series.
Yeah.
It's almost like I'm saying I'm not really caring about if they win a series more than I want to see where they're truly at. Because I do think like you said before, the Knicks are inflated a little bit probably this year. I actually think the Bucks are deflated. Yeah. Like, because they started in such a hole that they had to climb out of. That to me, them and the Pacers have the same record, but that I think the Bucks are a better team.
By the way, Atlanta that season in the first round beat the New York Knicks.
I know. That was Trae Young coming to the Garden. I think that was game 1 or 2 they won. And he just blossomed for people that didn't see that he was becoming a star. Very similar to Cade. They are a great example of what can happen, though. People thought the Hawks were on the ascent.
Ticket texters. I think the Pistons can beat the Pacers in 7 and the Knicks in 7. Ticket Texter says, you guys better hope Valeni doesn't hear this. He'll lose it on you guys. He said no chance that they could win any first-round series.
Yeah, I heard a little yesterday, so I am paraphrasing.
I didn't hear any of
that
it.
He thinks, that they're the 6th seed because of everything else that's happened. Kind of some of the stuff I explained, which I think he's right about the Heat. I mean, the
Pistons have the
Jimmy
number
Butler
one defense
nuked
since
them.
January 1st. Is that because the East is bad or because the Pistons are improving?
Well, you ask him. I'm not going to.
Are they more like the team that lost to Indiana January 29, or the Bucks? They haven't played the Bucks since early December. Are they more like that team, or are they more like the team that beat the Celtics? Well, the answer is somewhere in between, right?
Yeah.
That's clearly the answer. But are they closer to a team that can compete with on a given night with the Boston Celtics? And I understand, they weren't at full strength. I'm not going to put the asterisk on. I'm not going to do any of that stuff. But I think we're somewhat underestimating the improvements that this team is and the confidence that they're playing with right now.
Listening to Mike yesterday, that's kind of what I felt.
He's missing that.
But he's actually said, I'm not trying to take away from what JB Bickerstaff. It's just, it was collectively the East is horse crap in the bottom. And then the fact that the despise for the NBA right now, too, is kind of like to where he didn't really care about it that much and stuff. I find it unique. The Pistons are eerily kind of doing what the Lions did once they flipped it that year. Mm-hmm. It's happened quick. So is this something or nothing, or is it just because I just don't think it's just because the East is bad.
Look, you have a star blossoming, you're playing defense, you're winning, you're in the playoffs. I'd take that over what's going on the ice. We'll get to that after the update. It's 97.1.
As the trade deadline nears later this week, the Wings appear to be limping into it yet again. A third straight game with no points last night, falling to Carolina 2-1. They were goalless until 10 minutes left and could not get another one after that. Coach McClellan says this team has nothing to do with their collapse last season. Players also believe there's no pressure because they believe in themselves in the locker room as it is. Tom Izzo is telling the team not to worry about the Big Ten standings as they prepare for their final 2 games of the regular season. MSU currently has first place all alone, but Michigan is still lurking a game behind. Now, the Wolverines will be on the court in Ann Arbor tonight against Maryland, and Dusty May knows that his team is capable of turning it back on after losing to Illinois. Brian Bush's call will be on WWJ tonight with the pregame show at 6. And Tobias Harris, one of the Uncle T's as they're called now apparently, won't be available for tonight's game in Los Angeles. He's been excused for a personal matter. Malik Beasley likely to start again against the Clippers. It sounds like Isaiah Stewart may be ready to return after dealing with a back bruise as well. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
You wake up this morning, you're on your way to work, or you're driving around and
sitting in traffic.
Probably sitting in traffic. Reminder, zipper's your friend. Don't fight it. Don't be resentful. And you'll know the Red Wings aren't in the playoffs today.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah, limping
It's March.
Limping was the word that Villar used in the update. They've lost 3 in a row. They're not in the playoffs. Here we go again. I saw a lot of SOWs on social media last night. Same old Wings. We've gotten a fed-up tone on the ticket text today. John, they have one more game before the deadline. They'll play Utah.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think they were beating Carolina last night. I do expect them to beat Utah. They likely will be back in the playoffs on Friday morning. But in terms of the belief, if Yzerman doesn't believe in this team, why should anybody in the fan base? He's got to show that he believes in his team on Friday.
I don't think the result of Thursday night's game has anything to do or impact on whether Steve Yzerman is going to make a trade or not. It's such a small sample size, but it is indicative of where they are right now in regards to they are odd man looking out, looking in.
Mm-hmm.
And they have to find where they were in some of those 7-game streaks that they've had with Tom McClellan. This is tied for the longest streak, and things are about to get tougher. And right now, I mentioned it, my 51 up until yesterday was that I think that they're going to find a way to get in the playoffs. My 51 now is I think they're out. And it's a fine line. I get it. I'm not going to be jumping back and forth, but when you look at the schedule that they have ahead of them, and yeah, Utah, I hate to say must win with so many games left because there's a lot that can happen in a points race. But Utah, Buffalo, their 2 home games that they have in the next week, those are kind of must wins against teams that they should beat because they're on the road at Washington, they're on the road at Ottawa, they're on the road at Carolina, they've got Vegas, again at Washington, at Vegas, at Utah, at Colorado. It's going to be a tough road for here on out.
First of all, don't feel bad if you feel like you're teeter-tottering. I feel like the fan base is teetering with you right now, and we want people to just be honest about how they feel today, about the playoff probability, or whether we're going down this path again where they're going to fall just short. Just be honest with us. What's the pulse of Hockeytown? 248-539-9797. They lose to Utah, I'll probably be right there with you, John. Losing to a good Carolina team, it's not going to flip me one way or another. You know what I mean?
Oh, I understand, but okay, they lose to a good Washington team or an Ottawa team
or Vegas team.
Or Vegas.
Yeah, I know.
Or Washington again or Colorado. But that's my point is are they playing good enough hockey to beat some of these teams where if they played any of those teams last night and you're like, yeah, I kind of expected them to lose. This is their schedule.
The last time they lost 3 in a row, they rattled off 7 in a row the other way. Rasmussen's not done for the season. I think an underrated piece. They're going to need to get back in the fold, but it can't be the whole thing. Throw a little bit of depth at the deadline and help this team out. And then I'll believe in this team.
Okay.
I don't think I'm setting an unrealistic expectation.
So last time they lost 3 in a row, they rattled off 7.
Including wins against Tampa and at Edmonton. So it's not like they just beat up on bad teams in that stretch.
Okay. So their next 7 opponents. I'm going to read them off, as I already have, but I'm going to read them off in sequential order. And I want you to tell me how many points they need out of the 7 games.
Yeah.
Utah.
Yes, win, have to.
At Washington. At Ottawa.
On a back-to-back, they're probably losing, but then they need to beat Ottawa on the wraparound.
Okay, well, let me read these off.
I didn't know you were going to go one at a time. You want to keep notes over here?
No, I wanted to pause for dramatic effect.
Okay.
And then tell me at the end how many points you expect them or need them to have after this. So I'll start over. Utah. Dramatic pause. At Washington. At Ottawa. Buffalo, at Carolina, Vegas, and at Washington.
I wrote down 9 points.
Okay. 9 points in those 7 games. Is that going to be enough on the outside looking in right now to put them back in the mix? Or they're in the mix, but to put them back above the cut line?
I have no way of answering it because there's other teams that
right,
play
no,
here.
I know that.
Does
but
it feel like enough? I don't know. 9 or 10 points I feel like is what they should get in the next 7 games here. You got to survive the whole season, though. I've said this from the beginning. It's going to come down to every single point. Every single point. And it's what makes last night infuriating is I actually think they started out well against Carolina, but Lyon gives up a soft goal, one he's got to make. Your goalie's got to save that. And then he makes a misplay behind the net, and you're down 2-0, and now you're playing Carolina hockey. We're going to bear down on you. They're going to possess the puck, and you're screwed. And they make a tweak. They get Soderblom loose. They score a goal. They give themselves a chance, but you can't dig yourself 2-0 deficits. If you're not happy about the team right now, I totally understand and relate to it. But I don't feel like Columbus was a game they outplayed them in the Stadium Series, right? And I felt like that performance more often than not is going to get the job done. They'll get in by the skin of their teeth. I want a little more reassurance from Yzerman on Friday. I think the fan base is right to ask for that 6 years in. But we look to the fan base, and we look to you guys on the phones, 248-539-9797. Joe in Sterling Heights, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, men. I am pretty disappointed. I'm not going to lie. I was really jacked coming out of that Four Nation face-off. I was hoping to get really good hockey. I actually did the $20 a month for the FanDuel Sports Network because I'm like, hey, I'm all in. I can't wait to see. And almost every single one of these games has been a disappointment. We should have came out of that Four Nation face-off super hot, and I just feel like Larkin has came out and just sputtered. You guys touched on it earlier. You know, he's floundering the last 3 games, and we need him to step up and be our captain. We need him to be our Yzerman and to pull us out of this rut, and I just don't see it happening. I'm with John. I'm at 51% not in the playoffs, man.
And you're right. I mean, they're 2-4 since the break, since the Four Nations playoff.
And one of those wins, they had to come back down 2 goals in the third period. You should get credit for, but it doesn't mean you're playing great hockey if you're putting yourself in that position. Yeah. And the calls for Dylan Larkin to step up, I'll echo them. He got called out by his coach, hasn't responded yet, right? I know he came out and had 5 shots in the first period or 4 shots in the first period in the outdoor game, but we need to see him bury one of these odd man rushes, finish one of these plays, score a big power play goal, get back to doing that more. They're not doing this without Larkin. So when McClellan talked yesterday, he spoke before the game and after the game, and he struck the chord of the cavalry's not coming. And afterwards, he said Santa doesn't always deliver, right? Something like that. And he was emphasizing we've got the guys who we've got. And he's right that the biggest push has to come from Larkin and Raymond and the in-house guys, right? Edvinson and Sider and the goalies. Come on now. Need a little more out of you. He's right that most of it has to come internally. But the idea that Santa's not going to give us anything, we're going to get coal for Christmas?
Well,
I don't like where that's the tone of that either. Though.
Yeah, and I'm not going to go schedule game by game, but it's a tough stretch. It's a tough 7-game stretch here, and it doesn't get any easier after that. That's just as far as I wanted to go. But then you look at the end of the season when if they're just looking for that final point, something that they need to get into the playoffs, they've got 5 of 6 on the road. And one of them is against Montreal, who they're in direct competition with. They're on the road at Florida, Tampa, New Jersey,
playoff
and Toronto.
Teams.
Yeah. So it's not like it gets any easier.
Bill, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, gentlemen. Big fan. First-time caller.
Oh, thank you.
Let us know what you're thinking.
I truly believe ownership does not give Yzerman the tools to finish the job. That's my impressions. Season ticket holder, love going to the games. They just don't give them the tools. You can see this a little bit with the Tigers, same ownership group. They just won't do it. They figure we're making money, don't rock the boat. Fans will still show up. They show flashes of brilliance from here and there with the Red Wings. Pleasantly surprised with the Tigers. Pleasantly surprised. But with the Red Wings, no. They'll fall 1 or 2 points short, and I'm predicting it now, calling it now. That's it. They're done.
Well, then it'll fall at the feet of Yzerman because you waited a game or two or a week or two too long to fire Lalonde. And if you don't make a move at the deadline, did you leave a win or two on the table by not addressing something? When he brings up ownership, look, you want to bring up payroll in baseball. We've done it. You want to bring up the district and promises that haven't been kept. Understood. There's a salary cap in hockey. Yzerman is working with the same amount of money as every other team. I don't believe a deal's getting vetoed on Friday. They have cap space.
Yeah.
I can't imagine ownership's vetoing a move Yzerman wants to make on Friday. I mean, look, if you conspiracy theory it if you want, I don't believe that.
Look, I was talking with Doug out in the bullpen. I mean, he cleared the cap space for a reason, right?
Right.
I think the reason was that if the team was continuing to accelerate, he would have made a big move. That hasn't happened, so he's probably not going to make a big move, and they're going to go into the offseason with some of this cap space.
Can I just, last note on this? Well, we can take more calls on it, but last note for now. Isn't that a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy? If you never add and then you're not good enough to add?
Well, maybe he didn't trust this team, though, because they've done the same thing the last 2 years with pretty much the same guys.
He didn't trust his team?
Yeah.
Okay, we need to start phrasing it as his team. You know what I mean? Like, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you don't build the team up and then they're not good enough to add at the deadline, didn't you create this problem that now you don't have to add because
the leadership in this locker room continues to fall apart this time of year.
Yeah.
That's a fact. Why?
I don't know.
Did anybody respond to Todd McClellan calling him out?
Well, they put damn near 50 shots on net in the outdoor game.
Yeah.
I'm sorry Edvinson didn't swallow the stick that swung at his face. Like, I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah, they got screwed on Saturday. That was a game that, especially you come out with 1 point. To come out with 0, they got screwed that night.
Take some of your thoughts and a revelation. I learned something about John Jansen. It's 97.1.
Hey, a personal injury of any sort is, in fact, personal. Injury attorney David Femininio has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who have been injured. David is also dedicated to ensuring that you get all the medical care that you need and deserve to put your life back together after an accident. You need an attorney that's going to make it personal, and that attorney is David Femininio. So if you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell him to call David Femininio. He's going to answer at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Red Wing head coach Tom McClellan, deadline is Friday. They've lost 3 in a row. We said, just give us where you're at, Hockeytown. Is it panic? Is it dread? Here we go again. Is it anxiety? You're unsure. You're teetering. Will they? Won't they? Are you defiant? They can rally like they have a couple times under McClellan. They will add. They will get healthy. They will play. The first line is going to perk up at some point. How do you feel as a hockey fan today following the loss last night?
And this is on the heels, and the PTSD is real from last year. And we are in that exact same spot. Now, they had a bigger cushion last year that they lost. Not as big of a cushion. In fact, it's gone now. But they're in March. And this is a team that fell apart last year. And the players on the ice that are the ones that should be making the providing the leadership and providing the points are the ones that are coming up short. Now, I know Alex DeBrincat has been on a little bit of a hot streak, but where's Patrick Kane? Where's Dylan Larkin? Where are all these guys that are supposed to be making the difference?
I'll be self-aware and even self-diagnose. I may be in denial. I still think they're getting in. I think they're beating Utah. I think Yzerman's doing something. And I think they're going to get more production out of this first line. I actually think a little bit of a subtlety was the change they made in the third period yesterday. And I'm watching the game with Kelsey, and I'm going, they got to do something on this first line. And then the next shift out, Soderblom's on the top pair. Actually, I noticed it first because Kasper was down on the third line. I'm going, oh, they bumped him off the first line. They got to shake it up, and Soderblom makes a great play. I think McClellan has a couple more of these moves, tinkering with the lines, pushing this thing as far as he can get it. I think they're still going to get in by the skin of their teeth. And maybe that is me in denial. They lose to Utah. They don't do anything at the deadline. I may be there with the mob come next week.
I mean, look, I would side with John that I think right now, if I had to say they're not getting in.
Okay.
I have to see it change this time of year for me. Something's got to change. They've got to do something they haven't done the last 2 years. It's in this team's DNA to blow this thing again.
Yep.
I also think, you just hit me in the head the other day when you went through their problems.
Goalie, 5-on-5, penalty kill.
That's 3 out of 4. The penalty power play is good. And I think the power play's probably been performing at an unsustainable rate. And I also think the book might be out on their power play since the break, since the Four Nations, in terms of teams now know what they're doing. They're going to slow it down is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
To where you were second best power play in the game right now, that might slide down to 5. Well, that's really going to hurt a team that has that list of problems you just listed off. And I was surprised, like you said, maybe I'm living a lie. I was surprised you said 9 points in 7 games.
It probably needs to be 10. I was doing it on the fly, and I had them losing both capital games. They probably need to split in that stretch. It's probably 10.
Need is one thing. Trust or think what they're going to do. I wouldn't pick this team to get more than a point per game right now, the rest of the way. I honestly think that's what I would go with in terms. What's that get them to then?
They're at what, 68?
66 right now.
Yeah.
I mean, I look at tomorrow night, like I think people are looking at this Utah hockey team coming in, they're an expansion team, or they're last year's Coyotes. Well, this group of players lost to the Coyotes twice last year.
Well, that's Ticket Texture says I need to pay more attention to hockey. Utah has a team now? When did this start? Well, that's the painful reminder. They are Arizona, who upended the season a year ago.
You might think whatever you can think whatever you want of them. The bottom line is they're 3 points lower than the Wings. So there's no separation in these teams, and I would call tomorrow night's game maybe slightly the Wings' favor because they're at home.
Point of game gets them to 87.
And are they going to win at Ottawa?
I counted that as one.
As a win?
Yeah, I did.
That's Jim. I'm not trying to be mean.
No, go ahead. Please go ahead.
I think assuming winning at Ottawa is reckless.
So there we go. So they won at Edmonton. Was that reckless? They've beaten Tampa. Like, it's not like this team can't beat good hockey teams.
But right now, this team isn't that team.
Well, next Monday, they might not be that team. We're getting hung up because they lost to Carolina, who's really freaking good. I don't know. Let's get some phone calls in.
But they're playing a lot of really freaking good teams.
But this thing's setting up that he doesn't.
Not one of them.
He doesn't make a move, and you're going to play the best team in hockey on
I told
Friday,
you. Look,
and they truck the Wings 7-2.
Tom, if they don't do anything at the deadline and they lose to Utah, I'll be right there with you. They got to beat Utah. They got to beat Ottawa. They got to beat Buffalo. They got to beat the teams they're supposed to beat on the bubble here, and they have to do something at the deadline.
I think you're going to tomorrow night's game. We need Kelsey to record you.
Oh, God.
Like, finally, if they're losing, acceptance.
Yes.
The stages.
Let's get
go through all stages in 3 periods.
Paul in Chesterfield. You're on 97.1. Oh, not Paul in Chesterfield.
Oh.
John in Detroit. Good morning.
Hey, guys. Sorry to be a dark cloud, but I think this should turn them into sellers. Dylan Larkin has proven he can be elite when surrounded by elite players in the Four Nations. The market's going to be high on him because of what he did. But they've shown they're not going to surround him with elite players, and he can't do it on an island. And maybe he wants to get out of living in the same 10-mile radius he has his whole life. Who knows? But, I mean, they're not going to do it. Let's say they squeeze in the playoffs. They've proven they're not that team. They don't have the horses. I mean, it sounds like the coach is a real horse racing fan from all his analogies, but they're not going to surround Larkin with what he needs to be elite, but he's proven he can be elite when surrounded by those. So ship him out and get something in here because it ain't happening.
It'd be a drastic shift.
Yes.
To trade your captain, your homegrown guy you just gave an 8-year deal to.
Oh, man.
It would signify you don't plan on winning anything for the next couple seasons.
Which I don't think. I don't know where Yzerman is pointing, but I gotta believe if they don't make it this year, it's use that salary cap, and you have to be all in for next year. All of these young players are a year older, and you might even have some guys that you're bringing in as young players that could potentially be major contributors. I don't see it happening this year.
Phone calls, ticket texts, and so much more to wrap up the hour. We'll get to Heather's news. We also got to get into this thing I learned about John Jansen that surprised me. Shouldn't judge a book by its cover.
No, you shouldn't, you judgy individual.
Yeah, guilty. It's 97.1. All right, Heather, let's get to the news.
Yeah, well, day 3 of testimony in the Swan Boat Club crash began this morning. Tuesday was the first full day of testimony, and it was a pretty emotional day at that. Mariah Dodds, the mom of the 2 children who were killed, took the stand. And of course, her testimony left everyone in tears, including the defense attorney and Marcella Chidester, the woman on trial. Today, I know it started earlier this morning. They had a phlebotomist who drew her blood testify. They also had a victim, a child that was injured in the crash, testified, along with another officer, and more throughout the day will continue to happen.
The details of the mom's testimony, even if you weren't there, it'll bring you to tears.
Mm-hmm. Without a doubt. The fact that she was injured herself, didn't remember really what happened, but woke up, and then that's when she was told, oh, by the way, one of your child is injured, 2 of them didn't make it, and you're here in the hospital as well. And it's very, very sad. A chemical leak at Frankenmuth's Splash Village sent 5 people to the hospital on Tuesday. It was a chlorine leak, happened on the Tantrum Twist family raft ride, kind of early afternoon. 5 guests treated at the scene, then transported to the hospital for chemical inhalation. Other people were, I guess, not injured, but reported symptoms as well.
Affected.
Kind of said that they couldn't breathe that well. Authorities believe that the system that feeds chemicals into that particular ride, that raft ride, malfunctioned, leaving a higher concentration than normal. It sounds like everything was addressed. The whole park is going to be up and open today. So that's good. Ohio State and the NHL apparently clashed over the use of the word "the" during the most recent installment of the NHL Stadium Series. It is absurd. Obviously, that series saw the Wings and the Blue Jackets compete in the same building that usually hosts Ohio State football games, right?
Yes.
Well,
in the toilet seat.
Yeah, sure.
That's what, I mean, some people think it looks like a horseshoe, but it looks like more like a toilet seat.
Anyway, the game was a success, I guess not for the Wings, but there was a lot of people there. It was like the second most attended game in the history of the league. And locals saw all their Ohio State signage, the marching band played, all of that. But apparently the school was initially hesitant to let the league refer to the Stadium Series as the Stadium Series in advertising due to the word "the."
The Ohio State University, the Stadium Series. Oh, you bunch of pretentious.
Stupid.
Yeah. So it was the second highest attended NHL game. What's the highest attended NHL game?
Wasn't it the...
Why is John asking?
Big house? Yeah, it was at the Big House, John.
Oh, there's 2 of those, right? Oh, okay. Sorry. It's actually the 3rd highest attended game.
For the NHL?
Yeah.
The NHL's only done 1 at the Big House, I thought. The second time was Comerica.
Oh, no, yeah. So sorry, the other one was not an NHL game. It's the highest attended hockey game. It was Michigan versus Michigan State.
Okay.
1 NHL game.
Okay, there we go.
My bad.
Yep. It's been a tough offseason for Ravens offensive lineman Ben Cleveland. I don't know if you follow his offseason, but he just filed for divorce from his wife, alleging infidelity or adultery. Adultery was the word that was used. And he filed for divorce 16 days after being arrested for drunk driving. As well.
Yeah, nobody really follows his offseason except when it is in the news.
Yes, and it's been in the news. No word on, he didn't go into any of the details of this adultery, but he's going through some things, that's for sure.
What's the difference between adultery and infidelity?
I don't know. That's why I used the word infidelity, but the word adultery was in this.
You made the correction. I was just wondering.
I did.
Is there
because in the court documents on this one, it says
adultery.
Adultery.
Okay.
Yes.
So I switched my word to be correct with the story. Yeah. All right. Did you guys know that urine was used to fertilize back in ancient Rome and China back in the day? Farmers used to use it, apparently.
Okay.
Well, now farmers in Vermont are bringing this practice back to boost harvests and grow crops in a more sustainable way. So there is a neighborhood. There's 250 neighbors that have been collecting their urine to donate to farmers.
Oh.
Yeah. And so far, they've donated a total of 12,000 gallons of pee each year.
That's a lot of pee.
It's a lot of pee. So then from there, after it's collected, it's pasteurized and then it's sprayed on farmland. And scientists are finding that urine can be really helpful, more than double the yield of crops like spinach, kale, things like that, compared to no fertilizer in general.
Doug is eating
pea kale
and pea spinach.
Yes.
What do you think?
Urine infused kale. How's it taste in your smoothie there, Doug?
I mean,
but what do you think? Like manure is fertilizer. What do you like? Shoot, come on. This isn't anything different.
No, it's not. It's just when you think of, it's more the thought of people collecting their pee.
Yes. What's the collection process? Do they store it in a
cup?
jug?
I don't know.
Yeah. He'll fill this jug.
Like drug testing in the NFL?
Yeah.
Or
is there someone there to make sure it's from to?
Yeah.
These are the questions.
Yeah. Lots of questions.
Only that steroid pee makes them grow faster.
It's what plants crave.
Goodness. So apparently there's a new workplace term that's going around. To me, it's really nothing new. The term is new, but the action probably isn't that new. It's called task masking. And it's basically where employees spend a lot of time and effort just trying to look like they're working hard. But in reality, they're probably doing very little at all. So it's going around on TikTok. Like there's tips for task masking, and it's most popular with young Gen Z workers. Things like walking fast with your laptop, like underneath your arm, in your armpit, like look like you're important, look like you have somewhere to go. Yeah, but in all reality, you're just walking around fast. Or typing really loud. Big important things to say.
Yes.
Yeah, things like that. Anyway, I think it's been around for a while, but people are doing it.
It's Heather with the news. We have some
breaking news.
NFL news.
In the NFL, yes.
The Bears have swung a trade for Joe Thuney of the Kansas City Chiefs.
Trying to beef up that offensive line. We saw Jonah Jackson traded to the Bears. Good for them. And now they're adding Joe Thuney.
4th round pick in 2026 for the Pro Bowl guard. Joe Thuney beefs up Chicago's offensive line. I think they gave up a 6th for Jonah.
Yeah. So this, I think, is a good trade. He is a terrific offensive lineman. We saw him in the Super Bowl struggle at left tackle. He's not a tackle. He was playing there due to injury. He is a very good guard. And so going to Chicago, it does improve their offensive line. I said this when Jonah Jackson was here. Not a huge fan. I don't think that's a huge upgrade for him. Glad he's there. And so, pick your defensive lineman. We get to pick on Jonah Jackson, if he's even healthy to play.
Which I know is a big point of contention. Look, they gave up day 3 picks to get starting offensive linemen. Ben Johnson understands what he had in Detroit and how important that's going to be in Chicago. And these contracts are bloated, which is why they were able to get them so cheap. But they can afford a little bloat when you have a rookie quarterback on a rookie deal. Like, all jokes aside, this makes
Jackson's
sense.
contract's not cheap.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But they can afford it because they have a rookie quarterback.
Yes, this is true.
Yeah. There you go. John, I shared a story with you off air, and we can make it a topic on air. But in sharing with you, I learned something about you. We've been doing a show for over a year, and I learned that you like going to a Broadway musical.
I do.
Big, tough, manly John Jansen.
Sitting down, watching people sing.
I went over the weekend to the Fisher Theater and saw Parade. Kelsey loves going to Broadway shows. She's been when she's gone to New York. I have not been to a musical and didn't know how to feel about it. Because in movies, I don't like extended song numbers.
Right. Sound of Music isn't at the top of your movie list. Love the Sound of Music.
I like the dialogue.
Go for the oldest. There's more recent musicals.
Right. Yeah. Sure. High School Musical.
Sure.
Sure.
You and TJ have something in common.
But we watched Wicked when it came out, and I actually thought that was pretty good. And I'm like, I'll keep an open mind. We went on Sunday night. There's no sports going on. She drags me out to the Fisher Theater, and I enjoyed it. And I don't know if this is something that we'll do more often now, but I was surprised how much I enjoyed going and watching the musical.
So we were going to talk about this because it was, hey, what does your significant other ask you to do that you didn't think you'd like? And you ended up liking it.
Yeah.
And then I had the breaking news of I like going to musicals.
Yeah.
I think what they do is the talent that they have and the ability to do it night in, night out is so exceptional. And I love watching people who are very talented, especially at things that I can't do or never hope to do. But whether it's just the performances on stage, and sometimes you go to concerts and you don't hear the same voice that you hear on the radio. And it's kind of like, well, hey, the music is good, and the live music is always good, but you're like, wow, they don't sound very good. When you go to a musical, they all sound terrific. And I'm not going to, I don't know, my ear is not trained enough to say if somebody is on or off. I could see the obvious or hear the obvious, but they are so good at what they do. And it's not only the singers, the actors, and the dialogue that they have, the story that they're telling. It's the fact that the entire environment makes you feel like you're a part of the story. If you're able to sit close enough, the eye contact sometimes that they have kind of draws you in, and it makes you feel like you're actually in the play, or not a part, but you're part of it. But it's also the orchestra. When you hear the live music, it just, to me, is there's a certain trance that you get into, and then they can't be long.
Yeah, this is 2.5 hours. There's an intermission though.
That's what I love about it too. I get a chance to go up, get some popcorn, relieve myself, and then get back at it.
You're immersed, I think, is the word to describe what you're talking about. You get
very good word.
Immersed in the show.
Yes, musical immersion.
You went to a musical when you were playing with Washington, right?
I went to a lot of musicals. Yeah, I went to Miss Saigon, and once I found out I liked them, I would take the train up to New York frequently. There was somebody that I worked with in New York, and they would have access to Broadway tickets and shows, and a lot of them were off Broadway. But I really enjoyed going to those and witnessing those.
Some of these performers are powerhouses.
Oh, they're tremendous,
and they don't flub any lines. They don't miss. I mean, as far as I know, not missing any notes.
Morbidly, I kind of always sit there and kind of hope that maybe somebody would misstep every once in a while. Have a little comedy involved.
Stoney rooting for those figure skaters to just fall.
Not quite as dramatic as that,
okay.
But yes.
But yeah, our question was, and question is, what did your husband or wife or your partner drag you to that you realized, I actually kind of like this? I didn't give it a chance. I needed to be more open-minded. This actually was a good time. Heather, do you have anything like that?
I've been thinking about it, and there is something that I have made Colin do with me that I don't think he ever would have done without me. And it sounds lame, but we haven't done it in a while, but antiquing. I used to be really into, I like to refinish things and repurpose things, and I love old things because they're built differently. They have character, and I like history, so I like imagining what it was used, when it first was. Anyway, I've made him come along with me to different like antique stores or antique festivals, and I mean, there's something about they're calming, they're relaxing, and he's kind of gotten, I wouldn't say into it, but he enjoyed it more than he thought he would, I think.
Yeah. Because it can go the other way. Like I've been watching Severance, and Kelsey's not into Severance, and she described last weekend as a hostage situation as I tried to get her caught up. She's like, I can only do 1 or 2 of these at a time. I'm not binging this show.
Kelsey, you can leave.
That's a different...
You can walk out the door. You can find something better to do. You could even stay in the house and find something better to do. Heck, I think maybe playing with the cat might be better than watching that. I'm not a huge fan of Severance either, as you might have picked up on.
It's a very good show.
You can't watch it with your phone out. You have to pay attention. And I'll even concede this for you and TJ. TJ Lang was complaining about this on Twitter. There is a point where you go, I need a little more. I need a little bit of a hook. But when it kicks in, takes a little longer than you'd like.
Yeah, I don't
it's
have the patience.
Really good.
I don't have the patience to make it that far. When does it kick in?
I'd say end of season 1. And I've really liked season 2.
Oh, see, no, I don't think so. I mean, I maybe not hooked on the first few episodes by any means, but I was hooked before the end of season 1 for sure.
Okay.
I thought TJ had a great descriptor. One of his social media posts was, this is a movie for people who hate their jobs. Because the whole premise is the severance of when you're at work, that's all you could think of. When you're out of work, that's all you could think of.
Yes, that is the premise. But there's like, what are they doing at work? And is this nefarious? And there's suspense and mystery and thrills. You're looking at me like I'm speaking a different language.
Yes.
It's not for you. I understand. What is your partner, your husband, your wife dragged you out to, and you realized, I like this. This is good. I'm surprised. It's 97.1.
Hey, when the NBA game tips off, the NBA action is just beginning, and all the fun that you can have on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel is your home for NBA live betting. So even if you missed the first few minutes of the game or want to bet on the fourth quarter comeback, you can make your picks from the first whistle until the final buzzer. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. And who doesn't love that? Put down a little, win a lot. That's what those same game parlays provide. However you want to play, now is the perfect time to join. New FanDuel customers get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit to join today. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit for your shot at $150 in bonus bets. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. You must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now. Trouble bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
There's a few hockey texts we'll get to, but we asked you guys the stories of your partner dragging you out to something you didn't think you'd like, and you're pleasantly surprised. I went to the Fisher Theater this weekend, saw a musical, like a Broadway-style musical. I liked it. And then I learned John likes a good musical, too.
Oh, yeah. I think they're a great event to go to.
Heather brought up antiquing. She's dragged Colin out antiquing.
I love antiquing. And part of it's the craftsmanship.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, antiques get antiqued for a reason, right? They're old. And we tend to like things that are old. But it's also the environment that you're in. A lot of times it's either a fairground or, sometimes it's an old barn, and it's just the smell that's unique.
What was that show on the History Channel? American Pickers?
Oh,
where they go and find all kinds of treasure buried in someone's old barn or yard or garage or something. Ticket Texter says, my wife bought me tickets to Michael Bublé years ago when he was at the Palace.
Oh.
I didn't want to go and tried to get her to take someone else who would appreciate it more. But I had to admit afterwards, it's a great show. Score 1 for the missus.
I have not seen him in person, but Kelly put on a concert a few years ago of his at the holidays. He's extremely good entertainer. He really is. Kind of like him, Harry Connick Jr. is. Very underrated.
Harry Connick Jr. is a terrific musician.
Yes. Bublé puts on a good show. He seems friendly. He's Canadian. Most Canadians are nice.
Or...
Oh, here we go.
Just kidding.
Tariff Radio 248. What do you make of the 51st? Okay.
Sorry to all our friends north of the border.
Isn't Harry Connick Jr. from near where the Gulf of Mexico or Gulf of America is?
Oh boy, here we go. What else you got? Texter says, I'm a rock and roll guy. My wife likes rap, hip hop, that type of thing. She dragged me to a Bone Thugs and Harmony concert, and I thoroughly enjoyed myself. Great show, Robert and Warren. Wife dragged me into buying a whole new house. I wasn't ready to move, but I'm so glad we did. Nicer neighborhood, better interest rate. Ticket Texter says, if I have to hear this traffic update lady tell me to pack my patience every day for the next 2 years, I'm going to lose it. That was just randomly unsolicited.
Yeah.
We did talk about it earlier. It's a problem.
Yeah, I kind of picked up on that today, too. I was like, all right, we know it's closed. We know there's detours. We know her favorite detour. And we know you need patience.
But it's the first week of it. I don't think she's wrong to hammer it.
It is Wednesday. We've crossed the halfway point. Or we're crossing.
Of the week.
Yeah, I was going to say. It wasn't even blocked on Monday.
Dude, they stopped mentioning construction. They normally don't mention construction in most updates if they've actually got other things to talk about.
Yeah, but when the major construction project that is going to be a 2-year project and the detour is shut down, then it becomes a problem.
True. But the pack the patience part. I think he's right.
No, she's right. She's right, not him. Next week, 6 months from now, we get it. 696 is closed. The first week?
Yeah, September 1st. Pack your patience.
Yeah, we talked about it as a topic, so I can't be mad at her for it. A couple on hockey says, same team, same result. How are they any better than last year? We're getting a lot of that today, John. If Yzerman doesn't make a move and they miss the playoffs, he should be fired. That's Nort in Pinckney.
I'm not going to go that far this year, but I do. We're starting to get a lot more of those text messages, a lot more of those callers, and I think the tide is beginning to turn.
Yzerman, high-end drafts have been successful. First-rounders looked the part. Kasper's 20 years old. I think he's going to turn into a really good player. High-end drafting has provided a foundation, but that's not the whole gig. Troy Weaver hit on a couple high picks. You got to build a team. If they don't make the playoffs this year, and especially if they don't there's not an effort to make the playoffs, I think the seat's hot because it can't just be a collection of young players. You got to build a team. Half the teams make it in the NHL. You got to be one of those teams. The Red Wings are currently in the longest drought in franchise history, longer than the Dead Wings.
Well, there were like 3 teams in the league.
My point is they had an era where they had to give away cars to get people to go to the games,
there were
and we're
teams or 21 teams in the league, whatever it was. Yeah.
And we have a longer drought now.
Yeah.
When are we giving away cars at LCA? I mean, that's where I understand the frustration.
This is it's getting brutal. I mean, it's only a 3-game losing streak, right? We're not that far away from this team having a couple of 7-game win streaks, which is kind of unprecedented. And they were playing great hockey. That Four Nations, face-off thing really couldn't have come at a worse time for the team because they were playing good hockey. I think a couple of their players got banged up in that series, and you're seeing it now where, I mean, Larkin, he doesn't look the same. I don't think it's because he's in a funk. I think he's hurt.
Dinged up. You get 21 games though. I mean, like it's buck up, right? There's the end's not.
Yeah, I mean, he's still playing.
Yeah,
I
know.
Is bucking up, but I mean,
play better, right? I mean, that's.
Well, but you can only play as good as you can play if you're hurt. I mean, I mean, he doesn't have the same speed.
Right.
He's not getting the pucks that he used to get. He doesn't have. I mean, there's something there. So it's a problem. But they did show up in the third period last night, so that gives you a little bit of hope. Can he snap out of it? And, Utah tomorrow night becomes like must win.
Yeah, we had the discussion for chunks of the show today about the mood of Hockey Town. Like, are you panicked? Are you anxious? Are you nervous? Teetering? John officially flipped his 51%.
I don't think they're making it.
Out.
Was John trying to equate it to like musicals where you Les Miserables?
No correlation. It's just some of it's PTSD because they're starting March the same way they started March last year. And I look at their schedule, the remaining schedule, and what did I say? The final 6, 5 of the final 6 are on the road against playoff teams, and their next 7 games it's a brutal roll.
I know, you're saying Mamma Mia, right?
Could be. Here we go again.
Yes.
So you guys got some Wings talk, I'm imagining.
Did you already do that? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
What else should people look forward to?
Lots of Lions stuff. Reading tea leaves, what a move in free agency might be.
Doug's got some info. All right. It's 97.1.
Hello and welcome to this Hump Day edition of the Carson Anderson program. Little rattled as the Red Wings lose again. It is trade deadline collapse 3.0. And look, Gator, you and I think historically have a track record of taking situations like this, situations that look grim, and trying to craft a path to it getting better. Like, how can things get better from here? And sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they've gotten better for the Pistons. They've gotten better for the Lions. Last year, they got better for the Tigers. Is it getting better? Is it getting worse? Or is it flatlining for the Detroit Red Wings? Are they in some sort of weird hockey purgatory where they can't get any better? They're not really getting any worse. They're moving pieces in and out, and they are staying the same. They're staying, it feels like exactly the same. We have seen this script before. Trade deadline slumps that undermine the next move, the next step. And it's happening again.
It is happening again, and it sucks because the fans are the ones that have been through it, the constant. There's some players that have been through it as part of the constant as well. But as Tom McClellan was pointing out after the game last night, when the question was posed to him about this happening again, the same thing happened last year, and his response was predictable. And he has to have this response, and he needs to hammer that home, that, we get to write our own story. Look, we don't have it's not the same team. There are plenty of players that weren't on this team last year that are here now. Lots of, coaches and people they're different people. There's turnover every year. So we're not going to look at this and say, oh, that's here we go again, the same old thing, because it's not. For them, it's not. And I can appreciate how he's going to spin it, but for the fans, it is the same. This is the third year in a row that we're at the trade deadline, and we're seeing a nosedive. Now, it's a modest 3-game losing streak, but it's there, and this team doesn't look good during this 3 games. I mean, I suppose the night game at Columbus,
they look better.
They looked a lot better, and it's unfortunate the way that things, turned out in that, because had they won that game, right? It was a tie game late. We know what happened, the high stick, the whole bit. But if they get the power play that they should have and score a goal and win that game, it's a totally different feel, I would imagine, for the rest of what's to come. One win is a big lift if it happened on Saturday night. And yet I feel like Thursday night, if they win against Utah, I don't know if it'll have the same impact. It'll be I think a huge sense of relief, but I don't know if it'll be some sort of catapult for this team either, which I thought Saturday would have been.
So, I mean, total side note, because you mentioned Saturday and again last night with Larkin. What's a brother got to do to get a high stick penalty in this league?
I don't know, man.
I mean, they've taken 2 high sticks to the face in the last couple of games.
The face.
And haven't gotten a call. I'm not sure they would have done anything with a power play anyway, because Carolina,
that's not looking good either.
Carolina was suffocating last night. Absolutely suffocating. And the Wings, we immediately got pushback, and then we got pushback from Cyclonic Vortex on Twitch. Oh my gosh, it's not Collapse 3.0. The Wings 2 months ago were last place left for dead. This is nothing like the last 2 years. And that part is different. Trade deadline behavior is the same. And I still have, and here's the issue. I still have Yzerman's words from a year ago echoing in my ears.
Yep.
We're not close enough to justify the moves that people want, the giving it gas. And I can understand loving your own prospects. I do understand that. I do understand saying we will rue the day we trade this guy. I'm not going to do that. I'm fully convinced that this guy's going to be a star, and that's fine if that's the way you feel. Like, I have no issue. You drafted the guy, you scouted the guy, and if you're fully convinced that player is going to be a star, then I have no issue with you saying, no, I'm not giving him up, because we will regret that. We might regret it short and long term, but we will regret it. I'm not doing that. The one thing that I feel like that might be going on here with Steve Yzerman, I think he might be valuing future draft picks too much. He might be unwilling to move, because while those are important pieces, you can never know who's going to be on the board when you pick.
Well, what we have here in Detroit, I'll leave Langdon out of it because we really don't know too much about how he operates. But with the other 3 general managers and comparing them to other general managers that we've had in town, these 3 guys are really tight-lipped. So anything that they do say, I don't know if you can trust it if it's said in public with any of these guys, right? So Steve Yzerman doesn't let anybody know what he's thinking.
Doesn't. He's
just like Brad Holmes is going to do what Brad Holmes does, and Scott Harris is notorious for being tight-lipped. So, these guys don't want any leaks. They're not saying anything. It almost feels like Steve Yzerman's in a room by himself. The people he surrounds himself with, the Chris Drapers of the world and all that, they give him information, and then Stevie's like, okay, this is the way I interpret it. This is how it works. I feel like Steve gets the information, shuts the door to his office, and sits by himself and figures out what he's going to do because he doesn't want anybody else to know, the word to get out. So if he's going to say something like, what he said last year is different than this year in that last year, maybe teams, if they were talking about making a trade, teams like, I want Simon Edvinsson or I want Marco Kasper. Okay, and he wasn't going to do that. This year, Edvinsson and Kasper are part of the big team, and they're clearly part of the future. So there's no way that those guys are involved in trade conversations. So maybe this time around, if people are talking about the prospects and they're looking at, okay, hey, what about Nate Danielson? Or what about Brandzik Nygaard? What about those guys or Carter Mays or whatever? Then it becomes something different. And the Red Wings might also they have a big bargaining chip, I think, in a position of strength, although nobody knows yet because they haven't played in the NHL. But they have two outstanding goaltending prospects. Mm-hmm. And Trey Augustine, who's at Michigan State his sophomore year there, and Sebastian Kosa, who's at Grand Rapids. And obviously Grand Rapids is closer to the NHL than playing at Michigan State, but they're both playing awfully well. And, you got two goalies. Do you need to have them both? I'm not saying they're going to trade either one of them at the deadline, but at some point in the future, if you've got two, you've got an opportunity to really upgrade somewhere.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Look, it's, what you're hoping is that your team goes flying up to the trade deadline and justifies a big move. They have now lost 3 in a row. Last year, they lost 7 in a row through the trade deadline. The year before that, they lost the back-to-back game to Ottawa, back-to-back games to Ottawa. Steve Yzerman said at the time, admitted that it didn't help. And here we are, kind of in the same predicament, which based upon previous behaviors, previous quotes, it's the same situation at the trade deadline. Like the one person on Twitch that said it's different because they came roaring back and they've had a better stretch of play over a longer period of time. You can make that case. And if he's gonna give it gas, if he's gonna make a move, that could be it. He could say, look, we're playing big picture here, way better hockey the last 2 months. We got a new coach. We think he's worth the point that we were missing a year ago. But as kept him out of the playoffs.
But as Birchie's column the other day showed, the record last year going into the trade deadline is very similar to the record going into the trade deadline this year.
Yeah.
So as much as I want to, and I do think it's different this year because the coaching change is what sparked the record, the difference there. Mm-hmm. Because they were going nowhere with Newsy. That's the big difference. The Red Wings, though they're out of the playoff picture now, it's the technicality thing. They have the same amount of points as the Rangers, who just leapfrogged them, but it's the wins in regulation that's going to get them. So they're still technically right there. They're not done. They got 21 games left in this season, and yeah, there are teams that are trying to get into the hunt as well that are just a few points or just a point back of where they're at. But they're still there. And I'm encouraged by the third period effort from the team last night. And maybe there was a change made in the game in the third period last night that maybe would be a sign of bigger things to come, literally.
Well, we will get to that. We'll talk more about what Yzerman's looking at. Some new names floated out there by the Birchie Kid in a story he did today on 971theticket.com. We will touch on that. All coming up here on Carson Anderson following another frustrating Red Wing loss last night, this time to the hands of the Carolina Hurricanes. It is Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Reliable service is really tough to find. When you have something that goes wrong in your house, you want to pick up the phone and have somebody come out right away. Unfortunately, that's not typically how it is. Unless you're calling the great folks over at Precision Garage Door. Not only do they answer the phone right away, they're going to come out right away and help you out. Plus, you can schedule an appointment on their website for a time that's going to work for your schedule. You're not just beholden to them. This is how it worked out for me years ago. I had an issue with my garage door and needed some repairs and need a new battery put in.
which is a lot more difficult than you think. It's just like changing a AA battery. I called the guys up. They came out right away and helped me out. Everything worked beautifully, and I couldn't be happier. Jackie and their team, they're just a breeze to work with. They're so professional. And right now, you get a free door opener when you buy any new garage door. This is a $499 value, and its sale ends on March 31st. Plus, if you mention 97 on the ticket, they're going to waive your service fee. That's awesome. They offer the industry's leading warranty, and weekends are available at no extra charge. So give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment.
And then there was pushing and shoving.
A little scrum.
Yeah. Look, I mean, there's so many layers to this Red Wing discussion, particularly the game last night. I think we saw one of the worst shifts of the season when when Edvinsson and Albert Johansson were stuck out there for almost 4.5 minutes. They could not get the puck out of the zone.
I was at the game last night and I looked up at the the TV screens above you, and I could see where the ice time was because FanDuel Sports had the ice time out there. I'm like, okay, they're there for those guys are over 2 minutes. Wow, that's a long time.
They look tired.
I'm sitting next to Birchie, and I said, that's a long time. Birchie's like, yeah, no kidding. A minute later, they're still on the ice. I'm like, dude, they're out there for 3.5 minutes right now. And then it goes north of 4 minutes.
Yeah.
And they were absolutely, positively dead on the ice. After the game, Mo Seider and Elmer Soderblom were speaking with the media, and somebody asked Mo Seider about what's it like to be on the ice in a situation like that where you can't get off the ice and you're just dead. And Seider had a great line about, at that point you're just breathing through your eyelids, trying to maintain focus and have an opportunity to get off.
Yeah, it was rough. Let's go to Steve in Detroit. You're on 97 to take it. Hi, Steve.
Yeah, somebody asked Mo Seider about what's it like to be on.
Okay, you got to keep your radio down. Look, this is not a new thing. I hope people always remember to turn your radio down. It helps a lot. Let's go to Ticket Text. Burn those uniforms. Hashtag Let's Go Red Wings. It's from an unnamed texter.
Still like them.
If the Wings aren't going to make any moves, bring Kosa up. Team needs a spark.
Well, here's the thing. If you get to the trade deadline on Friday, and let's say the Wings lose on Thursday night and they don't make a move on Friday, you could see players being brought up. You could see, after Grand Rapids season or whatever, or just to get, hey, we'll give you a couple games here, and if Grand Rapids makes the playoffs, and you can see a lot of moves made that are showing that, okay, we're looking to the future. I want to see Kosa just because I want to see Kosa.
I know. It's like wanting to see a trade just to see a trade, but sometimes something needs a spark. And I know, God, I love that they love the room. I love that they have chemistry. But
do they have it with the goalies?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it seems to be. It seems to be everybody talks about how great the room is, but that's not. If it's not helping take you to the next level, what's the kickstart? Is it a goalie? Is it a personality? Is it a
line change?
Well, that's.
So when I said maybe bigger things are coming, it's because you got a big 6'8" forward, Elmer Soderblom, who does not look like he's 6'8" when he skates. That goal he scored last night was fantastic.
Sure was.
The way he was able to just slam on the brakes and pivot to his side and snipe it in the top corner was a beautiful goal. This guy he's got all types of talent, and he was rewarded last night. They started playing him on the top line in the third period, and McClellan seemed to indicate that this could be something they're gonna do because he did not look out of place, and that big man has he's got hands to play this game.
Cooper writes in, our goalies suck. Letting in 4 goals a game on average is not good enough. They need to bring up Kosa. He won his first game when he came up. He's mentally ready. If they have any chance to get in the playoffs, they need a spark. I think truly Kosa is the answer. What's the worst that can happen? The way they're going, they're screwed. I just don't get it.
I don't mind if they do that and with the whole spark thing that everybody's talking about. Mm-hmm. But one thing that you get, it's not just the spark of having the goaltender out there. It's the way the team plays in front of the goaltender. When you get somebody making their debut, it feels like everybody says, all right, guys, we got to take care of this guy. Yeah. And they seem to play better defensively in front of them, and the forwards have more spirit in them to score some goals. I don't know. It's not always the case, clearly. But Chicago, they had their debut with their goaltender the other night, and they get a 5-1 win, and they're all happy and thrilled about that. It feels like it's been a minute since we've had a debut of a new player here like that.
Here's a big one from an unnamed texter. If the Wings don't make the playoffs, it's time to trade Larkin. He's been invisible since the Four Nations. If he wasn't a hometown boy, he'd be gone. I don't agree with the last sentence. I don't think that has anything to do with it. I don't think the organization particularly cares about that stuff. You shouldn't care about that stuff. Post Four Nations Yzerman.
Larkin.
I'm sorry, Larkin. My apologies. My post Four Nations Larkin is just the opposite of what I thought post Four Nations Larkin would be. And he had the puck on his tape a couple times, a chance to score huge goals last night, and he didn't. And none of these were like grade A scoring chances, but he got called out by his coach. There have been more shots since he got called out by his coach, but the results haven't been there. It's disappointing. And look, I'm not burying Dylan Larkin. I'm sure Larkin's frustrated himself that he hasn't been able to make a bigger impact.
I don't think he's well.
You think he's hurt?
I think he's hurt. That's my opinion. I'm not saying that. That's what I'm reporting. That's not it. It's my opinion. He looks different, and I don't. There shouldn't be a funk coming off of that tournament. Why would there be a funk coming off the tournament? Now you're ready to make this playoff push. It's not about being in a funk. I think it's about not being anywhere near 100%. And of course, nobody's near 100% at this time of the year. And you deal with it, and he's dealing with it. Like, he still played, 17 minutes last night or whatever it was. 17:03 last night. But he wasn't the top forward in minutes played. There is something going on there. DeBrincat and Kane are getting more. DeBrincat and Kane had 19, almost 20 minutes each.
So here's the thing about like Yzerman and what the next movie makes is we just saw a Tiger team. They moved on from a GM. That GM wasn't perfect. That GM had flaws. That GM drafted very well, and his guys are here helping the Tigers win. We just saw a Piston team who moved off the GM. The GM had flaws. But that GM drafted very well, populated the roster, and now they're winning with his guys. And now we have Yzerman, who we are waiting for Pellica. We are waiting for Carter Mazur. We're waiting for Kosa. The question is, where's his Malik Beasley? Yeah. Where's his Jack Flaherty? Right? I mean, they've done some things. Patrick Kane has been a nice acquisition. They moved some pieces, or DeBrincat has done some good things for them. But it's...
Comp and Comfort been okay.
Yeah, I mean, there's...
Tarasenko is not.
No.
And, and here's another thing, more evidence is why I think that Dylan Larkin's hurt. Tarasenko played 2 full minutes more than Dylan Larkin last night.
Larkin got a lot of ice time, it felt like, later in that game as it went on, but you might be right. 248-539-9797. More your phone calls and feedback coming up. Also, Gator, I'm going to predict a Detroit Lions move based upon their previous behavior. And I found the draft candidate that I think they're going to have a draft crush on. The question is, will he be on the board when they pick? All that coming up at 11 here on Karsch and Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Birchie Kid wrote about some other names that the Red Wings could be going after. You can read the whole story at 971theticket.com. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. It's going to get up to 52 degrees today. It continues to be 100% gray out there. It is gray.
We going to get white guy in tank top today?
It's going to rain.
He's aggressive, though.
That's
He
true.
is aggressive.
Yep.
White guy with an umbrella? Get that?
In shorts?
Yeah.
White guy in shorts with umbrella.
That I can see.
That's going to happen.
Snow is melting all over Metro Detroit. And
isn't it beautiful?
I'm
reveals all those gorgeous potholes.
Gray and brown and darker gray, graphite. The graphite's the road.
Gray is the worst weather period. Just gray. It's just gray. But as the snow melts, Gator, you found something in your lawn.
I did.
I find this hysterical. So the snow melts, meaning something was left in your lawn and it got snowed over.
That's right.
Does it belong to you?
No.
Front yard or backyard or side lawn?
Front side.
Front side? Snow melts, and what did you find in your yard?
A rake.
A rake.
Because I had to take the dog out on a business trip this morning because it was too wet in my backyard to let her run around. Yeah. So went out the front, down to the side, and I'm like, what is that? It's just this rake lying on the ground. And I know it's not my neighbor's rake. I know it's not my rake. So it has to be, when they did the fall cleanup with the landscapers, that they just left it there, forgot about it.
So you got yourself an extra rake?
I've got a rake.
So those are used for moving leaves.
Yes.
And things of that nature.
Yes.
Yeah. So rake, are you going to call your landscapers, or is the rake now yours?
Well, yeah, I have to pay my landscapers for the last thing they did here, so I'll include that in the
Let them
text
know.
message. Hey,
you want this rake back?
You guys may want to check this out.
Yeah.
It's not the first time that I've seen things that the landscapers have left.
Is that right?
Yeah, it's okay.
Would they leave like a mower?
No, nothing good like that. But I've seen like gloves or
beer.
No beer. No, I'll give them beer occasionally, but they don't bring it themselves now.
Vapes?
I hope not.
I don't know, man. I don't know what your landscapers do.
They work really hard
and leave rakes.
And leave rakes,
unfortunately.
Boots. Is there a random pair of boots?
Well, okay. So the funny thing is, like, if they work in the backyard, a couple times a year, I have like this massive cleaning with weeding and all types of stuff, and trimming trees and stuff. And so it's like a couple-day project. And they know that they have to leave the gate shut and closed in the backyard because of the dog. So even if they're working there, because I'll come out and I'll say, hey, is it cool if I let the dog run around? They're like, yeah, not a problem. Look over, make sure the gate's shut. And then but I also say to them, if you're going to leave your gloves off, understand the dog may grab a glove and it's not going to be easy to get it back because she's going to try to play with the glove and get you to play with her. So, and they just kind of laugh it off.
Yeah.
But, so no, if there was a boot left, that boot would be gone. Dog would take it.
Probably. All right. So the Birch Kid did a story on our website, 971theticket.com, and we were perusing it today. And he wrote, the Red Wings have cap space and the motivation as a team trying to snap an 8-year playoff drought to upgrade their roster at the deadline. The question is whether Yzerman has interest in paying the price for what the Wings might desire as he keeps at least one eye on the future in Detroit. I mean, that's exactly what we are hearing, right? I mean, and what everybody's reporting. This is clearly the deal, is that Yzerman does not want to give up his assets in the organization already. I beg of him to consider giving up future assets because they are such unknowns. No matter how much you value first, second, third round picks, and it's always, you just don't know how the board is going to fall. And it feels like a team that's so, it's I don't know if desperate is the word, but an injection of life. Something needs to get rattled here a little bit to try and get them back on track. But so there are some names here. If they're looking for a two-way center to help replace Andrew Kopp, Yanni Gourde of the Kraken is a player Yzerman knows well from his time with the Lightning. Makes some sense. If they're eyeing a proven defenseman to stabilize the blue line, Jamie Oleksiak of the Kraken, Brian Dumoulin of the Ducks, and Matt Grzelcyk of the Penguins could be fits. Detroit would love Oleksiak. He is 6'7".
Big fella.
Detroit will love that. I believe Alexiak and Dumoulin are rentals. Grzelcyk has term a couple years. I might be wrong on that.
I think it was Alexiak
Alexiak has term?
I think he's got term left. And
yes, I'm sorry. He does. He's 4.6 this year, where they could easily fit under the cap, and 4.6 next year.
6'7", 250, left-handed shooting defenseman. He's 32 years old, just turned 32 in December. And yeah, he's a big individual, blocks a lot of shots. He's already got 125 blocks this year. He had 177 last year. He's changed his game around. That's a big part of his game. It didn't used to be. But the last 3 years, he's had over 100 blocks in each of the last 3 years. Prior to that, his high was 86. So he's changed up to be that kind of player. He's also a guy that has been a hitter in the past. Not as much of a hitter this year, but has been in the previous 5 years, were well over 100 hits a season. So, I mean, by the numbers, I like it. By the size, I like it. Does he fit? Who knows? And I don't know what the price would be for a guy that's got at least another year on it.
Well, given where the Kraken are in the playoff picture, they can be motivated to move a player. And probably wouldn't need that much
That's a veteran,
coaxing.
so,
yeah, they wouldn't need that much coaxing to move on from that player if they wanted to get younger. Dumoulin or the Ducks, again, that's a team that probably is motivated to make a move. Same thing with Grzelcyk of the Penguins. It's frustrating. It's really, really frustrating. Feedback coming in from an unnamed texter. I don't think Yzerman cares what the fans want. He is patient. He's going to wait until all his draft picks are on the roster. Danielson, Mazur, Kosa, Pelika, etc. That brings us back to what we said about previous GMs and these guys who drafted well, and now that their players are here, Tigers, Pistons, those guys are helping them win. But what ultimately doomed those two GMs, I'm talking about Avila and Troy Weaver, was their moves at the highest level. The trades that Avila made, the free agents that Weaver signed. And I don't know that the same can be 100% applied to Yzerman, but, if there's somebody that's going to get a little patience, a little more patience, it's the captain. It's the Red Wing legend. But, God, it's frustrating to be having a losing streak right before the trade deadline again.
Yep. 3 years in a row. It's brutal. It's brutal because there was so much promise going into the Four Nations face-off, and out of that, it's just been kind of dead. Remember, they lost the last game going into it. Then you have the week off. It was like 9 days off, whatever it was, and then you come back and you lose 3 out of 4 since you come back. It's not the way that anybody expected this. But again, I'm going to try to be encouraged by what I saw in the third period. And is this going to spark? Are we going to see Soderblom play on the top line more than previously? Obviously, he got in there last night in the top line of the third period, and he did not look out of place. I wanted him on the ice as much as possible. He's hard to miss. And he's got hands, and he's got moves.
I need to remind myself of something that I say all the time, and I believe it, is when you're on a losing streak, it feels like you're never going to win again. And they're obviously going to win again, and they can get hot really quickly. It's just when you're in this moment of time, it's hard to imagine, especially when they just got suffocated last night. Like, they couldn't get the puck out of their own zone. There was nowhere to skate. The forecheck of Carolina was relentless.
You'd also feel a lot worse if they had gotten within a couple points of the playoff spot and then they started to take the nosedive. They were in the playoff spot. So now that they've lost a few games in a row, they're still right there in the thick of it, even though they've got this modest 3-game losing streak. But I feel better than I did, if that makes any sense. Than
well, here's what I think we
previously.
could do, though. I think what we could do is go back, pull an entire segment from the Carson Anderson program from March of 2024 and replay it, and no one would know the difference. That's the frustrating part of this, is they're supposed to be taking steps forward. And, we always talk about crafting a way for it to get better. They need their best players to start putting the puck in the net. Alex Lyon made some big saves last night. Also a misplay on a bouncing puck that didn't help. Their margin for error is too thin to give away goals. And unfortunately, it happened last night. 248-539-9797. All right, coming up, Got some Lions previews. I think I have found the perfect Lions player in the draft. The guy that I think they would absolutely covet and go after. If he's still on the board, I think they take him. Additionally, free agency starts on Monday. Gator, based upon their previous behaviors, I'm going to make a prediction over who a player they're going to go get. Again, we'll get to all that, starting some Lions discussion right after the update at 11 o'clock. 248-539-9797. Pistons in action tonight. Do we expect them to continue to win? The answer, of course, is yes. We'll give you the reasons why at 10:46 rather, here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, Twin Peaks fans, it's hump day, and you know what that means. Bourbon and Brews back at Twin Peaks. Every Wednesday, your favorite Twin Peaks girls dressed to impress in their finest black lingerie, serving up samples of special bourbons and beers. Get there between 5 and 7 for sampling opportunity of those high-end bourbons and whiskeys and some of their famous craft cocktails. Enjoy them with the beer of the month, Blue Moon. What's better? Well, it's done and served up by the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. You got the awesome drinks. You pair that with some of their scratch-made food. As far as restaurants go, their food can compete with just about anyone. Hand-cut New York strips, house-smoked ribs, and brisket, and the best wings in the state. Have you had their wings? They are hand-cut and battered to order. All their boneless wings, their smoked wings, their naked and breaded wings, enough to tackle any appetite, the biggest ones you've seen. And you know what pairs well with wings? All your favorite sports action. Twin Peaks should be your destination for sports all season long. They deliver the best game day audio apart from actually being at the game. Game audio on 50-plus TVs and the best food and drinks in the state. Ask your Twin Peaks girls for awesome drink specials during each and every football game. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 on the ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Some venting this morning after another frustrating Detroit Red Wing loss. Is this trade deadline collapse version 3.0? The 2025 edition? Well, this is the third straight year we've gotten to the trade deadline, and they haven't exactly... They've kind of undermined their own motivation for making a move. It doesn't mean you overreact to short-term results, but it's so weird that it's happening again.
Yeah, well, last year they weren't as bad as they were this year out of the gate.
Yeah.
So everything they've done this year has been since the coaching change. So, like last year at this point, they had a better record, but they were starting the nosedive. Like they had a 6-game win streak, and then they started the 7-game losing streak.
Yep.
And losing 8 out of 9 and finding yourself out of the playoffs and then really scrambling at the end and missing out on a technicality. So, again, I go back to I like this team better this year than the team that was there last year. And the number one reason is the coach, because they played better under this coach. Can they get right back and start winning again? They can. They can. But the best players have to be their best players.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. All right, some basketball stuff. As we mentioned before the break, Pistons back in action tonight, taking on the Clippers in L.A., 10 o'clock start. Which is rough. But the Pistons, for the fans, I guess, anybody that's got to get up in the morning, Clippers played last night. I don't know how many people saw this game. They were up 95-72. They were up by 23 points with 1:30 to go in the third quarter and gave up a 47-22 run to lose to Phoenix in Phoenix. So it's back-to-back for the Clippers, and they're coming off a demoralizing loss in a game that they pretty much led the entire way. And they fly back to L.A. to take on the Pistons tonight. I got to tell you, my dollar will be on Detroit. My dollar will go on the Detroit Pistons, our 4.5-point favorite. But that is going to be a weary L.A. Clipper group after blowing a 23-point lead late in that game.
They'll also be a surly group.
Yeah, they will be. They will be. But Pistons with a day off after the win in Utah, very impressive win in Utah. And we will find out if Isaiah Stewart's back from the back injury. Did Tobias Harris, is he still out? The personal reasons?
I believe he's still out.
He's still out. Okay, yeah. Meantime, some power rankings have come out.
Oh, power rankings.
Power rankings.
Love the power rankings.
Now, the power rankings, they are what they are. This is a snapshot in time, what people think of your team at this moment of time. Where do they rank in the league? Do you think that the Detroit Pistons have cracked the top 10 in the NBA? You and Kang, I ask you, have they cracked the top 10 in the NBA?
I think they're right at 10.
I'll say no.
Well, gentlemen, you're both right. ESPN has the Pistons right at 10. The Athletic has the Pistons at 11. So they've cracked the top 10 with one. ESPN says after the Pistons pushed their winning streak to 8 games with perhaps their most impressive performance of the season, a 20-point blowout of the defending champion Celtics. They suffered their first loss since the trade deadline at home Friday against Denver. Detroit shook that off to blow out a pair of lottery-bound teams staying in the middle of a 3-way competition for the 4th seed in the East and home court advantage in the first round of the playoffs. ESPN has them ahead of the Indiana Pacers, but behind the Milwaukee Bucks. Those are your 3 teams in that battle that they mentioned. So 10th there. 11th according to the Athletic, which no, I can't. I got to log into the damn Athletic page. But yes, I know that they rank 11th. What do you think of where they are right here, right now?
I mean, look, that's the definition of the power ranking. It's if the season ended today, how is the team playing? And this team is playing really well. So with that winning percentage of whatever it is, it's 677 over the last 30 games or whatever it is. Yeah, it makes sense. They played awfully well. So does that fall in the top 10? You betcha it does. Now, does that mean that they're going to be advancing through the playoffs and you go to chalk with that? No. But I love how this team is playing. It's been a consistent effort. It feels like it's been a while since we've seen this team just get totally outclassed. I mean, maybe it happened against Denver a little bit.
A little bit.
But the fact that just prior to that, they had blown out the Celtics by 20. They responded to losing to Denver by blowing out Brooklyn, clowning on them to make it look like it was just a scrimmage. And we'll see how they do tonight as they begin this road trip. But I like how this team is playing basketball, and it's given the city some hope where this team's at. And it maybe when they return home, if it's a good road trip, that we'll start to see even more people at LCA for the Pistons.
They're top 10 in actually attendance in the league, so they actually draw pretty well. And they're going to draw even more if they continue winning. I don't care. Like, I hate power rankings for a couple reasons. I'm sure you guys do too. But one of them is I don't care about the West. I care about the East. You know, well, where's my team and where do they rank with those guys? Because you don't have to beat everyone in the West. You just got, if you ultimately make it to the finals, you just got to beat one of them. So do I think the Pistons can beat the Knicks, Bucks, Pacers, Heat, Magic? Yeah, I do. I mean, Celtics, Cavs, probably not. I'd probably pick the Knicks in a 7-game series, but I think they'd give them a tough run. So as far as power rankings, yeah, 10, 11, that's fine. But where do they rank in the East?
Okay, well, it was funny because I mentioned those. Obviously, they're behind the Celtics and the Cavs and the Knicks. The next tier of teams, according to ESPN, it goes Milwaukee, Detroit, Indiana. According to The Athletic, it goes Milwaukee, Indiana, Detroit. The difference, they've got Indiana. The Athletic has Indiana at 10 and Detroit at 11. Here's what they write about the Pistons. Break up the Pistons. Detroit capped its dominant win streak by destroying the defending champs at LCA. Oh, did they destroy the Celtics? I actually don't know if I'd call that a destroying. I know it was a 20-point game, but with Boston, it feels like they're two possessions away.
That sounds like a destruction to me.
Yeah, but the way the game went, it didn't feel like that.
They won by 20.
Fine. Then they went right back to spanking foes. And then went right back to spanking foes following a night off defensively against the Nuggets. J.B. Bickerstaff earned East Coach of the Month honors, and though the Pistons have already lost the regular season series against the Pacers, they can still set themselves up to potentially steal home court from the Bucks in April. Detroit has a rather comfortable lead on the 6th seed in the East. So there you go. And in fact, the Athletic put it in tiers of like championship contenders. They put Detroit in the 2nd tier, which kind of surprised me. They're the last team in the 2nd tier, but they are in the 2nd tier.
How many teams are ahead of them in the Eastern Conference? Is it just Boston and Cleveland?
Yeah, Boston, Cleveland at the top. New York is 3rd. And then depending on which one, it's the Athletic has it Milwaukee, Indiana, Detroit as the 6th team. And ESPN has it Milwaukee, Detroit, Indiana. They got Indiana behind them. Look, I think we're ready for a Detroit-Indiana series. Like, I hope the Pistons get the home court and get Indiana, because that's bad blood. That's great theater. That is when everything is, times 2 in the postseason. That could be the injection of life that, especially if they win a series like that, that will carry into the offseason and carry into next year. Where when the Pistons season starts, there'll be buzz in this town. There'll be excitement for them. Kind of the way it feels like if they weren't so rattled by injuries, the Tigers would be. Like, the Tigers' injuries are becoming a major concern again, but I still think there's probably more enthusiasm for the Tigers' start of the Tiger season than there's been in years. It's not what it could be, because I think the hardcores understand these injuries have their they're going to have an effect on what we see on opening day.
But coming off of an improbable finish to that season, getting to the playoffs, and then hammering Houston, knocking them out, and then going to the limit against Cleveland was pretty great. So there's reason to be excited about that, and there's all types of competition with the Tigers right now.
Yeah. So Pistons in action tonight, playing in L.A. against the Clippers in a game you'll hear here on 97.1 The Ticket. College basketball, Michigan back in action tonight. Need to beat Maryland to try and set up that showdown, the season ender at the Breslin Center. Purdue blew out Rutgers on Peacock last night out of the Big Ten. Oregon fell behind Indiana. This game was funny. Fell behind Indiana 64-63. Trey Galloway hits a 3 with under 2 minutes to go. Indiana's up 64-63. Oregon scores the last 10 points and wins going away. And Ohio State, Nebraska, I don't know how many people watch this game. They go 2 overtimes. Final score, 116-114 in college basketball. Following 2 overtimes. And Texas A&M took care of number 1 Auburn.
Who won that game?
Ohio State.
Look at that.
Yeah, Ohio State won 116-114. And Texas A&M took care of number 1 Auburn last night. Kind of jumped out to a 10-point lead, never looked back. Auburn looked discombobulated. But big one tonight for the Wolverines. They're playing a very good Maryland team, and they need to get back on track. They are like the Red Wings. They're in a stretch of play where it feels like they're not. It's been the last 7 halves for Michigan. They've played one good half. One good half. It's time for them to right the ship.
Well, if they want to have a chance at the Big Ten championship, they got to win tonight.
248-539-9797. All right, let's get to some Lions talk. I found the draft prospect I suspect they have a crush on. We'll get to that at 11:02 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. After some interesting comments by former Detroit OC Ben Johnson last month, saying that he's never had a quarterback that could really extend the play before like Caleb Williams, Alliance star Amon-Ra St. Brown was trying to figure out if what he said was throwing shade at Jared Goff or not. Yeah, from him and his brother's podcast. They also had Big Sean on the show, so they got that going for them. Speaking of the Bears, they're continuing to beef up their protection for Caleb Williams, trading for 4-time All-Pro guard Joe Thuney from Kansas City. They brought in former Lion Jonah Jackson for a 4th-round pick as well. It'll be the former home of the Fab Five versus the Crab Five, as they call themselves tonight. Number 13, Maryland, comes to Ann Arbor, and Michigan needs a bounce back after a 20-point loss over the weekend. The Wolverines need to keep pace with MSU as well if they want a shot at that Big Ten title. It'll be a 6 o'clock pregame over on WWJ tonight with Brian Bush on the call. And in their last 11 games, the Pistons have the top defensive rating in the NBA. They've won 10 of those. They'll test it against the Clippers late tonight. No Tobias Harris again. Beef Stew will probably be back, and the game will not be done until after midnight. A 10:30 start with Mark Champion's call right here on 97.1. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, Doug. One of the things that you and I love, but I think you love even more than I do.
Depth charts?
Not depth charts.
Artist renderings.
There you go.
Okay.
Have you seen the latest from a group that's pushing to bring a Major League Baseball team to Portland?
Dude. Whoever did that artist rendering of that stadium, they went over the top. I mean, this is better.
The best looking stadium I've ever seen.
Yeah, this is better than Northwestern's football stadium, which I thought had set the standard with the artist renderings of that, which included, juggling clowns and bales of hay with people playing ukuleles outside the stadium, a little ice rink outside the stadium, small concert venue outside the kids with cotton candy, miniature roller coaster. The artist rendering of the outside of Northwestern's new football stadium was sort of a standard setter. But I saw the artist renderings of the Portland baseball stadium. Right there
Portland
on the
Diamond Project.
Right there on the water.
Right on the waterfront.
It's ridiculous.
It looks incredible.
Mm-hmm.
And of course it won't happen.
No.
And now they got a shot of the people hanging out in the concourse and walking in, and of course there's wheelchair accessible. You see somebody in a wheelchair. You see somebody pushing a bicycle. You got people with backpacks and
There's
bags.
a helicopter pad over there.
There's multiple people on wheelchairs.
Nothing overpromises and underdelivers like artist renderings.
You're correct, and I've started to realize that. I started to realize that it's they probably do more harm than good. People get upset because when something new gets built, it doesn't look quite as magical as the artist rendering, which makes something look like Disney. And it turns out it's just a stadium, a really nice stadium. But because it didn't look like Disney, people aren't happy with the really nice stadium. Or remember the Detroit sign where they just put the letters Detroit and it gets compared to the Hollywood sign?
Right.
We have no hills, people.
Yeah, and
Detroit.
People like this Detroit sign, which is just this tad little bit of flair on an otherwise drab section of 94. It did no harm.
Right, let's
but
get
people were like, this looks nothing like the Hollywood sign.
The lit up winged wheel on the top of LCA, which by the way,
that's not there.
No, but they do have LEDs on the top that had changed for when I was there for the Piston game. You could see the different colors for that. It was kind of cool.
Now that's totally different than Hockey Village and what was overpromised and underdelivered there. But I've started to realize artist renderings might not be altogether. They create initial excitement, but then it's a classic overpromise underdeliver.
So I found something in this artist rendering that I think is hysterical that they included, but it just goes to show that the lengths of the detail that they want to bring you.
Yep.
In the sky.
Yes! I was looking at the same thing.
In the sky, you see a formation of birds flying away.
I thought the same thing, Gator. I'm like, even the birds got to see the stadium. Right. It's so damn beautiful.
Incredible.
The Old English P is on everyone's back.
Right, exactly, for Portland. It looks great. And I want them to get this stadium. I want Portland to get the team now. Build this thing.
Mm-hmm.
There's like 14 bridges to this thing. Like, how many?
Everywhere, right?
There's a place to park your bike and your kayak.
The birds.
The birds.
Birds is hysterical.
You got to check this out.
Yeah. Yep.
Offices on the other side of it that
Dude, are there stands on one of the bridges? It looks like there's a bridge, like a bridge where they've built stands on the side of the bridge. Like, this is the most creative artist rendering ever. Am I wrong?
I don't think you're wrong.
Yeah. Down the right field line, stands on the side, like interstate. They're incorporated onto this bridge that goes over the river. Wild.
Well, if they don't do this, they failed.
Yeah.
They've got a walkway unnecessarily over water, I think, too. Like at some point, just cause.
Yeah, the kayakers there waiting to get a home run and hit into the water there. Yeah. Oh, it just looks amazing. Yes, I want this.
You can check it out at DunganGator971. It has been it's been retweeted from our account at DunganGator971. Yes, birds, formations of birds, and stands on a freeway.
Because it's opening day, they got the opening day fireworks in the middle of the day.
Yes, and they're showing up, and like they've
right, yeah. You can see them just like it's at night. Yeah. That's how it works with fireworks.
It looks like there's some sort of glass housing over the entire infield.
Oh, that looks amazing.
Yeah,
that's part retail, part commercial, part residential, part.
Yep,
100% awesome.
They are really leaning into the wheelchair accessibility of this stadium.
Are they?
Every shot I see, there is at least one person in a wheelchair.
Very handicap friendly.
Very handicap friendly.
Very.
Well, that's good.
Ramps everywhere.
Everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Elevators.
Suspension bridges. Kayaks. I mean, look, it's Portland.
Tons of walkways. This is just.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the walkways, the what's the one at the Grand Canyon where you can walk out over the canyon with the glass floor?
All right. The people are afraid to walk out there.
Yeah. They have one of those that goes out from the stadium over the river and back to the stadium.
It's amazing.
Because?
Yes. Why not?
Why not?
It'd be awesome to walk there and see that. Yes.
Nope.
Did you see the kayak with the sign that says PDX opening day in the middle of the water?
Yeah, there's like a barge out there. Yeah. All types of boats. You got Boston whalers, kayaks. There's a barge. There's speedboats.
Who's funding this? Marty Bird and Wendy?
We can put a suspension bridge overlooking the sound, right, Wendy? We can make that happen. Yeah.
This is the new standard bearer for artist renderings.
Yeah, anything less is a failure. Abject failure.
Okay, there's a website here. I just looked at the tweet. I never followed the website. Oh, there's more renderings.
Your move, Vegas.
Yeah. Oh, here's a PDX opening day on the scoreboard. Massive flag in center field, and they've got the flyover. They've got planes in a flyover.
Beautiful.
Every detail, my friend. Every detail. Wow, this is really, really. There's a lot of retail space. People are going to live there. Is that it?
I'd live there.
Dude, there is a gondola that goes from like some mountaintop down to the stadium. Like one of those ski lift things, a gondola thing. Goes from the top of the hill down to the stadium.
Where are you seeing this?
I followed the website to the Portland Diamond Project. It's amazing. Ooh, train station. There's a train station here. This place is perfect.
Train station.
I'm going to move to Portland. All right. So we got sidetracked there a little bit.
What? But no.
Yeah.
We love the artist rendering.
We do.
It's the best in all of us.
It creates a magical, unrealistic world that we all dream of living in.
But I want to live in that world. Remember when what was the movie that came Avatar?
Yeah.
And people were like, "Oh, I want to live in that world."
Yeah.
And people were crying when they left the theater because it was just such a magical place. That's where I want to be. I want to be there. And remember we made fun of that? Like, what would you people get a grip? It's a movie. It's not like an artist rendering. I want to live in this world though. Dude, I may move to Portland.
This artist rendering is legit. Absolutely legit. There is no gondola at Comerica Park.
Yet.
There's no gondola.
Yeah. Look, this doesn't give Chris Ilitch the incentive to build on the waterfront. I don't know what will.
Sure.
Scrap this stadium you built 25 years ago. Go to the waterfront.
All right. Sorry. We got totally sidetracked. I will predict Lions draft crush, free agent move. Coming up today at 1:16 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Detroit. You want a golf course quality lawn? It's easier and more affordable than you think with TruGreen. As the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, TruGreen brings pro-level expertise straight to your yard so your lawn can look like a fairway. Sign up by March 10th and get one free application. Plus, with their price match guarantee, you know you're getting the best value. And if you're not satisfied, TruGreen will revisit your lawn between scheduled visits to make it right. It's all part of the promise to you. Don't wait. Visit TruGreen.com today to get a free application. Offer ends March 10th. Restrictions apply. All right, all kinds of discombobulation here at the Carson Anderson program. Let's get to the Lions stuff right now. If you do want to see the artist rendering, check it out on our Twitter page, @DuncanGator971. Okay, do you want to start with the draft crush or the free agent that I think they're going to go after?
Start with the free agent.
Free agent, all right. So yesterday we kind of got into a conversation, and we do this with just about everything that happens in the National Football League, and that is how does it impact us? So when Devontae Adams, when word came out that he would be released, Does it impact us? Probably not as far as a receiver signing here in Detroit, unless he, for some reasons, decides, I want to make one last run at a Super Bowl. I'm going to take way less money and go to a team that's got a chance to win, which, some players make that choice. Others say, you know what, I want to, this is my last chance at a big contract. I want to maximize whatever my last contract could be, et cetera, et cetera. It seems awfully unlikely that Davante Adams would end up in Detroit. Could he end up in one of our rivals? I mean, I guess I don't suspect he would go to Minnesota. I don't expect he'd go to Chicago, given their receiver depth charts. And I doubt he would go back to Green Bay. But anyway, so, the impact he has is maybe out of the division, and it could have an impact on us. But I started thinking about the Lions' recent moves. What they do with the third wide receiver spot, they have calculated, gone out and gotten what I don't want to use the term slow, but they're not worried about speed. They're worried about size, and they authentically identify a real third wide receiver, a guy they don't go out and sign like a great wide receiver or anything like that. I think they specifically identify, target, and go after a third wide receiver, and they do a very good job at finding that guy to come in and play the role. It was Josh Reynolds. It was Tim Patrick. These were third wide receivers, or guys who, fit into the role nicely. So who is that guy this year? Well, I got to tell you, as far as receptions, this guy was a fourth wide receiver. Sorry, he was the third wide receiver on his previous team. He did get into the end zone quite a bit, and he is a free agent. And he is big. He's a 6'2" receiver. I'm identifying Tennessee's Nick Westbrook-Akine as a receiving target for the Lions. He was third on that team in receptions. They didn't have great quarterback play. I think he could be a perfect third wide receiver here, and he's down the list of available wide receivers in free agency. Another guy that might make sense at this point in his career is Keenan Allen, Chicago, 32 years old. Probably won't be the market for him like there were some other guys, but those would be two guys I'd look at. But Westbrook-Akine, he might be too good in this role, but he did get to the end zone 9 times last year.
I'm going to throw a curveball name at you.
Let's hear it.
As I rolled the wrist over for curveball.
Yeah, that was 12-6 curve.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't like to deceive too much. The pitch will do what it has to do. It's a wide receiver who the last couple of years has not played much. Only played 14 games in the last 2 years combined.
It doesn't stop them. That was Tim Patrick.
Exactly. Doesn't stop them. And he had an excellent track record prior to that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's Amari Cooper. Big name, but not coming off big years. Coming off a big contract, but he's made over $130 million in his career, and he needs to reestablish himself as being a guy. I feel like this screams 1-year contract, 1 year prove it to the NFL that you can still get something done.
Interesting.
6'1" wide receiver. Obviously, he's got a track record of being very good, but hasn't played a whole lot the last couple of years.
Yeah, and probably again coming to Detroit, chance to fit in and make a run here. I'm looking at projections of him as basically being a third wide receiver. That's not a bad one.
But the player I think that they're going to look at in free agency, I was just going out with another wide receiver there, but I'll say it's going to be a cornerback. And if they're not going to re-sign Carlton Davis because he may price himself out of it, there's a player from the Saints, Paulson Adebo, who's good size, 6'1", 200 pounds, and tell me this doesn't scream Brad Holmes. Coming off a broken femur in week 7.
Right.
Right?
Yep.
But this is a guy who's been an excellent corner, and he's only going to be 26 years old entering the year. In the 4 years with the Saints, he had 10 interceptions and 23 pass breakups, and a ton in the last couple of years.
Well, it is, because it while they could go big,
Going big would be Carlton Davis.
Yeah, it feels like they are more likely going to be that sit around and wait and then get that really good deal on a player outside of the top tier of free agencies. That's kind of free agents. That's kind of the way it's worked for them. But we shall see how it plays out. There is a interesting report somebody sent to us.
I'm sorry. It was 14 games combined last year he's played with two different teams last year.
Okay.
My bad.
Gotcha.
The last 2 years.
ESPN's Jeremy Fowler is saying that the Jacksonville Jaguars have interest in adding Carlton Davis. So that's something to keep an eye on. I believe Jacksonville is one of the teams with quite a bit of cap space, but I just feel like Jacksonville always has a bunch of cap space.
Because they're a mess. They're a train wreck.
They're always releasing people.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, they're afraid to spend the pounds. Oh, I'm sorry. I meant money, the dollars.
Yeah.
Not that they're going to go to, or euros going to go to London or anything.
Maybe they've got, because none of their own guys are worth re-signing. They don't get to the second contracts. Is that why?
Perhaps.
Yeah. Anyway, 248-539-9797. The draft crush.
Yes.
Okay? So, we're later than we've ever been in draft preparation because we had a football team worth talking about.
We haven't done a Carson Anderson 1.0.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to do at 28 to figure out who to eliminate.
We did it last year.
Yeah, and I don't think it was as successful as it was when they were picking in the top 10. We could discuss it, but as far as the draft prep, there's two ways to go about draft preparation that we do here. One is, who do I like? Two is, who do I think the Lions would like?
Yeah.
There are two different things.
things.
Yeah, because the Lions sort of have this track record and pattern. Gator, do they like guys who were captains of their college team?
Yeah. Good character guys, yeah.
Do they like guys that interview well?
Yes.
Yep. They like guys that ooze leadership.
Yep.
Do they like guys that seem to eat, sleep, and breathe football?
Yes.
So this guy gave apparently a super memorable locker room speech over a big win over a rival. He gets rave reviews for his leadership. He was a captain of his college team, and everyone is saying he interviewed well. And he gave a quote at the podium at the Combine that I think oozes Detroit Lion. I think it's the kind of thing he would say, and the Lions would say, "We'll take you right now." He plays a position that typically doesn't go that high in the first round, but he is starting to show up in mocks before the Lions pick. If he falls to them, I could see them jumping all over this guy. His quote at the podium that I am referencing is the following: "I love football because the brand of football that I play, I make guys not love football anymore."
Oh. I don't want to play anymore.
And I'm like, I read that and I'm like, Lions. And that is Alabama guard Tyler Booker. Now, like I said, he's not showing up on a lot of mocks, being on the board when the Lions pick at 28. He is a guard. It feels like a lot of people favor them going interior offensive line.
He's also listed as a number one guard from Scouts Inc.
Yep. If he's there, then I think he oozes Lions player.
I can see that, and I will concur that sounds like everything that they look for. I'll throw another name at you. Same position.
Yeah.
But add in a little twist of versatility, Doug.
Mm-hmm.
Does Brad Holmes like versatility?
They love versatility.
Dan Campbell likes himself some versatility.
Yes, they do.
If he's there, I think and it's a name that we brought up a bunch, and with good reason, and it's Gray Zabel.
Yeah.
6'6", 300 pounds out of Nodak State, and he can play guard, he can play center, he can step in right away and play either. But he doesn't have to. Doesn't have to step in right away and play center, but he can step in right away and play guard if need be, and I think need be. This is a big guy with that versatility, and they can go a number of different directions with the 20th pick overall. But I feel like if this guy is there, I'd be surprised. I think he'll go in the 20s, may have a chance to go in the top, in the, I guess, 15 and back. But This might be. I wonder if this is a guy that the Lions would trade up for. Like, do they when they look at players and they say, we got first round grades on 4 players or whatever it is, these are guys we really want to go after, like they did last year with Terrion Arnold. Does he fit that bill?
248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback when we continue. Who is the guy you think the Lions will fall in love with? Who do you think the Lions will fall in love with? Not what you would do, but you read the tea leaves and you think, that guy, he reads like a Detroit Lion. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Because they specialize, Michigan Auto Law has recovered more million-dollar auto accident results than any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. Largest auto accident settlement, largest truck accident settlement. That is why, if you need a lawyer for an accident, and why if I need a lawyer for an accident, or someone in my family needs a lawyer for an accident, I will send them to my guy Steve and the folks at Michigan Auto Law. They have great customer service. They take on fewer cases, and they do so on purpose. That way, they got more time for your case. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We got a Who's on Top schedule for 12:35 today. I say this every once in a while. I say, I think we got a chance to get all 10. This has a limited number of answers, so I will remain optimistic.
Was it like letters in the top half of the alphabet?
Not exactly, Gator, but...
Look for the top 10 numbers 1 through 10.
We might have done that one before. The actual favorite numbers.
Anyway, we will get to that coming up at 12:35. Let's go to DJ in Detroit. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, DJ.
Fellas, what up, though? How y'all doing today?
DJ, we're great.
Yeah, so I when I talked to the screener, Kenny, I had some. I was going left, but I'm about to go right real quick just to elaborate on what you guys were saying.
Mm-hmm.
The Lions type of player, the intangibles, a football guy, and all kind of thing. I think we can narrow this down, fella, because you know how you be bored at night, laying in bed, and you just be thinking of some stuff, so you get to Googling. I Googled the last 3 years, the top 30 guys that the Lions have brought in. They've drafted 3 of those guys each year.
Yeah.
So I think if you put what you guys just said, if they're a Lions fit, if they sound like a Lions guy, and everything you just said, that's probably who they're going to draft. You can narrow it down. Like last year, they brought Manu in for a top 30. They brought Terry Arnold in for a top 30. And they brought Vlacki in for a top 30. The year before, they took 3 guys they brought in for a top 30. So I think there's, a way to narrow it down, guys. That's number one.
I think you're right. I think you're right. They do their homework. They aren't trying to conceal much, and they love interviews, man.
Yeah, and particularly, again, the top 30 interview, because I just looked like they didn't really draft none of the guys they interviewed at the Combine. I've been paying attention. But when they bring those guys into a top 30, it seems like each year they draft 3 guys from that top 30. So that means that they're really interested. But what I wanted to tell you guys when I was listening earlier, we need to pay attention to the Bears, fellas. See, my biggest thing when Ben Johnson went to the Bears was that offensive line in Chicago sucks, so he's not going to have time to get his offense crooning. Well, today they got Tooney. They got former Pro Bowler Jonah Jackson, and as a guy, a buddy of mine and yours just hit me and texted me and said, we got a lot more trouble in the neighborhood. So I think we really need to be paying attention to these guys boosting up that offensive line. You know how I feel about that.
Yeah, I think we all agree. We love having a great offensive line. Got to keep adding to it. And the Bears I think they're going to be smart about this. And they've got the draft capital and they've got the cap space to go ahead and make things happen. And do they do a smart thing by taking on the entire salary of Jonah Jackson, who's been injury prone? Maybe not, but look, Jonah Jackson at 100% is a really good offensive lineman.
There's a risk involved.
Pro Bowler.
But there is a big risk because he's not 100%.
I just something just to keep an eye on. It got me a little thinking like, wow, Ben Johnson, he's trying to recreate an offensive line to get his offensive going. So it was just something I wanted to bring you guys attention. I'm just watching from afar.
Yeah, so I
think every team wants to build an offensive line.
They do. They have committed financially to doing so. Tooney is due a contract here. And Kansas City got out from under that financial burden. He's a good player. There's no doubt about it. Player. And but he is 32. And if he's seeking a big contract or a big contract extension, the Bears are putting a lot of money into the guard position, which is fine. But I think most of the response around the league is they took on all of Jonah Jackson's salary.
Yeah, it was a big response. But if you're the Bears and you're building your team and getting it ready for the upcoming season and you can be competitive, I mean, they have holes on the team. But I think they're kind of obvious stuff that they have to do. It was obvious to me that they had to add to their offensive line. They've got some weapons offensively, and they've got a young quarterback, and now they bring in the coach that they think can work wonders with them. They've got players on defense. I mean, it's I don't know if it's a sleeping giant necessarily, but this is the NFC North is a very competitive division. And if the Vikings go out and get a quarterback for their team, then nothing's going to change. You're going to have all 4 teams being really competitive because I do think the Bears are vastly improved.
I see a future where people are saying that the Chicago Bears overpaid and overextended financially for 2 aging guards. That future to me doesn't look like it's that far off. And given the Bears' track record, I know they have a new coach. Given the Bears' track record, we'll see. Kansas City moved on from Tyreek Hill before he got a big contract. He's still a really good player, continued to win, and won without him. Joe Tooney, again, really good player, but Kansas City, moving on from him at this time is really intriguing to me. So, yeah, Bears have invested a lot in the offensive line. But I wouldn't be totally shocked if they have overextended themselves financially at that position.
I agree with you, Doug. There is the Bears they win the off-season headlines a lot, and they have nothing to show for it ever. And I get it, new coach this year, but same front office. And they go out and make these splash signings. Remember how much money they spent on the defense a year ago? Went out and then got DeAndre Swift and Keenan Allen, right, and all this stuff. it never works out. It never translates to wins. Jonah Jackson, I'm not worried about. Like his play has gone down. He's been injured again. I think it was ridiculous they took on his entire contract. And then I'm sorry, Ben, I gotta go back to it. What happened to your hero quarterback to go out and make plays and athleticism? All of a sudden, you're building the offensive line. We'll see where this goes. Ben.
But that's
Ben.
That's a big difference with the Bears, though. We can talk about it out in the past. They've made mistake after mistake after mistake after mistake, but they just hired a new coach.
Yeah.
So as you have said on many occasions, you do a reset every time you bring in a new regime or a new coach.
Yeah, you start all over. But
so their past doesn't matter.
I don't know if that's. I think that's true of the coaching. I don't know if it's true of the general manager. This is the same guy. So, the coach could be saying, "This is what I need." And so that's fair to say he might be having a positive impact on, is it Poles? Ryan Poles, is that his name?
Yes.
Thank you. So he could be helping Ryan Poles make better decisions, but still the same guy. But yeah, I would reset the clock to 0, but it's not a full-scale organizational reset because they still got the same GM. We shall see how it plays itself out. Feedback coming in. We're talking about guys we think the Lions. We think the Lions will target. I wouldn't think Tyler Booker, the guard from Alabama, captain of his team, rave reviews of how he interviewed, locker room guy. He gave a speech after the Auburn win that all the players were talking about. His quote at the podium at the Combine sounds like a Lions-type quote. I love football because of the brand of football I play. I make guys not love football anymore. Marvin Sterling Heights says Doug only likes Booker because he was contemplating naming his oldest son Booker.
This is partially true.
This is not true at all. Well, the part about contemplating naming my son Booker is true.
Yeah.
The only reason I like Booker is not that. It's. Do you remember? Was it Leighton Vander Esch?
Yeah.
Leighton Vander Esch won me over with Combine podium quotes.
Yes, you were a big Leighton Vander Esch guy.
He drives out in the Idaho woods and sleeps in the back of his pickup in a sleeping bag through rain and snow.
Who's the guy who was tackling trees that the Lions drafted from? Was it Penn State defensive lineman? Had like the one season where he had 7 sacks.
Oh,
Zettel?
Anthony Zettel.
Yeah.
Tackling trees.
David Bancroft says Jack Sawyer, OSU. Not at all.
Well, Jack Sawyer, if you're going to finish your career, that's the way to finish a career. In college, to give yourself a springboard to the NFL, because what your eyes saw last was really impressive.
Yeah. It'd be good for him. Congratulations. But that has little to do with what I think of him as an NFL prospect.
Yeah, I don't want him at 28. I'd consider him later in the draft, but not at 28.
Elijah Molden, cornerback, LA Chargers, my pick at corner. He is a free agent. Yeah, that's a guy you think the Lions will fall in love with? Okay. I wish you gave a reason why, whoever you are that sent that. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Give us the guy you think that the Lions will fall in love with, whether it be a free agent or a draftable prospect. Who stands out? Who's a player that you think checks the boxes of what the Lions typically are looking for? And is there panic about what the Bears are doing? I'm not panicked about what the Bears are doing.
No, but I think the Bears, they're clearly trying to rebuild an offensive line.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to be met with some skepticism. But if you're a Bears fan, I think you're saying to yourself at the very least, all right, well, they're putting in resources to go do something. Thune is a really good offensive lineman, really good. And Jackson can be, but he's been hurt.
There is breaking news from Michigan State football. And I'm intrigued to get Spartan fans' take on this. Story that all the major news outlets have now. The Michigan State football team will return to Ford Field for the regular season finale. They announced that they will play their last home game at Ford Field Saturday, November 29th against Maryland.
Oh, it's going to be a Saturday.
Mm-hmm. Saturday against Maryland. 2 years ago, of course, they had the Penn State game at Ford Field. It's kind of a catch-22. I think a lot of schools have challenges on that Saturday after Thanksgiving where the student body isn't there. They can't come back for games if you're playing a big game. And weather can play a factor, obviously, at that time of year. And if you don't have, like what Michigan and Ohio State have, you don't have that baked into your schedule. How do you appease the fans, fill a place up? And it's interesting. I know some people complained about it. Don't be the filter. And with warmer weather and melting snow, make sure your basement's dry. Save 10% on a new Zoller sump pump from CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer. 855-339-4242. All right, Gator. I want your 2 cents. Did you go to the Michigan State-Penn State game 2 years ago?
I did.
Yeah.
I also went to the game against Florida Atlantic.
At Ford Field, and they're wrapping up the season again at Ford Field after doing it a couple of years back, as mentioned. What do you think?
Well, I mean, I'm on the side of I love it.
Okay.
Because it's a game I'm more likely to attend. In fact, it's probably 100% that I would attend it as when Kenneth Walker had a nice game against Penn State to lift Michigan State to the win and then finish off the really good regular season that year. That was down like a snowstorm, and it's a novelty to do that kind of thing. but it also keeps people away. So this is a way that if you've got people that are going home for the weekend, a lot of people in Southeast Michigan, have Michigan State ties. I just think it makes sense. I'm totally fine with it. I can understand, and I would respect season ticket holders that would be upset about this. But you want to get one of the big problems is you're not getting that student population at that final game. So you'll get.
I mean, I'm sure accommodations are made. You're talking about in general, or at Ford Field?
No, just at Spartan Stadium. At Ford Field, you'll look. It was a horrible Michigan State team that year.
Yeah,
and you knew you were going to get throttled, and they still had over 50,000 people for the game. A near sellout at Ford Field to watch Penn State throttle Michigan State, but I love it. And the only problem that I might have with this is that it's a Saturday. We don't know if it's a Saturday night or Saturday afternoon. I was hoping it was going to be a Friday night, but that's not going to be the case. And because then I think you're also truncating the high school stuff.
Yeah,
you got the Lions that play Thursday. I think Friday you have high school. Saturday would be Michigan State, and then I think Sunday you have high school. So I don't know. I would have thought it would be cooler if you had Michigan State play on Friday night and then have the high school finish out the weekend on Saturday and Sunday, and that way you could be the game people want to see on Friday night. Now, if it's going to be, obviously it is on Saturday. They haven't announced a time. I kind of hope it's Saturday night.
Here's the feedback coming in. I hate MSU going to Ford Field. It robs the kids of their senior day and a true home field advantage. I mean, it just means you have to do you have to do senior day the last home game prior to that? And is that okay?
Yeah, I think that'd be fine if you do that. I don't know if you do senior day. I can't remember if they did that at Ford Field for the Penn State game. I don't think they did, but I can't remember it.
And this person that sent this in, are you a season ticket? The question I would have is, are you saying this as a season ticket holder? Were you there for senior day in the Rutgers game this year? Is that something that you personally enjoy, going to senior day and applauding the seniors on their way out, or is this somebody who's watching from afar? Because I mean, senior day in a snowstorm against Rutgers in an empty stadium probably was suboptimal last year, but they could do it again in the Penn State. It's Penn State a couple weeks earlier, which would probably be a pretty big game. Tim Lapeer writes in, as an MSU season ticket holder and Spartan marching band parent, I love the Ford Field games. Those last games are always so cold at Spartan Stadium. Last year we were wearing our hunting gear and still miserable. 70 and dry is so much better. MSU alumni here love Ford Field. I love MSU at Ford Field. So 248-539-9797. If you're just joining us, it was announced the Spartans will play their season finale this coming year against Maryland at Ford Field. Regarding the Bears, I am panicked by the Bears because we don't have Ben Johnson anymore. It's from an unnamed texter. The Bears just got a lot better with these moves, and with add another O lineman in the draft. I don't know what add means, but he's predicting they will add another O lineman in the draft.
Maybe that's it. Will instead of with. Yeah.
Ben Johnson is Matt Patricia 2.0, but for the Chicago Bears. That's from an unnamed texter. I don't know if I would go that far.
I hope he is. I hope he's terrible. I hope he sucks. I hope nobody buys into what he's selling. I hope they're miserable there, and I hope that they wasted the talent that's around here. Love it. Let's go. Lean into it.
I say every once in a while, I see a future where Ben Johnson says something at the podium that becomes a story.
He's already done it.
Yeah, but I mean in his own town.
Could be.
Yeah.
Is he going to use a pencil?
That I don't know. Caller DJ is on point. I believe the division will flip-flop this season. Green Bay and Chicago will be fighting for the division. And why is that, sir? Why do you believe that's the case?
Because they're shoring up the offensive line.
Right. Okay. The Lions still have a pretty good offensive line, don't they? And can they not shore it up too? I mean, look, I am okay with, but you think that these moves, getting Tooney and broke expensive Jonah Jackson, makes them better than the Lions?
Well, because Jackson's been hurt the last couple of years doesn't mean he's going to be hurt this year.
No, it doesn't.
And
I'll
you're adding
just say this.
you're two Pro Bowl offensive linemen here.
Let me be fair here. Had the Lions acquired Jonah Jackson and taken on the entire salary, I'd be like, what are they doing?
But the Bears can afford to.
I mean, they can, but I think that's a massive overpay for a player.
But if you've got it, was it 2 more years, I think, on the contract? So
you think it was a good move?
I don't know if it's a good move or not. I'm just saying I can understand why they do it. They're taking a chance on a guy who knows what Ben Johnson has done in the past, who has a history of being a good offensive guard, and those are the pros. The cons to it are that he has been hurt a lot, and he may not be there, and that there's a big salary attached. But if you can reconcile the big salary attached to it by saying, well, we got a ton of cap space, and you only have him for a couple of years, and then it frees it up, then so be it. Then they need to spend the money.
I will say I'm glad they are taking up cap space on that player when I think they could have gotten. I think the Rams were probably stunned they got someone to take on the whole salary, and they will not be using cap space on other things by taking Jonah Jackson's contract. It just feels like it was an unnecessary thing to do, but I guess that's why the Rams tried to trade him, to see if somebody would take him. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97 The Ticket. Hey, we opened the show with some Red Wing discussion. We'll get back to it in the noon hour and kind of revisit something we talked about earlier this week because, hey, man, it's getting to crunch time. A decision of which direction this season is going to go. Trade deadline is Friday, and it feels as though the Red Wings are doing little to instill confidence that they should be adding gas to this thing. But maybe the play is that is it in and of itself. Hey, we need some help. Maybe that's what's going on. They need some help. 248-539-9797. Spartan fans, how you feel about the season finale being played at Ford Field this coming season? As Michigan State season ticket holders, they are given access to tickets for those games, right? You just get your tickets reassigned to Ford Field. The question is, do you want them? But that Maryland game will be played indoors on Thanksgiving weekend. Pistons on the road tonight as they're taking on the LA Clippers in a game that Clippers coming off a disastrous loss last night in Phoenix that saw them blow a 23-point lead late in the third quarter and lose to Phoenix. They got to go back-to-back on the road. Said earlier, I'll put my dollar on the Pistons tonight for this game. Pistons obviously won on Monday against Utah, have the day off before they play. 10:30 start, though.
Any chance to go more than $1?
If I do, it won't be significantly more. You know me, man.
Tight.
Hey, my formula works for me.
It does.
Everybody do you.
No, it's working for you.
Yeah, you do you. But yeah, I like the Pistons tonight. I like the Pistons tonight on the road against Clipper team. They beat at home last week as part of this incredible stretch by our Piston team that has worked their way into the top 10 on ESPN's Power Rankings, which is awesome. Hey, just a reminder, you can stream the show using the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Then you can listen to this program and all the programs here at 97.1 The Ticket anywhere in the United States. You can also stream through our website, 971theticket.com, where the Birchie Kid wrote the story about the trade deadline for the NHL, and Champ and Chumper posted, again, 971theticket.com. Stream with video, go to twitch.tv or youtube.com. Participate in the streaming chat. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Officially halfway through the week, lunchtime on a Wednesday. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, 248-539-9797.
That is one of the most factual statements you've ever made.
Yeah. Yep. Well, for the 9-to-5ers that have lunch at noon, that's it.
Look at that.
We've crested the hill, and we're on our way towards the weekend. Still some work to do. Let's go to Patty. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Patty.
Hey there, how you guys doing?
We're good, Patty.
Good. I'm calling about the MSU football at Ford Field.
Yes.
For the Seniors Day game.
Yep.
We've had season tickets to MSU going on 60 years. It was my husband's grandmother's tickets, and then they came on down the line. But, and don't get me wrong, we love going to the stadium for a game, but to be in Ford Field in 70-degree dry weather is going to be phenomenal. And plus, more people are able to go to the game because it offers more seating than what we have at the MSU Stadium. So
it's actually not true. Michigan State has way more seating than Ford Field does.
Okay, well, wrong on that one then.
But it's okay. But it's inside. I mean, I'm on board too. As a Spartan alum, I'd rather see this final game played at Ford Field.
Oh, me too. Absolutely. I mean, plus it brings people downtown Detroit, which downtown Detroit is great. I used to work for Rocket Mortgage, so I think it's good all around.
All right, there you go. People, what do you think? 248-539-9797. Spartans wrapping up their regular season. They will play at Ford Field against Maryland this coming season. Okay. So we opened the show with some Red Wing talk. And look, is it trade deadline collapse 3.0? I don't know. It feels very familiar with the Red Wings right before the trade deadline, not getting results and perhaps undermining any possibility, but undermining the possibility that the Red Wings would add at the trade deadline. It happened 2 years ago. Yzerman talked about the eye-opening series loss to Ottawa, where they had back-to-back games and lost them both. Last year, they went on 1 7-game losing streak. It crossed over the trade deadline. And Yzerman said at the time, actually, we're going to play for you what he said at the time because I'm not sure anything has changed. And now this year, they played well in the third period last night, better in the third period. They played better in the third period Saturday night at Ohio State in that game that was played against Columbus in the Horseshoe. But, they got outclassed last night in many different ways. The forecheck was impressive from Carolina. They simply smothered the Wings in their own zone. We saw one of the most frustrating shifts that you will ever see as Evanson and Ajo were stuck on the ice for 4.5 minutes, which is incredible. They looked completely dead. And Carolina scored late in the first, and a bad hop over Lions' stick, and it was 2-0 midway through the second. And Soderblom scored a great goal, but it wasn't enough, and they lose. So trying not to be overly negative here, because you and I tend to, okay, how could things get better? But here's the bottom line, I think, where the Red Wings are. And for context, let's play Yzerman from a year ago. Just a reminder what he said a year ago at the trade deadline when they were amidst that losing streak, and they were in, at the time, I believe, the first wild card spot. They did nothing really particularly significant, and here's what the GM said. That was March 8th of 2024. And that was the day of the trade deadline. The trade deadline last year was March 8th, 2024. 1 year later, I don't know that much has changed.
Well, here the differences are that last year through because the Red Wings have played 61 games this year. They have 66 points in these games. Last year through 61 games, they had 72 points. So they were a better team record-wise, even though things were starting to go south. The thing that's eerily similar is that going into the trade deadline, as you mentioned, was March 8th. Going into that, they had lost 3 in a row. So here the Red Wings are right now. They've lost 3 in a row. But their sample size is different because of the coaching change. They go to the trade deadline, and then they go out and lose that game that night, a crushing loss because they lost to Arizona. Then they lost to Vegas. Then they lost to Buffalo. And then they lost again to Arizona. Arizona was awful last year. They're Utah now. That's who they play tomorrow night. So there's some eerie similarities with both years. I do think it's different. I think it's a better composed team this year than what was there last year. But the circumstances are very similar. But I feel like this team, they're competing with many teams for this final playoff spot or spots with the 2 wild card teams there. But it had to feel like last year that they were kind of like on the outside knocking on the door to try to get in, and they just couldn't sustain it. This year, they had been, it felt like, very comfortably for a few weeks in that playoff picture, and they didn't until last night with the loss slip out of it, and the Rangers winning put them in because the Rangers have more regulation wins. They have like 7 more regulation wins than Red Wings do, but the same amount of points. So is this heading in the wrong direction? Are they off the tracks, or is this something that just, okay, we can get back on course?
Yeah,
or is it a sinking ship?
It's weird because, I mean, there are some things that are different, as you mentioned, and what maybe the biggest of which is the coach. Now, has that new coach smell worn off? Is that happening a little bit here? He did mention a player last week publicly at a news conference in Dylan Larkin, and Larkin has gotten more shots on goal, but there haven't been the point production to come with. I mean, with those words from a year ago still echoing in our ears, they've cleared money to do something big. That is still there. It's not like these losses mean they don't have the money. They've got the money. They've cleared it. They prepared to do something. And then they've kind of hit this rough patch. You don't want to overreact to the rough patch, but it's so damn familiar. Here we go again. So do you stay the course and admit that the rebuild is flatlined? Hey, we just still aren't good enough. I'm consistent with this. We're just not good enough. Do you do that again, which kind of admits, hey, a year later, we're not better? Or do you try and fix it with a move? Which is
move or moves, yeah.
Yeah, making a trade motivated by desperation or trying to prove that you're better off than you were a year ago, which both feel to me like terrible reasons to make trades. You're dealing from a weak position, but I wouldn't want any general manager to say, I got to make this deal to prove that I'm doing a good job. But if something isn't working, you go, okay, I need to shake some things up. Is that what he should do?
I don't think he needs to shake things up. I think if you're going to shake things up, you do it in the offseason. With the trade deadline coming up on Friday, he's got an opportunity to go out and add to this team, but it has to be, you got to find players that are better than the guys you have. It's not just shuffling, let's give this guy a chance, kind of a similar guy. No. Go out and find players that are better than what you have to offer on your fourth line for sure. And if you can find an upgrade to somebody who's going to be a number 2 center, go ahead and do it if you can, knowing there's going to be a price to be paid for it. And that's where it gets tricky. What's the price to pay? You're not going to give up young players on your roster currently. And if people want to say, well, throw Tarasenko in there. Well, Tarasenko's not going to have a whole lot of value. I don't know if Veleno has a whole lot of value. You'd have to dip into that deep prospect pool that you have And there's a gamble there.
Or move what he said there that he didn't want to trade, which was future draft picks.
Yeah.
And I think that it might be time for Stevie to rethink that.
Well, but that was a year ago. So it is a year later. This is a different team. You've seen some of your younger players come up and succeed, like Casper and Edvinson and now Johansson as well. So maybe now a year later is totally different in his eyes, and he'll take a look at that of giving up that draft capital. And I just wonder if they have. I mean, is draft capital enough to acquire the player that you want? Because I don't think they want to do the whole rental thing. I think they want to acquire a player that can be part of this team for a couple years.
Yeah, that vibe has been coming from LCA for a while. 248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback on this coming up. What do you do here if you're Steve Yzerman? Is it time to make a trade, or do you, once again, stand pat, hold your cards, do what you've done the last couple of years when you were in similar circumstance? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, the weather is changing. We're getting some rain and starting to see the grass, which is great. So this is why you got to call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. You're going to get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN or go to naturalwaylawn.com. For a limited time only, you purchase the full lawn program and you get free grub control, but you've got to mention my name, Gator, in the station's 97.1 The Ticket. Look, you want to get green and stay green and save some green when you prepay. That's the best way to do this. You call by the end of the month, you get that early bird discount. It's great. And everyone hates to see crabgrass in the summer, so you got to take care of it right now, because by the time you see crabgrass, frankly, it's just too late to fix it. You don't want to do that. The first application is the most important for crabgrass control. Like I said, it's so much easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix one. They use fewer chemicals. They use environmentally sound practices. Natural Way is awesome because they have certified applicators and arborists that'll come out and custom tailor a solution specifically for your yard and home. They're locally owned. They're community involved, and they offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee. Give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Yep, Red Wings lose that one last night to a good hockey team. Not an elite hockey team, but a hockey team that looked, well, quite frankly, better than them. I don't know how else to put it. They just looked better than Detroit last night.
Well, they do that to teams. Carolina, they throw a bunch of shots at you, and they control the action. And McClellan said after the game last night, we could learn some things from that. And they got good goaltending when they needed it. I mean, there were plenty of opportunities for Red Wings to score last night. They just couldn't put the puck in the net until Soderblom finally did.
And yeah, further evidence, Jacob Slavin, he's so good.
So good.
Carolina.
So good. People wanted to know what Sebastian Cossa was doing this year at Grand Rapids. He's played in 31 games at Grand Rapids. His save percentage is .913, and his goals against average is 2.38. So he's played well, very well down at Grand Rapids.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Tim in Royal Oak here on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Tim.
Hey, howdy. If you compare Lions and Talbot, their goals against combined is like 265, I think. I mean, that's doable for me. Everybody likes to rag on the goalies. I think they're fine.
Well, but it's what they've done lately. That's where, I mean, I think it's over with 30 goals in last 7 games or something. Over 30 goals in the last 7 games.
I don't think it's them. You know what? I got 5 words. I got the answer.
Do you?
Ready?
Yep.
Yeah.
We need more organ. We need more organ music. That's the key to it all. More Lance Luce.
All right, Tim.
No.
Yeah, you said that's the key. I'll listen to you.
I thought I was going to go with that. Anyway, I was at that game last night, and Raymond and Johansson were non-existent. They didn't even show. And it made me think that there's a handful of players on the team that are young, and when they have off nights, they have real off nights. And I think that's just part of the rebuilding process.
So
I miss Mike Gill.
You're not feeling compelled to make a major move right now because they're still rebuilding.
Yes, I am. And I miss Mike Ilitch, like pulling the trigger. Mike Ilitch, senior. I'm pulling the trigger on a Brett Hull or a Brendan Shanahan or
different eras, pre-cap.
There was no salary cap back then.
Yeah.
But.
I know. I miss those days, man. I'm a supporter regardless. I'm going to keep on keeping on.
Thank you, Tim.
All right. 32 goals they've given up in the last 8 games.
Look,
Doug, I think that's 4 goals a game.
Yes, and there was a
that's not good.
There was a player and coach poll of the goalies in the NHL, and our guys ranked at the bottom. Okay, I mean, you can say you don't think that's the issue, and there are times where you think, oh, this could work. But what's going on with Talbot and Lyon? I think we talked about it with Lyon last year. More is expected of him than has been his career. Yeah. Last year, here it is. He started more games last year than he had started the previous 6 years combined. Okay, so it's what's going on with Lyon? Bigger workload, taking its toll maybe, for him, even though he's splitting time this year. And Talbot, is... his right now, his goals against is worse than his career average.
Slightly, right?
Well, it's 2.65 for a career, 2.92 this year. Okay. His save percentage is down. His career save percentage is .913. This year, it's .903. Now, that obviously is a reflection of the team that's playing in front of you, and there are some young players.
So the last 8 games, they've given up 32 goals. The previous 7, they'd given up 11.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's Jekyll and Hyde there with the goals against. Obviously, a lot of that is on the goaltending, and some of that's on the defense in front of you, whether it's the actual the pairings or it's the forwards that aren't doing their job. But that's a problem, and that's why I ask: is this a sinking boat, or is it just simply off course and they got to recalibrate? Let's get it back on course here.
Adam in Ann Arbor writes in, the Wings should never wear that jersey again. That's the issue. I think that text has come in more than any other text. And I think we've got a theme here of bringing up things that have nothing to do with anything. Organ and shirts. It's the organ and it's the shirts.
Well, the helmet's part of that too, right?
Stevie is playing the in-between game, and it's not working for him. Go young like the Sharks and Ducks, or break it all up, start over, get creative. Here's one that I hadn't even thought of. And when the texters send this stuff over, and I'm like, God, not even on my radar. I wish you'd signed it. And I think you are going to reject this notion.
All right.
Unnamed texter writes, am I a loser that I think the Wings should sell?
Yes.
Your conclusion is that that unnamed texter is a loser?
Yeah. If you sell, I mean, how far back are you going to set yourself, man? What are you going to sell? You're going to sell Dylan Larkin? You're going to sell Lucas Raymond? Mo Seider? Who are you selling?
Well, I would think that behind closed doors, there is probably a veteran player that they are disappointed in that the rest of the league doesn't know about. Like, for instance, we're going to get sell Tarasenko calls. Really? Like, is there going to be a market for him?
What value does he have to another team?
I don't know if it is, like, you know who has the best read on the Red Wing players? The Red Wings themselves. And have you ever been around where you really like the player, and if you ever had this happen to you, you really like the player, and then you talk to somebody in the organization and realize you like the player more than the organization likes the player?
Yeah.
And when that happens, that's sort of so you can maybe move that player because they know they've got the scouting report. Like invariably when the Rings are struggling, we get blame Dylan Larkin text. We get those always come in when things aren't going well. Blame Dylan Larkin. And if Dylan Larkin is truly the problem, you could probably get something for him right now. And while that would be a setback, in the eyes of the Wings, they've seen enough. If they were to make a move like that, I'm not suggesting that they do. I'm just using it as an example.
Right.
And you mentioned Lucas Raymond. Is there something about, like, Lucas Raymond went on such a tear at the end of last year and looked like he was ready to go next level, and he's not having a bad year.
He's having a point-a-game season.
So, but is there something about Lucas Raymond?
Yeah, I don't think that's the case.
I don't either, but
personally, I think Larkin is hurt right now, and he's playing through it. I think there might be some of that with Raymond as well, but I think it might be obvious with Larkin that he's playing through some pain, and that's unfortunate this time of the year. He's not the only one, and he knows it, and I don't think he's complaining about it. But they do need more. And they want the easiest, I guess, if you can wave your magic wand and make one thing happen, wouldn't it be just to improve the goaltending? But I don't think they're in the market for a goaltender. A goaltender can take you a long way, can make up for a lot of mistakes that you have up front.
Sure can. Who's giving away elite goaltending?
Nobody's going to do that. So, okay, now I can't do that. So, okay, how do I improve if I thought that's a goaltending made the magic wand, then should we look more at defense than we look at the forwards? Or if you're looking at a forward, you're looking at a forward who's a two-way forward. So I think those are probably better ways to do it that are less costly. It's not the shiny piece that people want to see. I've mentioned the name Marchessault before, but I mean, that's a shiny piece. And I don't know if his team wants to get rid of him, but he also doesn't cost a ton of money. He costs money, but he's earned it throughout his career. But does that affect the defensive forward? I don't know if it does, but it might affect the scoring on this team. But you're still not addressing maybe what the core problem is.
We also get these texts, and this is Sean in White Lake, who writes, there's no way Stevie should keep his job. If they don't make the playoffs, the Pistons, Lions, and Tigers don't get 7 years to rebuild. Why are the Red Wings? I know he's from our hometown, but so are a lot of other coaches and GMs that got fired. Thanks. Sean in White Lake. There's two things about this. One is it always feels great to bring back a legend. And it feels great in the moment. It can lead to uncomfortable times. And sometimes those guys have success. Sometimes they don't. We've seen both of them. In this case, I don't have the fact that he played here, is a legend here, really doesn't buy you that much time. It might buy you a year. an extra year or so.
What buys him time to me is what he did in Tampa.
Yeah. He has done it before. 248-539-9797. Another edition of Who's on Top coming up at 12:35. 97.1 The Ticket. It's raining in Florida, and the Tiger game scheduled to start at 1 o'clock will not start at 1 o'clock. But they still think they're going to play. It's going to rain much of today here in Metro Detroit. And then what do we got? We got sunny but colder tomorrow, 36 degrees, 43 degrees, and sunny on Friday, 43 degrees, and more sunny on Saturday, 51 degrees, and sunny on Sunday.
Here we go.
Give me some sun.
Uh-oh.
Let's dry it out.
We getting there?
Well, white guy in shorts, we're already there.
No, I mean, it's going to be like motorcycles on Saturday.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Hey, I'm going to hit the range.
Yeah.
I'm going to hit
the range. There you go.
That's
range
one of those signs.
Yeah. They're already, I understand there's some golf courses that are going to open up next week because they're going to get to the 60s perhaps.
Yep. You get range guy, starts making an appearance, grill guy. Although every time we bring that up, we
grill
get
guy grills all year long.
I've been grilling all winter.
All right, hotshot.
Yep.
Fire
I don't know
pit?
what you're talking about.
You gonna get some fire pits going?
You could. Bike. Get people out there on their bikes. Or is that just me? Just me?
No, it's not just you.
I don't think so.
People are everywhere.
Yeah. You are no longer a boat owner, but what would put the boat in the water?
Well, they would at the marina. I don't think allows it yet at this point.
Okay. What was it that would jumpstart you going, I got to put I'm sure it wasn't this.
No. 50 degrees? Absolutely not. No, it would be like 70 and no wind.
Were there people on boats? 50 degrees, first chance?
I don't know. Because I didn't have a slip. My boat was in the dry stack, so I had to call ahead and they'd bring it out into the marina. So I don't know when boats initially go into the marina, from storage to the marina. That's right. A good question. I don't know. Nope. Did it. Enjoyed it. And I'm moving on.
All right, here we go. It is time for another edition of Who's on Top. Found a list. America's top-selling pies.
Oh, I love pie. Big fan.
We have a chance to get all 10 here.
Oh, I'm sure.
Chance to get all 10. Gator, I'm going to give you one guess. What is America's top-selling pie?
I mean, I will withhold my favorite pie until somebody mentions it. But for the purposes of this, I'm going with chalk. It's got to be good old-fashioned American apple pie, right?
It's got to be, he says.
Got to be.
Apple did make the list of top 10 pies. It checks in at number 1. He is correct.
USA! 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 Apple pie, baby.
So, help Gator round out the top 10. What else deserves to be on the top 10 America's top pies? 248-539-9797.
Come on, people. We got this.
I mean, we might, because there's a limited number of responses to this one, right? I'm sure there are going to be all kinds of pies.
Oh, there's a lot of pies.
Yeah.
A lot of variety of pie.
Mm-hmm.
But can't you put anything in a pie, Doug? You said there's limited responses.
Well, look, you can, but, right, got it. There's going to be no
kale pie.
I feel like your favorite's chicken pot pie.
Ooh.
Okay, Kang, we leave this for the listeners.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh.
We leave this for the listeners.
I'm sorry. I didn't know. We don't know if
Kang's
that's on the list.
He's only been with us for 18
years.
years.
This blanking guy.
I never get a guess.
First day on the show. We
true.
give you a guess.
Right? No, I never get a guess.
This is true.
Sometimes I want to guess.
All right, well, hang in there and pay attention to what's been guessed. Maybe we'll have you get a guess in at the end. Brandon and Shelby are 97 on the ticket. Hi, Brandon.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Great.
So I'm going to do a wild card. I'm going to say pumpkin pie.
Pumpkin pie. Gator, do you think pumpkin pie made the top 10?
I think pumpkin pie made the top 3.
Brandon, wild card, it is not. It checks in at number 2 on the list. Pumpkin pie, number 2 selling pie in these United States.
Great pie.
James,
whipped cream on that pie.
Dude, I love pumpkin pie.
I know
every time
you
I
actually do love pumpkin pie.
Every time I have pumpkin pie, I'm like, why don't we do this more? Why don't we have pumpkin pie from the beginning of the fall till spring?
My brother makes a good pumpkin pie.
Does he?
Yeah.
Good for him. James is next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, James.
You don't sound sincere.
Hi, guys. How are you?
What's up?
All right, James.
I would say lemon meringue.
Lemon meringue, Gator. Do you think lemon meringue made the top 10?
I think it's in the top 10 for sure. I think it's going to be between the 5 through 10 range.
It checks in at number 5, 248-539-9797. We have got a shot here.
I know my
Today
pie.
is the day. Apple pie, pumpkin pie, lemon meringue pie. 3 of the top 5. We could get all 10. Let's go, people. 248-539-9797. Jim in Birmingham is next. Hi, Jim.
How you doing, guys?
All right, Jim.
I'm going to go with, your producer, I think, ruined the one I was going to do.
Oh.
I'll do cherry pie.
Cherry pie, Gator. Do you think cherry pie makes the top 10?
I think cherry pie checks in the top 5.
Cherry pie checks in the top 5 at number 4 on the list. Well done, Jim.
There you go, Jim.
We got 3 still out there, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. America's top-selling pies. We've never gotten all 10. We got a shot today. Chuck in Jacksonville, Michigan. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Chuck.
Hi, guys. Pecan pie.
Pecan pie, Gator. Do you think pecan pie makes the top 10?
I do. I think it's in the 5 to 10 range.
You are incorrect. It is number 3 on the list.
There you go.
Way to go, Chuck. Fire.
Come on.
Way to go, Chuck.
So we have 1 through 5?
We got 1 through 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 are still out there for people just joining us. Top 10 selling
Halfway there.
pies. Top 10 selling pies in America. We got apple, pumpkin, pecan, cherry, and lemon meringue. 1 through 5. One of those pies I hate. It's the one with the styrofoam on top that is called lemon meringue. But anyway, let's go.
I hear you.
Let's go to Matt. You're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Matt.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
Mulberry pie.
Mulberry pie. Gator, do you think mulberry made the
No,
top 10?
I do not.
And there goes the perfect game. Mulberry did not make the top 10.
Thanks, Wojo.
Tony in Port Huron, you're next. Hi, Tony.
Hey, how's it going, guys? I got another wild card, but I think it's on there. We're going to go with strawberry rhubarb pie.
Strawberry rhubarb pie, Gator.
Yes.
It did not make the top 10.
Oh.
Let's not stall out.
Oh, it's underrated, too.
Let's go to Chris in Detroit. You're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Chris.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
I'm going to save the day. I'm going to go with the key lime pie.
Key lime pie, Gator. Do you
Yes,
think
I love
pie?
key lime pie. So good.
Checks in at number 8. Well done. We have 4 left.
It's better than lemon
4
meringue
left.
pie, I'll tell you that.
248-539-9797.
Teach their own. Teach their own.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Stefan in Canton, you're next. Hi, Stefan.
How you doing?
All right.
I'm going to say peach cobbler.
Well, that's not a pie.
We're looking for a pie.
Peach cobbler pie.
I've never heard of peach cobbler. Have you? Yeah.
No, it's not on the list. I'm going to guess.
Okay. I mean, no. Peach cobbler pie is not on the list.
Maybe if you left the word off, maybe you have a better shot. But
Ryan is next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Ryan.
What's up, guys?
Hey.
I think I got another American classic. I'm going with blueberry pie.
Yep.
Blueberry pie.
Yep. Love it. Love it.
Number
Absolutely love
6.
it.
Number 6.
With
Well
some
done,
vanilla
Ryan.
ice cream.
Come on, man.
So good.
Come on, a little cinnamon.
We have 3 left. 3 left to get all 10. Tim in Rochester, you're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Tim.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
How about mud pie?
Mud pie.
Going to say no.
You know, like the graham cracker crust with the chocolate
Oh,
pudding.
I think it's delicious. I just don't think it's on the list.
It did not make the list. It is delicious. But sorry, Tony is next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Tony.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey.
I have sweet potato pie.
Sweet potato pie. Do you think it made the top 10?
I think it is. The alternative to pumpkin pie, and I love it. I like it. I prefer it to pumpkin pie.
Tony?
Yeah, it's similar to pumpkin pie to me.
Well done. It's number 10 on the list.
There we go.
Well done. Yeah. We have 2 left.
2 left.
2 left.
I know one for sure.
Let's go to Joe. You're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Joe.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. Let's round
Great.
it out, baby. Come on.
So if Costco sells it, it has to be an American favorite. It's shepherd's pie.
Shepherd's pie, Gator. Do you think shepherd's pie made it?
No.
It did not. 248-539-9797. Steve, you're next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Steve.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
I like this
I
reason.
was thinking, how about like a French silk pie, the chocolate pie with all the shavings on the top?
We're getting on the last two. I have one that has to be on the list, and French silk pie. I love it. Is it the other one? I'm gonna say it's not on the list.
Number 7 there?
Yeah, give it to him.
Okay,
Yeah.
number 7 is chocolate pie, Steve. It didn't say French silk, but,
But
we're
that's
giving
what it
you
is.
chocolate pie.
It kind
because-
of goes to maybe mud pie too. You want to give that to him? The chocolate pie?
I mean, sort of.
right.
But we have one left. We'll take 3 more calls.
Come on, Jerry.
Jerry is next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Jerry.
Hey, good. Hey, guys. Good morning. I got one for you. Old school. Custard pie.
Custard pie, Gator.
No. Don't
Did
think
not
it's on there.
make it.
I
Did
love
not make
custard.
it. Sorry, Dion in Detroit. Hi, Dion.
Hello.
Hey.
I was talking about raspberry pie.
Raspberry pie.
No,
didn't make it. Last one is John. Hey, John.
Good morning.
John, you gotta keep your radio down.
Yeah.
What do you got?
Banana cream.
There
Banana
it is.
cream.
Come on. It's got to be there, Doug.
It is not.
What? Oh, come on.
I think there's going to be protests. I
You
think people are going
cannot
to be
have
mad.
a list of a top 10 pie in this country and not include banana cream pie. All right, we live with chocolate pie, even though it's convoluted. You're going to tell me chocolate pie ahead of banana cream pie?
We'll tell you what the top 10 is
get
coming
out
up
of
today at 12:50. You're on 97.1 the ticket.
If you're upset like I am and maybe just chuck the pie across the room and it ended up going into your furnace, that's not good. Why would you do that? Why on earth would you do that? You wouldn't, right? Okay, look, you don't need luck this March to find the right HVAC team, but the right HVAC team is right in front of you. It's the red, white, blue trucks that are everywhere. Call the expert technicians at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They're going to keep you and your family They're going to help keep you nice and warm as winter approaches into spring. You don't have to take my word for it. You can go ahead and look at all the 5-star reviews they have on Google, the A+ rating they have from the Better Business Bureau. So whether it's your furnace, your water heater, a boiler, or water filtration, hopefully it's not the lack of banana cream pie. Schedule an appointment at BirminghamPlumbingCO.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts. No banana cream pie. Unbelievable.
Yeah. So what we've discovered with this is that, there's people have their favorites. And at the end of all of these lists, Gator, I think that you find them to be invalid.
Not all of them. Well, would you have banana cream in your top 10?
I probably would.
Kang, is banana cream in your top 10?
I don't know.
Now be clear.
I don't know. Top 10. I like a lot of pies, my friend.
I love pie. I like a lot of pies too, but I'm just asking, is it, you've heard the list so far.
Would I remove one of those and put banana?
Yeah.
Did rhubarb make it? Or was back
Did
here?
not.
Did not?
Rhubarb to me would be in my top 10. I think rhubarb pie is
I'm not
tremendous.
a rhubarb guy.
I am a rhubarb guy.
Kenny, you all about the banana cream pie or no?
Absolutely, that's in my top 10. 100%.
Very upset with this list right now.
So the list is straight data. It is the 10 most ordered pies on Instacart in the last year. So, and there might be a booing of the judge here.
Oh.
But let's get to the list because there was one that didn't make it. At number 10, Tony got it, sweet potato pie. Number 9.
Delicious.
Number 9 is peach pie. The
What?
caller insisted it was peach cobbler pie. I am not familiar with peach cobbler pie. You were not familiar with peach cobbler pie.
No, but let me say this. This is boo-worthy for two main reasons.
Of me?
No,
of the judge?
not of you. I'm not,
Okay.
I mean.
Because you pass
maybe
on no
indirectly.
opportunities to boo me.
Yeah, this is true. This is boo-worthy. Boo because I don't know if I've ever heard of peach pie.
Yeah. I have heard of
I've heard of peach cobbler, but I've never heard of peach pie. So for peach pie to be on the list, I boo the list. The second boo-worthy item of this is that we offered up every opportunity for the caller to change it up from peach cobbler pie to simply peach pie, and he refused to do so.
Well, and we did have, we were trying to help the callers along, and we'll get to that in a minute. Number 8, Chris got key lime pie. Number 7, Steve said, French silk pie, like that chocolate pie. Well, number 7 is chocolate pie. He said the words chocolate pie. We gave him chocolate pie.
It counts. And a previous caller had said mud pie, and you asked, I said, no, it's not going to be on the list, but chocolate pie, mud pie, it's kind of the same thing, so I think he wins too.
Number 6, Ryan got blueberry pie. Number
Delicious.
5, James got lemon meringue pie, which I like to call lemon styrofoam pie. Number 4, Jim got cherry pie. Number 3, Chuck got pecan pie.
Surprised pecan pie is that high.
Are you?
Not that it's good, but it feels like it's such a regional pie.
Number 2, Brandon got pumpkin pie, and Gator got number 1, apple pie. Now, this is broken down by state, the favorite in each state.
Okay.
What do you think the favorite is in the state of Michigan?
Cherry pie.
It is not.
Oh.
Cherry pie dominates, strangely, West Virginia, Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Wisconsin, Iowa, Nebraska, Kansas, Wyoming, Colorado, New Mexico, and Arizona.
Wow.
So I get the swath through the middle of the country.
Is it apple pie?
Apple pie is number 1 in Michigan, and apple pie is number 1 across the country. But apple pie is number 1 only in 2 states. So it sells very well in the other states.
Washington?
It is not Washington.
The apple state is, we're the cherry state, so wow.
I mean, it's a straight data. Washington pumpkin pie is the most sold pie off Instacart. The other state is our good friends in the state of New York.
I'm so upset for not throwing out a second guess. Normally when this happens and I keep guessing, it takes like 15 guesses and then finally, why don't you just tell me?
Yep.
The one time I don't do it, it would have been right there in the second guess.
I'm sorry.
No, it's my fault. What's the state pie for Hawaii?
Pumpkin.
It is pumpkin.
Huh. So my biggest, these food topics, I'm terrible.
Well,
I'm different.
I'm interested in your insight on this.
I would go apple 1, pumpkin 2, rhubarb 3, blueberry 4.
Rhubarb, I thought would be on the list, and it's not. I mean, it's one of the big boy pies when Big Boy comes out with their pie season.
Well, so my guest didn't make it when you guys yelled at me.
Yes, it did not.
The Chicken pot
Chicken
pie.
pot pie.
Chicken pot pie.
I
That was a bit-
thought that'd be your favorite, Doug.
I'd be honest with you. It was a bit of a head fake.
Oh.
So see what kind of pie? Like, I was asking because to help the people, by the way.
Yeah.
Whether they're just gonna stand the fruit, or were they gonna go elsewhere?
Mm-hmm.
We got a lot of texts that said pizza pie.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad at least all the pies were pretty well represented in terms of dessert pie.
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
Right.
That we weren't going to have this wild interpretation.
Loopholes.
Yeah, I hate that. So I'm glad it was at least that. What I dislike intensely is that peach pie is on there. Peach pie.
What was Alaska's number one Instacart pie, Doug?
Pumpkin pie.
Dang.
Yeah, pumpkin pie.
Every day is Thanksgiving in Alaska, right?
I mean, as you might imagine, pecan pie and sweet potato pie dominate the SEC.
Yeah.
Pie just means more.
Pie
down
just
there.
means more.
Yep. Chocolate and blueberry pie does very well in the New England region. Lemon meringue is number one in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, and Maryland.
Pennsylvania.
Yep.
I don't know why I would have thought Dutch apple. I mean, it's an apple pie, but would have thought that.
Your reasoning's
Pennsylvania.
solid.
Yeah. So getting to lemon meringue pie.
Yep.
I like how you refer to it as a styrofoam pie.
Yep.
It's just the texture thing, or do you not?
Yeah, I don't like the texture.
Yeah. Do you, if it's in front of you, you scrape that off and just go for the lemon filling? You don't even ask it.
I mean, seriously, what is meringue? Do you know?
Yeah, it's egg whites that have been beaten stiff, and then you can take a. That's right, I said it, beaten stiff. Otherwise, it's hard to beat it. And then you brulee the top of it, or not. Actually, you don't brulee it. That would be adding sugar to it. You just flame top it, broil it, so it kind of crisps it up.
All right, so I'm sure the feedback. This is
you asked.
Scott has sent us this. If silk pie qualifies as chocolate, peach cobbler pie, although the caller was stubborn, should qualify as peach. This is the Galarraga imperfect game of who's on top. You should apologize to that guy when he turns in the lineup card tomorrow.
No, because he had every opportunity to say peach pie.
And the guy that said silk pie, we actually pushed him, and he said, chocolate pie, which is exactly what was listed, was chocolate pie.
I'm not saying there wasn't a review.
No.
But, the call stands.
Go to Pereira.
Was neither confirmed nor overturned. Call stands.
I think the texter was just basically saying you were pretty lenient on one call and not lenient on the other.
But we tried to, the other guy, like Doug said, he
actually
ended up
said
saying
the words
chocolate pie.
Chocolate pie.
Peach cobbler pie guy.
Well, he said peach and pie.
But he threw the word cobbler in, and he would not drop cobbler.
And I even said, are you sure you mean, I think the words, are you sure you mean peach cobbler pie? And he was like, yeah.
Must work in a shoe store. Wouldn't let go of the cobbler.
As you like to say, they're not.
Chef's kiss. They're not all gems.
No. That joke gets sent back to the minors. All right. Speaking of which,
joke stands.
We got another surprise to make the Tigers roster. Their best offseason move. Their best under the radar offseason move. We'll get to the answer to those questions for the Tigers at 105 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. The peach cobbler pie controversy continues.
I mean, we said,
yeah,
I've never heard of peach cobbler pie.
Saying it doesn't exist. But then again,
did you even say? Did you mean peach pie?
No, I said peach cobbler pie.
Right. Yeah. You like emphasize. Yeah. The cobbler, but the cobbler.
Yep.
I mean,
hey man, it's all right. Live to fight another day.
Should be a name for a new movie, an action movie. You know, like we talked about The Accountant, how it's having its sequel. Should there be a movie called The Cobbler?
Why would there be?
Why not? Hollywood does everything. Some action movie. Like they just did Beekeeper, for crying out loud.
You think there should be an action movie about a shoemaker?
There was an action movie about a beekeeper.
Dude, what was the one that the Razzies, the Winnie the Pooh?
Yeah, Blood and Honey, or Honey and Blood. Can't remember which one was
But
first.
it was
but
Winnie
yeah.
the Pooh was
Yeah.
a serial killer.
Yes.
Yeah.
Dangerous.
Yeah.
Honey and Blood.
The cobbler. Sizing you up by day, killing you at night.
All right. Let's get to some Tiger stuff here.
Brought to you by The Cobbler. Sorry, I feel like doing the ESPN voiceover voice.
It's okay. And I think you're close to that voiceover voice. So, a couple people talking about the Detroit Tigers off season. Another surprise to make the team. Position player. Could this guy make the team? Q&A today on The Athletic with Cody Stavenhagen. Somebody asked, do you think Jamani Jones has a shot at making the roster? He writes, I had Jones on my team in the latest roster projection. While I'm far from 100% certain of that, I included Jones as a way of highlighting now the Tigers tend to make decisions in the Scott Harris era and to show that roster construction problems he could potentially solve. With Vierling and possibly Meadows injured, Jones can play outfield. He addresses one of the team's weaknesses because he has a track record of hitting well against left-handed pitching, 304 in a tiny Major League Baseball sample last year, and an 883 OPS against left-handed pitchers last season in AAA. Tigers brought him to camp for a reason, and A.J. Hinch has been speaking highly of him since the start of spring. Jones actually making the team would likely require Meadows not being ready for opening day, but he certainly has a chance. Jamani Jones could be a surprise to make this team.
Yeah, I was surprised when I saw his name on the roster, a couple weeks ago. Who was this guy? And then was watching him play in the game, and a former Yankee, and I'm like, okay.
Games I watched, I saw him hit a bomb.
Yeah, exactly, right? So, I mean, he fills other positions. He's got some versatility, and they do love their versatility and right-handed bat. So I think he has a real shot to make it.
All right, Jim Bowden, who also works for The Athletic, came up with the Tigers' best move of this offseason. Gator, do you care to venture a guess as to what their best move of the offseason was?
Signing Jack Flaherty?
That is correct. Best move, bringing back Jack Flaherty, who gives the Tigers a strong rotation with Skubal and the reigning AL Cy Young winner, and Jackson Jobe, the front runner for Rookie Pitcher of the Year, along with Reese Olson and Casey Mize. The under-the-radar move, the best under-the-radar move the Tigers made.
I don't think it's going to be Gleyber Torres because that just changed everything else. Pitcher. Oh, the Tommy Kahnle.
He writes, I love the Tommy Kahnle pickup to help fortify their bullpen, even if he never throws another fastball the rest of his career. He gave the Tigers a B. What help or hurt their grade? He writes, losing out on Alex Bregman to the Red Sox in free agency despite making him the best long-term offer hurt their grade, but signing second baseman Gleyber Torres helped it because he improves their offense.
Yeah, and then we had the news that came out about Anthony Santander that the Tigers were in contact but didn't make him an offer because basically they were waiting on Alex Bregman, and Santander finally took an offer with Toronto, and that one hurts because if they had signed Santander, I think it might be looking at a different outlook from the offseason, be even rosier. Some people think it's I don't know if it's rosy is the word, but it would be more rosy if they had Santander to this team.
Mm-hmm. Next up, storyline to watch. Storyline to watch. The biggest storyline will be the left side of the infield and how much production the Tigers will get from Trey Sweeney at shortstop and Chase Young at third base, and with Javi Baez still guaranteed $73 million for 3 more years. Baez is the duck and cover name here in the Carson Anderson program. Every time we say him, brace for impact because it's met with such hostility. The $73 million is the problem. And, it feels like virtually everybody is saying that Baez is likely to be on the opening day roster. And the text will come in 3, 2, 1 because people don't like it. I used the analogy yesterday. It's like having a car that you purchased. You owe payments on the car for 5 years. After a year, you no longer want the car. You still have to make the payments. But everybody knows that the car is a lemon, so nobody wants to buy it from you, but you still have to make the payments. You can park the car in the driveway and never use it. You can leave the car on the street and hope with the keys in it and hope somebody takes it. Or you can drive the car. They are choosing with 3 years of payments left on the 5-year payment plan they got on the car. They're choosing to drive the car a little bit. They went out and got another car, but they're driving this car a little bit. Unless somebody's going to take it off the street with the keys in it, or, you just decide I'm junking the car, which you could do. You still have to make the payments. It doesn't alleviate you from making the payments. So, and your budget doesn't account for adding a whole fleet of cars.
Does not.
No. So it is what it is as an analogy, but
and it can still work out, but it doesn't seem like it's likely to work out. Kind of feel like Javi Baez is what Javi Baez is at this point.
Yep.
Which is not a player that helps you out, but let spring training play out and see how he feels. Does that hip feel great after the surgery? Is he all of a sudden have his range of motion and swinging at better pitches and laying off the tough ones? A lot of spring to go before opening day. And then there'll be some Major League Baseball to play before I think that they really make their ultimate decision on him. He still has a little bit of a longer runway.
I mean, it's just a question of when do they. The most likely scenario is it feels like is eventually they're going to have to junk the car, but
at some point that's what it feels like.
Yep.
But I'm not going to rule out the possibility that they can still get some value out of this.
Yeah, I mean, can it get you from point A to point B?
She's durable.
Is she? I don't know that she is.
Not just yet, but we put a new Fetzer valve in there.
It's there was a question about Javi Baez for Cody Stavenhagen, and somebody sent how does it make any sense to keep Javi? And here's what he writes: unfortunately, it makes sense because of the business realities. The Tigers are paying Baez a lot of money, and they can easily option Sweeney to Toledo. For Sweeney to be on the roster, the real alternative would be designating Zach McKinstry for assignment and hoping he clears waivers, thanks to the fact that any team can claim him would be responsible for his $1.65 million salary. But with Vierling out and McKinstry capable of helping in the outfield, that's less likely than ever. The injuries to Meadows and Vierling also make the idea of Sweeney, Jace Young, and McKinstry, all left-handed hitters who can play on the dirt, all making the roster somewhat more likely than before. So far this spring, Baez has looked great from a health standpoint. Seems to be moving around well and now is running at full speed. I'm not sure that provides any hope for improvement. The swing looks the same. The chase is still an issue. The healthier hip can help him reclaim some of his old power. That's the best chance of making this a viable situation. You're basically praying Baez can hit like he did in 22 when he was still plenty frustrating, but homered 17 times and played good defense.
I want Sweeney on the opening day roster. If that means that you have to sacrifice Zach McKinstry, so be it. I mean, is Zach McKinstry that integral a piece to this team? You talk about his versatility to play infield and outfield. Did we just hear that's what Jones can do?
Yep.
So that's where I'm at with that.
Wait, did they say Jones could play infield?
I thought he could also play third base, if I'm not mistaken.
Kenny? Okay. That I did not say.
No, you did not say that, but I thought that's one of the cases with his versatility. I will
Okay.
double check that, but I thought that he had played third base.
Well, if he did, versatility always helps.
Jemai Jones.
Oh, we'll find out about that. Coming up, 248-539-9797. It is a special time of year. Did he play third base?
Yeah, played third base for the Yankees last year in 3 games.
Special time of year. Did you get to participate? We'll get to that today at 1:20. Also, the worst inning you will ever see at 1:16 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Kang, do you like lemon meringue pie?
That's not my go-to.
No. But do you like it when it's served?
I think in a sliver. I'd take a sliver.
Okay.
I have very mixed feelings on lemon meringue pie.
Do you?
Yeah, because that's why I laugh when you call it the styrofoam pie.
Yep.
The meringue gets awfully sticky, and the filling is like unnaturally gelatinous.
Mm-hmm.
Even though I love lemon flavor, I'm not the biggest lemon meringue fan.
Yeah.
I'll take key lime pie over lemon meringue pie every single time.
Yeah, lemon meringue would not have made my top 10. But, I mean, look, to each their own. And usually that means everybody else likes something and I don't. Are you ready for the worst inning ever?
Yes.
This is Holy Cross versus George Mason. Holy Cross in the field, George Mason at the plate. The inning starts with a ground out. 1 out, nobody on. Are you ready?
Yep.
This is the remainder of the inning. Walk, single, hit by pitch,
Ouch.
double,
Okay.
single,
All right.
hit by pitch,
Slow down.
hit by pitch,
Slow down.
fielder's choice, 2 outs.
How many people have been hit by a pitch already? 3 in this point?
Yes.
Good God.
Double, walk, hit by pitch.
Oh, my God.
Walk,
Another one.
walk, double, single, hit by pitch.
Nobody's charged the mound at this point?
Nope.
That's 5 times they've been hit by a pitch and they're not going to charge the mound?
Yep.
Man.
Correction on the fielder's choice. The fielder's choice was a fielder's choice, but they didn't get the out. So like a ground ball to second, and they tried to get the force at second. It wasn't in time, so everybody was safe.
So E1.
They're still, well, it's fielder's choice, but single, hit by pitch, double, pop out, walk, double, single, walk, single.
That's a walk. So that's a hit by
Fielder's
pitch.
choice out. George Mason set a NCAA record with 23 runs in an inning.
Wow.
They did not homer. They did not triple. At one point, 19 consecutive hitters for George Mason reached base. 11 hits, 8 walks, 5 hit by pitches. Holy Cross used 5 pitchers in the inning. They committed 3 errors. 23-run inning. Final score 26-6.
Wonder if anybody got hit twice in that inning. 5 hit by pitch. Wonder if somebody got
Who was the dartboard?
Yeah.
I don't know.
This guy. Who's George Mason beat who?
George Mason over Holy Cross. Holy Cross. Gordy Lockbaum. The previous record was 21 runs scored by Wichita State in
Shocking.
1984 and Penn State in 1983. So there you go. All right, Gator. I mentioned special time of year in sports. We
That's
get to
a
March.
terrible inning.
That is a terrible inning. You know what, though? I think anybody that's ever had a kid that played baseball, the first time, like, there's no limit on innings. You could see innings like this.
Yeah, but there comes a point where aren't you like, all right, come on, we'll just swing at everything out of the strike zone.
You will
swing.
tell your kids when they're young, you tell them swing at everything. If the other team has a pitcher that cannot throw strikes,
or just cap it at 10 runs and move on to the next inning.
I'm saying if there's not, a lot of leagues when the kids are really young have maximum amount of runs. You can
Right, but
score
at what
in.
point? I mean, when you're one of these travel leagues, at what point do you say enough is enough? When you're clearly outmatching another team. I know we just had this with hockey, but I mean, shouldn't this apply if we're not talking about national rankings with the whole? Don't even want to get into the hockey thing, but in baseball, I mean, come on. Isn't there a point where you're like enough is enough?
Eventually, you the way you get out of it is you have a kid run into an out. You know?
Yeah, that's a way to do it.
Overrun the base.
Getting a run down and just make sure you get tagged out.
Yep. I mean, I will tell you that being on and we were at times at that age when the kids were young, we were on the can't throw a strike end of that. We've walked 7, 8, 9 guys.
Brutal.
Game's out of reach. The other coaches said, hey, do you just want to wrap up the inning and let us hit? And I'm like, no, we're going to, unless we're running out of pitching. The problem is that kids get bored. If it's walk city, the fielders get bored and then they're not expecting it. And the ball gets hit right to them. And since they're not expecting it, turns into an error because they didn't expect their pitcher to throw a strike. It feeds on itself. But we do have breaking news from the National Football League.
Oh.
Tom Pelissaro says 2-time Pro Bowl wide receiver DK Metcalf has requested a trade. And the Seahawks have agreed to explore options, sources tell me, and Ian Rappaport.
Well, there will be definite interest in DK Metcalf. The combination of size and speed is unparalleled in the NFL.
Do you think that there's any way in Washington they're going, hey, we didn't know he was available?
Well, because they got Debo?
Yeah.
For a 5th-round pick, I think they're fine with that.
Who would you rather have?
I mean, is the price the same? I don't know what the price is going to be. I imagine for Metcalf, it might be a higher price. It probably is a higher price.
Where's he in his contract? That's one of the questions. And his numbers have gone down a little bit, DK.
Yeah.
I mean, we as always, does it affect us? Probably not. I think the Lions are authentically looking for an authentic third wide receiver.
I'm trying not to bag on DK Metcalf because I remember when he was drafted and we were doing shows in Florida from spring training and we were going over mock drafts and stuff like that. And we would talk about DK Metcalf and say, this is an interesting guy because he wasn't really an option. Where is it, Mississippi? Or Mississippi State, something like that?
Ole Miss, right?
Ole Miss, right? So we were like, this because the combine had just happened. And he ran this crazy, like 4.26 time at the combine, whatever it was. Like, wow, that's incredible. And like, well, can he play? Well, they didn't really use him. He only caught like whatever it was, 20 passes in a season, and like that just seems crazy. And so I already had my mind made up. My narrative was already on the way there that he wasn't going to be much.
Yep.
And then he gets to the NFL and starts turning heads, has some great seasons. And now it's back to back where maybe he hasn't been as great. And now I'm reverting back to my narrative, and it's unfair.
Sure.
So when you ask me the question, would I rather have Deebo Samuel or DK Metcalf? And I'm leaning towards Deebo, and it probably isn't fair. It probably should be DK Metcalf. But is he cresting? Is he on the other side there? Has the league figured him out?
I mean, he peaked a couple of years ago, 83, 75, 90 receptions. He's been 66 receptions the last 2 years. His touchdown numbers lowest of his career this past year, but
maybe
he's 27. So it's not like he's
right. No,
and a lot of it has to do with the quarterback he was playing with.
Well, Geno Smith got a lot of accolades, though.
Yeah, that's true. Anyway, I don't think this impacts us too much.
I don't know. Do you think the Bears would go after him? Just because the Bears love the offseason headline stuff.
Well, the Packers too, right? The Packers are rumored to be interested in wide receivers, and
so the Bears have DJ Moore, Rome Odunze, and Keenan Allen.
Is Keenan Allen still under contract?
I'd have to double check that.
I think he is. But I mean, if you're a team, Devontae Adams is a free agent. Do you want to sign Devontae Adams, or do you want to trade for DK Metcalf?
This also for Seattle, TJ Lockett, they announced today they're releasing him, or he's going to be released. So there's going to be a lot of
starting
movement.
all over.
Yeah, I mean, well, they got JSN and Jackson Smith and Jigba, but sorry, but there's going to be a lot of movement, is what I'm saying. A lot of big names. Deebo, you guys already mentioned, has been traded. DK Metcalf, I personally rather have DK Metcalf. That's another big name.
Keenan Allen is under. No, he's not under contract. My fault. Apologies. Of course, he's an unrestricted free agent. So I mean, they could, I suppose, but I wonder if they spent too much money on guards. All right, I mentioned it before the break. It's a great time of year, and March Madness is about to get underway at the college level. But you know what? There's nothing like a great high school March run. The boys basketball regional finals are tomorrow, which will take us down to 8 teams. The girls basketball districts are going on right now. Hockey is down to the semifinals. In basketball, you have to win 7 or 8 games, depending, to win the state championship. 7 or 8 games. And there's nothing like a March run. We're asking you today, when was your run? Whatever length it was, when was your March run? In whatever sport it was. Boys basketball, girls basketball. You want to go hockey, high school hockey. Because even if you don't, like, our kids never made it past out of regionals in any of their sports yet. But even like winning the district's fun. Getting to play another week, getting into those regional semifinals and final games can be a lot of fun. So when was your run? And you know what? It can be as a player. It can be as a coach. It can be as a parent watching your kids play. It can be just as a teacher at a school that everybody got on board when your school made a run. It wasn't your high school. You got on board with a high school basketball run a couple of years ago, didn't you?
No, it was my high school, but it was the first year that they had combined. I went to Andover High School in Bloomfield Hills, and they merged with Losser High School in Bloomfield Hills to become Bloomfield Hills High School. And that first year, they made it to the state championship game. to the final game. Yante Maton was the player that ended up playing at Georgia, and they lost to, I want to say, a team in Muskegon that had one of the guys that ended up going to Michigan State.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it Davis?
Yeah, I think that sounds right. But that was it was improbable because my high school was certainly not known for basketball, and neither was Lasser for that matter.
Yeah.
But when you combine the two schools, you can put together a pretty good team, and that's what they did. I don't think they've ever come close since then, but they did that year, and I ended up going to that game at Breslin Center.
That's awesome, and you were following them, and I'll never forget it because Gator's suddenly talking about Yante Maton, and I'm like, who?
And I was able to get I got a credential through my high school radio station. The station manager at the time, Pete Bowers, he's like, I talked to him. I'm like, can I get to this game? He's like, yeah, I can get your credential.
Mm-hmm.
So got to sit up top and watch it and enjoyed it, except we lost. But it's okay.
248-539-9797. What was your run on your record, in your history? Maybe it's going on right now. School's on board. Were you a coach, player, parent? It is Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. So what's funny about thinking back to your school's March run is remembering what ended your March run. Because you either lose to, Yeah, we had a good team. We were on a run. We got to the regionals, and we faced Chris Webber.
Right.
We had a really good team, and we made it to the state semifinals. We faced Magic Johnson. So there's who ended your run, too.
And Jerome Bettis ran right over us. You know.
Jerome Bettis had 6 carries for 320 yards and 5 touchdowns. So it's not only what was your run, what ended your run. In your case, it was Deontay Davis when your high school made it to the States. 248-539-9797. D is in Southfield, and he's on 97 on a ticket. Hi, D.
Hey, what's up, fellas? How y'all doing?
We're doing great.
All right, man. Last year, my daughter's a junior at Southfield A&T, and we went on a run and won the state in football against Belleville and Bryce Underwood.
There you go.
You guys beat Bryce Underwood.
Oh, yeah. We beat them last year at Ford Field for the Class A state title in football. And
okay, yep.
Southfield A&T been good, but wasn't expecting them to take state. That was a heck of a run, man.
That is a heck of a run. And so you guys were even surprised were you surprised by getting there or just surprised by beating Belleville?
No, the quarterback at Southfield A&T was every bit as good as Underwood, in my opinion. So I wasn't surprised. He's at Kansas now. I wasn't surprised that they made a run, but to get to the state and beat Belleville, at that time Belleville hadn't lost in 2 years. So yeah, it was a surprise, and it was a lot of fun, man.
Hey, appreciate it. People get on board for great high school March runs. Who ended your run when you went on one? Let's go to Jamal in Pontiac. Hi, Jamal.
Hello. I never got a chance to have a great run in high school. I'm from Ohio, and every team didn't make the playoffs like here in Michigan. I actually was going to piggyback a little bit off of the previous caller. Several years ago, I coached with the defensive staff at A&T, and it wasn't at A&T, it was at the previous school, but they won it at A&T, so we're super proud of them. But last year, I now work as a football official, and I got a chance to work my first state final, which is really cool and a great accomplishment. I never got a chance to do it as a player, but it was pretty cool to do it as an official.
So you went on a run as an official?
I did, personally. I did.
So how does that work at the high school level? Do you basically get graded every game?
You do. So you have you can't work an official or a playoff game until you have, I believe, at least 18 or 19 accumulated games. So and then you get rated every game, and then based off those ratings, and you become basically in a pool of candidates, and then you're selected. So my crew, fortunately, we worked several regional final games every year in the past several years. And then personally, last year, I got a chance to work a state final. I happened to be on a pretty good crew by Kendall Sherman. So I was really excited about that.
Congratulations, Jamal. That's a hell of a run. What was your March run? Let's go to Rob. You're next on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Rob.
Hey, how you doing today?
We're good.
Yeah, I went to Livonia Stevenson, so I actually played some of those Bloomfield teams back in the days, class of 73.
Okay.
That basketball year, our team ended 7-10, but ended up in the quarterfinals with a 10-10 record. And in our conference back in those days, Pontiac Northern was there, but Pontiac Central had a young star, Campy Russell.
Okay, remember the name.
And we actually ended the first quarter, I think, ahead, but it was funny. They took the lead, and then they had, kind of play NBA for a lot of the teams lay off.
They took the lead and never looked back.
We'd come up and get within, say, 1 to 3 points, and then they'd go on a 10-0 run.
Yeah, well.
1 to 3 points, 10-0 run, and that was it for our season. 10-11, but very successful.
Campy Russell ended the run. Now, you in swimming? You were a high school swimmer.
Yeah. My sophomore year, we won the state championship. Okay. That was the last year that I swam. I had virtually nothing to do with it.
You were on the team?
Yeah, but
he was a glue guy, people.
I was a glue guy. But we had not won a state championship. The boys' team had not won a state championship yet. The girls' team had won 5. So the coach at the time, Mike Lane, who's a swim coach legend in the state of Michigan, I mean, the big joke was, let's get one a trophy that doesn't have boobs on it. Is what he was looking for. So we finally did. We had this great run. I don't know if we lost a dual meet that year. I don't think we swept everything. I think we may have won the Oakland County meet, and I think we won the league meet, but we may have lost a dual meet. But then to get to the state championships, and it's about qualifying. The individual swimmers have to qualify by making it a certain time. Then you have the prelims, and then they seed you, 1 through 12, and the top 6 actually really compete for the points there. So we ended up having an excellent team, sent a lot of guys to states, and accumulated enough points and won it, and it was awesome.
That was your sophomore year?
That was my sophomore year. So my contribution for that was that I was counting the laps. So you had like this placard thing that you hold in the water.
Yeah.
When the swimmer's coming in for the 500, because it's 20 laps. So did you keep track of how many laps they're at? And
so they gave you the closest thing to a swimming math assignment?
That's right. That's right. Well, and incidentally enough, that was my last year of math in high school, because the next year was bad enough. Okay. So, but yeah, so I was holding the counter for one of our swimmers in the 500, and I think we had 3 guys that were in the state finals for that. So I wasn't holding it for the guy who ended up winning the state championship. That was my buddy Steve Pankratz, but I did hold it for Steve Wilson.
248-539-9797. Shannon, next on 97 won a ticket. There you go.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up, Shannon?
So I played football for Davison back in 2002, 2003.
Yep.
And that was the year that we went to the playoffs, and was probably 10, 15 years before that they ever did. That year in the playoffs, we went against Lapeer when Jake Long was on there, and we defeated them in the second round, and then the following week we lost to Lowell in the third round.
Do you remember anybody from Lowell? Hello? Shannon?
Yeah, I'm still here. Sorry. What's that?
Do you remember anybody from Lowell?
Not anyone from Lowell. No, I didn't.
Do you remember anything about the game?
Jake? Yeah, not from the game. Not really. It was kind of a bad game. Left a sour taste in our mouths. Not because of the loss. I mean, the loss, of course, was a major thing, but there was a lot of bad calls, blown calls, and it was on both sides, but it seemed to go against us a lot more than it did them.
Thank you, Shannon. 248-539-9797. Bitterness from a high school officiating game 23 years ago.
Oh, I got bitterness. Yeah.
It sticks with you.
Yeah, hell yeah, it does.
Paul and Ipsy, you're on 97 won a ticket. What's up, Paul?
Hey, how you doing, Doug Gator? It's a great day out here. I got to tell you, you said Magic Johnson, Doug, and it just triggered a memory. I went to high school in Howell. It wasn't my class, but I believe it would have been 77. The coach was relatively new in the position. His son was 6'6", dominant in the KVCC as a center.
Yep.
They get through regionals, get to semis, and they run into Everett. And Magic dumps 45 on him by halftime.
Oh.
And they sat him down.
Hey, a lot of times you just run into that.
Wow.
The roadblock that you have no shot. Like you look at the brackets, you go, okay, we could win that game.
We got Lansing Everett. I don't know what the hell's Everett.
Well, then you go, or you go.
Yeah. No.
We're not going any further than that.
So the regional.
Tristan in Ann Arbor, you're on 97 won a ticket. Hi, Tristan.
Hey, guys. First time, long time. How you doing?
What's up?
So I got 2 stories for you. My freshman year of high school in 2014, I was a part of Saline. No, I do not.
What was it? Saline?
The state title game. Yes, Saline.
Okay. What sport are we talking about?
Okay, come on in. This one's football. We made it to the state title game.
I don't know if this is going to work. You got way too much wind in the background. Can you cover up the phone or something?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Usually good to do it before we're on the air, but yes.
Is that any better?
Yeah,
I hope
sure.
so.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So Saline football.
Yep, Saline football 2014 state title game. Josh Jackson was our quarterback. He ended up going on to play football at Virginia Tech.
Yep.
And then the other one I got for you was 2017 baseball. I was on that team that ended up winning the state title. We actually beat Jake Moody in the state title game against Northville.
2017. Okay, baseball. That would have been. Was that Logan Evans?
It was
his freshman year. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Yep. That's my nephew.
Logan
so,
Evans.
Yeah, my nephew's
Yes.
Logan. Yeah,
Cole Daniels went on to play at Kentucky. Yep.
Yeah, my son played against that Saline team and almost got picked off by who was the catcher? Anyway, irrelevant. What was your run? 248-539-9797. Hey, March is almost here, and college basketball is reaching its most exciting stretch of the season. Right now, new customers on FanDuel get $150 in bonus bets. When your first $5 bet wins, $150 extra bucks to bet on everything: conference clashes, tournament upsets, even who's cutting down nets. You know how this works, right? Go find a heavy favorite, put your $5 down on the money line. Just need to win the game. Then when they do win the game, if they take care of business, you get the $150 to bet with however you want. FanDuel.com/971Detroit to get in on it for new users. FanDuel.com/971Detroit. It's that time of year, March. High school playoffs right now. Boys basketball regional finals are tomorrow. Girls basketball districts ongoing. Hockey's down to the semifinals. What was your run? Whether it would be as a player, as a coach, as a student at a school where everybody gets behind it. And sometimes, I mean, the thing about it is just getting out of districts and making it to regionals can be really fun. And then the other part that's fun is who ended your run? Like, you're like, well, we ended up losing to an Olympian or a future NBA player or a future NHLer. Although hockey, the best aren't playing high school hockey, but nonetheless, 248-539-9797. Eric is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Eric.
Hey guys, great talking. You love the show.
Thank you.
So, as a parent, I was lucky enough to have two of my three kids win Division I state championships in baseball and softball. So my son won 2015 with his team in Heartland Division I for baseball, it was unbelievable. We beat Tommy Henry, who went on to Michigan in 10 innings. It was 2-1 game. And then my daughter's 2023 Heartland team is just a good group of girls that us dads started coaching years ago who played together, and they played a lot of meaningful games, and they rolled through the 7 games to win the state championship. It was unbelievable. I hope every high school player and parent and coach gets to go through something
in some
like that.
sport, one sport or another. I mean, obviously each school has their strengths and weaknesses, but in one sport or another, getting to go on a run is fun. My son's high school tennis team won a state championship at Ann Arbor Pioneer, and I missed 1 year when he won the doubles that he played, but then when the team won, they actually tied with Ann Arbor Huron. They had the same amount of points. I skipped the Michigan game to go his senior year. I was working the sidelines and pre-games, and we sent Brian Bush to Penn State, and I went, and it was a senior year, and I'm like, okay, I'm not going to miss it this time. And I was up there in Midland. It's fun. Like anytime you watch your kid get to do something like that, it's great. 248-539-9797. Glenn is next. Hi, Glenn.
Hi, how you guys doing?
What's up?
So my son was on the 2003 basketball team. It was a small school out of Ohio, and it was Archbishop Alter. And we made a state run to the state championship game. And
what sport are we talking about?
Yeah, it's basketball.
Okay.
So we played St. Vincent St. Mary with LeBron James on the team, and at halftime we was actually up by 2 or 3 points, and he just took the game over, and he was like a man among boys out there.
Yeah, he was quite a specimen as a senior.
You were up at halftime. Did you think you had him right where you wanted him?
No, I mean there was so much hype about that kid, throughout those couple years. But yeah, it was just, I mean, these guys, just weight-wise, I mean, he probably had 100 pounds on every kid.
Yeah. All right, hey, thank you for sharing. As soon as he said St. Vincent, St. Mary's, did you know exactly
LeBron James, yeah, 100%.
Ian Rappaport with some breaking news. The Raiders are making star edge Max Crosby one of the highest-paid defenders in the NFL, per me and Tom Pelissaro. The team announced an extension, although there are no details at this time.
Well, we need to know. Because how much? Because you're going to have to take that price and then add some for Aiden Hutchinson.
This does impact us. It impacts us in that Max Crosby is now going nowhere, and it probably sets a price tag for Aiden. Which is, I mean, in some ways, you almost wonder were the Lions knowing this was going to happen.
Schefter says it's a 3-year, $106.5 million extension, $95.5 million guaranteed. So that's a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
That's $35 million a year, roughly. Is that what we're looking at?
Yeah.
So get ready, Lions. Aiden Hutchinson is going to cost you close to 40, I would imagine.
One would think.
But Crosby's it's a 3-year extension. Hutchinson is a lot younger, so. Would you imagine it's a 5-year deal with when they get it done with Aiden? There have been talking this offseason.
Yeah, it's a good question. I don't know what to expect. I expect it's going to be close to that, and this is why.
Be a lot.
Why it's awfully tough to imagine. I think it's why Brad Holmes says, "Yeah, it's going to be hard to pay 2 of these guys."
Well. Down the road, though, when you have to go and ask somebody if they can restructure, then that just means here's a guy you can go and ask to restructure along with that guy and that guy and that guy and another.
Chris is in Temperance and next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Chris.
Hey, how you doing there, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Great show.
Great.
Hey, my old high school back in the early 80s there, we had a guy named Greg Stokes. Probably remember him. Went to Iowa.
Yep. Basketball.
Yep. We lost. I believe it was the semifinals. We missed 17 front ends of the 1-on-1, so we kind of lost it ourselves.
That's not going to help.
17 front ends.
Yes.
Wow. Do you remember who you lost to?
I do not. I think it was Dayton. I think it was Dayton Roth.
Do you remember taking the next time you had to practice about 350 free throws each day?
I wasn't on the team. I was a freshman.
Okay.
But I was at every game, so it was so fun watching him. He just dominated. He was Ohio State Player of the Year that year. They were crazy good. I think they were 25-1 for the year.
Thanks, Chris. 248-539-9797. What was your run and who ended it? Cal is next. Hi, Cal.
Hey, guys. How you doing? Great topic today.
Thank you.
Hey, real quick, I went to Brother Rice, and I was humored by the guy I called earlier because we ended up losing to Magic Johnson and Lansing Everett in the state finals.
Did you? Okay.
In what was a very competitive game. Rice had a kid named Kevin Smith, who was our big-time player at that point. And he hit a half-court shot to put the game into overtime, and Lansing Everett ended up taking the game over in overtime.
Did Kevin Smith go to Michigan State too?
He inevitably did. He went somewhere else first.
Yeah.
Okay.
But he ended up going to state after Magic had already left for the NBA.
Gotcha.
So, but the other quick one was 4 years later, Rice won the Catholic League title and played in the Operation Friendship game against the PSL champ, and that year it happened to be Detroit Southwestern. And we lost a game at Callahan Hall to Antoine Jobert.
Oh, the judge.
Snake picked by a couple of big-time players.
Yeah, that was a pretty good team.
Yeah. There were some Southwestern teams there that you could have just taken the entire class to the
Antoine Jobert was one of those guys growing up that was like a high school legend. They were showing his highlights on a nightly basis. I remember on Channel 4 watching the sports, and we got Jobert highlights. And okay, here we go.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Austin and Pontiac here on 97.1 a Ticket. Hi, Austin.
Hey, guys. I had a run back in 2021. There was still a bunch of COVID regulations going around, and the day of our first district game, a player on our hockey team got diagnosed with COVID. So that kind of made like our whole team ineligible for that weekend. And instead of forfeiting the games, we decided to have our JV team suit up for us in those two games. And they somehow pulled away and won both games. And then we went on to win the state title at the end of that.
Wow. What high school?
Detroit Catholic Central.
Okay. So the JV team won your district?
Yeah, they beat Berkeley and then Troy the first two district games.
That's a hell of a story. That is a hell
it
of a story.
made the news at the time. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, that's kind of wild. By the way, Spot Track, which tracks contracts, we just told you about Max Crosby's extension. Per his 3-year extension, Max Crosby is now the highest average paid non-quarterback in NFL history. $35.5 million a year.
So here it is at 155 on March 5th, 2025. How long will that last?
Until somebody else signs for more?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's not that he's not a great player, because he is a great player. But at his position, Parsons is going to sign for more.
Yeah.
Hutchinson is likely to sign for more.
Yep.
That's just at his own position.
This is really interesting because NFL.com writer Kevin Patra just tweeted out, this is why Brad Holmes wants to extend to Aiden Hutchinson sooner, even coming off serious injury. It's only going to get more expensive.
Yeah.
So
100%.
Well, this gets back to we'll see how much flexibility they have as this offseason goes on. Here's Rico Beard.
There is, Doug. No, I said the same thing about Scuba. You might as well sign him now, because it's not like all of a sudden the stock market is going to fall and he's going to go cheaper. Like certain players, you just got to pay them.
Yeah, I agree. The problem with Scooble is that you've got there's no salary cap in baseball, and his agent knows it. And his agent is, you could throw a number that begins with a 4 in front of it, and he's probably saying, nope, not yet.
No, I get it, but it's just going to turn to a 5 the next year. And so
I hear you. But that's probably why he doesn't
I know.
sign.
How are you today?
Good.
Yeah.
I caught the middle. What was the top pie?
The top pie was apple.
Oh, it was apple.
It was apple, yeah.
Okay.
Apple was number one. That was
Apple-
Gator's lone guess. We
Apple,
got-
pumpkin, pecan, cherry were the top 4. And I forget what the 5th one was.
Blueberry was 6 or 5. I think blueberry was
Blueberry
5.
may have been 5.
Yeah.
So undervalued.
Blueberry is so good.
It's so undervalued.
Oh.
How do you feel about lemon meringue pie?
I'm good.
Yeah, me too.
You don't need any.
I don't need the fluff.
No.
No. Styrofoam.
Yeah, you know, a good way of putting it. It's like, just give me lemon pie.
Right, yeah.
I don't need the
Well,
pie.
you're going to top it off with whipped cream maybe instead of the meringue. Awful.
Am I supposed to be fancy? Do I stick my pinky finger out when I eat this? Like,
Yes.
okay.
That's exactly.
Does meringue have any other use?
Yeah, I mean, meringues by themselves, like you can make meringue, they're almost like cookies. You could throw like chocolate chips in them if you want, that they bake in the oven.
Yeah.
See, I'm
They're
thinking
delicious. They melt in your mouth. They're awesome. But meringue on a pie, I think, serves no purpose.
I think meringue is kind of like your tax person, just once a year type of thing.
Yeah, okay.
That's it.
All right, have a great show. Rico is on deck here. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
The Las Vegas Raiders are inking defensive lineman Max Crosby to a 3-year deal worth $106 million. It's an extension per Adam Schefter. The deal would make him the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history. MLB Union Director Tony Clark visited the Tigers today and met with the media afterwards, addressing his recent lockout comments. Quote, "We are interested and always interested in sitting down at the bargaining table and negotiating in good faith to find a fair and equitable deal before the expiration of the agreement." The other side came out and said a lockout is going to be the new norm and is good for the game. We don't happen to agree with that, unquote. Tigers are currently in a rain delay in Lakeland. The new estimated start time, 2:30. Reese Olson due to start. The game airing on the Bet 1270 and ESPN here today. The Pistons are back on the floor tonight against the Clippers in L.A. Tobias Harris remains out for personal reasons. Isaiah Stewart will likely return. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 10:30 after Pistons tonight. Michigan also hits the hardwood again tonight at Chrysler, looking to shake off their Illinois loss. Number 13 Maryland in their way. The Terrapins are the 20th best defensive team according to Ken Pom. Seattle.com. It's an early 6:30 tip on WWJ News Radio 950. Seattle Seahawks star wide receiver DK Metcalf has also requested a trade. The team has agreed to explore options, according to Tom Pelissero. In 15 games last season, Metcalf logged 992 yards. At the Cornwall House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Yeah, that's right. All right. We have a jam-packed show, so I'm not going to waste any time. Like, Rico, how was your day? I don't care. Let's just get into it. Top 10 Rico is back. Dress shirt season is back. Let's go. We got to start with what happened last night. We will get into.
Wait. Which thing happened last night?
Well, if you're going to wave a cane at me and get kicked out, or I'm going to hold some stupid paddle sign, we can do it. I hold a sign that says Rico's an ass. I don't know. Chaos. Total chaos. No, I actually wanted to do something nice for you because I know you enjoy the player A, player B stuff. 3 o'clock, I want to do something football related where sometimes you don't want to save the 75 cents and go with the Hydrox. You got to buy the Oreos. You got to go Fruit Loops and leave the Fruity O's on the shelf. I will explain. Football related, Lions related. But we got to start with last night because Kenny has an admission, and it's not about alcohol.
He was front and center.
Kenny was at the game last night as the Red Wings.
97-1 royalty, Kenny, Rieger, Costa and his wife, they were all there.
I heard Costa was reckless, according to Come See Tom this morning. I want to cede the floor to Kenny. Maybe we hold our little signs up where it's...
I'm so glad I was at the Wings game and I missed that.
You know, it was a rough night last night when they announced capturing a terrorist and a certain group couldn't even clap.
Kenny, it was 5 minutes. I said, I feel like I'm watching the cafeteria scene in Mean Girls.
Rico opted for college hoops in about 7 minutes.
Like, only thing missing was, on Wednesdays we wear pink. All right, you know what? I'm done.
All right. Kenny, though, big news out of the Wings game. What do you got?
No, I was there. I saw it live. I saw the whole thing, and I kind of had a revelation while I was watching that game, and that is Carolina is a very good team. If they didn't fall apart in the playoffs every year, they'd be a cup contending team every time. And the Wings are nowhere close. They need a major trade, a major piece. Every time they tried to dump the puck in, they couldn't win the board battle. They couldn't win puck battles. They weren't strong on the puck. Alex Lyon didn't look particularly good, even though he only allowed 2 goals. I didn't love the 2 goals he allowed. It just looked top to bottom like they were outmatched and outclassed.
Okay, I'm so thankful you said this because if I did, I'd be vilified or slandered. But the fact that you said it.
I'll take the arrows, no problem.
No, it's okay. You know what upset me more? And I don't know if I have a right to be upset about it, so I'll lean on you guys. How about McLennan saying we didn't have our legs? Huh? I'm sorry, did you play 3 and 4 nights?
No, you had a day off. You know, you're supposed to have legs for that game. It's at home. You're supposed to be able to get up for that game.
And you're off back-to-back losses.
And you're coming off the 4 Nations. So.
Didn't have legs. So, look, here's where I am at. I'm not in hyper-panic mode. Yes, I understand this is Collapse 3.0 where we get to the week of the deadline. They start losing games. They've now lost 3 in a row. You know, Utah's got 63. They got 66. Do I think the Wings are a better hockey team? Yes, but look, here's my question. Is Jeremy going to sit in your lap? What is going on? Jeremy Otto.
This is secret. You can't know.
Jeremy Otto walked in like he was about to, like in the line for Santa Claus at the mall. So, no, I just, Kenny, here's my question to all of Red Wing Elite and all of Red Wing Nation, okay? If they don't make the playoffs, what does that do to your Yzer faith regarding the Yzer plan? Because I said something to Rico pre-show, and he didn't wave a cane and get kicked out with a really bad ponytail. I'm sorry. Unbelievable. The point is, back before I arrived in this town by decades, your hockey team was known as the Dead Things. I mean, they would give away cars between periods at the Olympia to get people to go. Do you realize the current playoff drought is longer?
Yeah, that was the virtual chair drop that you hit me with in pre-show meeting.
So the question I asked Top 10 Rico, I asked Kenny Cott, I asked David Hall, and I ask you, the listener, if this happens that they don't make it, and by the way, your schedule on paper is brutal. It's brutal. If they don't make it, what does that do to your faith in Steve Yzerman? Look, we could scream and yell and talk about, I demand a trade. They need to go out and get Ray Ferraro in his prime. Guys, there's no merit to it. We don't control it. We're probably yelling at the sky. Whether they make a trade or not, all I'm saying is on March 5th, if they slip and slide out of this, and factually today they are out of the playoffs, what does that do to your Yzer faith? 248-539-9797. Lecture me on it. Let all the hockey nerds who follow Sault Ste. Marie Greyhounds hockey, let them all lecture me. They pay more attention to the minor leagues. I would suggest you get a life. Go ahead and tell me what you would do if now in year 6 and for the second straight season outright, you collapsed and didn't make it. Mm-hmm. And we're waiting to year 7 to just make the playoffs.
No moves.
I don't know.
Well, we don't know. But ironically enough, last year it was the Phoenix team that took you out, and this year it's the old Phoenix team that be the start and genesis of taking you out. So they do. What I'm looking at is, man, this feels a lot like deja vu.
Okay.
This feels a lot like last year.
What would it do to your Yzer faith?
My Yzer faith.
One sentence, 2 sentence. What would it do?
It would be gone. It would be this guy, just great player, not a great general manager.
Okay. Kenny, what would it do to your Yzer faith?
See, initially when you asked the question, I thought, well, if he makes a trade, if he makes 2 trades and I'm like A+ trade deadline and they still miss, initially my thought was it wouldn't be that bad. But at the end of the day, I look at this and say, if you fire Lalonde at the beginning of the season, we're not even having this discussion.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and Kenny, right? I'm not to cut you off. I'm right there with you. You're responsible for this because, right? If you would have done this at the beginning,
yes,
you drug this out last year when you knew he was done. You knew he was baked. You knew, oh, I'm going to bring him back. Why? Well, he won a game, so it was like he was getting a 10-day contract as a coach, and you kept extending him and kept extending him. Finally, he was just like, all right, you lost too many games. I'm going to fire you, and then the team gets good. Imagine if you would have started the year off with him with a new coach.
And that's why I can't use the argument of, oh, well, if he has a great trade deadline and still misses, whatever. No, he could have made this better at the beginning of the season.
Here's where I'm at with it. We have to get to a point where we stop separating the following 2 things, right? It's almost like we've separated Steve Yzerman from the comment of, well, they're just not good enough. You're at fault for that. 6 years in. I mean, it's a lot like when you talk politics. How long do you get to go blaming the last guy? Is it a year? Is it 2 years? Do you blame the last president in continuum? And both sides do it, so nobody get all horned up about it. I'm saying you can't blame Kenny Holland no more. Rico's waving a cane at me. Where's the sergeant at arms?
I mean, isn't that where the quote, that's what the money's for, Steve, comes from? That's what the money's for.
You give me ideas, I give you money.
Exactly.
If they don't make it, it means they aren't good enough. And if they aren't good enough in year 6, following an offseason that they had the most cap space in the league, or following a trade deadline where if he made a move, it didn't result in anything, or if he didn't, it's malfeasance.
And following an off seasons where you lose Jake Wallman for nothing, Gostisbehere walks away. He's one of your best defensemen. Like just head-scratching moves followed by nothing in return.
Oh, and again, you're still rolling Hull out there. You still have arguably the worst defensive pairing in all of hockey, metrically. Okay, so if they don't make it, look, the schedule is really difficult. And I'm not going to turn a 3-game losing streak into 5 or 7. I'm not doing that. But it is, Rico, it is a bit of deja vu, Kenny. And last night, listen, you're down 2-0 to Carolina. That may as well be 5-0.
100%.
They suffocate.
They lock it down defensively to the point where you have zero shot of coming back, even with that great Soderblom goal.
Take it from me. I've been eliminated by the Hurricanes multiple times.
I know you have.
It's quite an experience. They basically put a plastic bag over your head like in the movies, and they just suffocate.
And you just have to watch.
Just go to sleep. Go to sleep.
Go to the light.
248-539-9797. Hockey Elite, come on now. Don't duck and run. Don't do that. I need to know. And if your answer is they can miss the playoffs again and it won't shake your faith in Yzerman, I will not be upset at you, but I am going to ask kindly or respectfully, could you provide why? Because it's kind of insane. We're just doing the same thing every year. And you know the biggest problem? Sure, it's cliche to say your best players got to be your best players. No, Larkin and Raymond haven't been very good the last few nights. Okay, fine. The reality is there any list out there amongst the top 10, 15, 20 players in the league where Lucas Raymond and Dylan Larkin are on it? No. We have good stars.
Good point.
We don't have superstars. So it's even tougher when Dylan Larkin doesn't play great. Or when Raymond doesn't play great, because they're not superstars. We had hoped Lucas Raymond was going to become one, still might. He's not now. And Steve Yzerman simply won't get us one, won't bring one here. And you end up with the Tarasenkos of the world. Oh, here's what I did for you. I brought Patrick Kane back at age 68, and here's Tarasenko, who's useless. Useless. What did you do to get better on the blue line? Nothing. As Kenny put it, you gave guys away. You didn't backfill with anything. All right, if they're not good enough, whether it's you didn't fire the coach soon enough, Yzerman, whether it's you didn't use your cap space appropriately, Yzerman, whatever he does or does not do at the deadline, at a certain point, my Yzer faith is just, I'm bored by this. You just get to a point, I'm with you, I think, where it's like, you know what? Hell of a player, all-time legend, might be a wonderful human being. I don't care about any of it. Yeah. You're just not if they miss the playoffs this year, any of that shine has got to be gone.
Yeah, it's like, Isaiah Thomas, top 75 player, not that great as president and GM. Wherever he went, destroyed teams. So
it's a good pull by you. 248-539-9797. We are going to get to player A, player B at 3 o'clock. We've got Javi derangement syndrome. We got to talk about it. I got some audio for you. We got a loaded potato today. Don't make a move. Top 10, Rico.
Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone. Planet Fitness offers high-value memberships that support any fitness journey. And for the month of March, Planet Fitness will allow you to upgrade and get a black card for absolutely free for the month. With the black card, you have access to the spas and hydro massage and all the other amenities, and you get to bring a guest with you at any time, a person who can help motivate you to keep you going in your fitness journey. It's $24.99 a month, but for this month, if you sign up $1 down, you get a black card for free. That's a $24.99 value for free. Judgment-free zone, and Planet Fitness offers all types of equipment that they have. A lot of brand new equipments like the hack squat and supine benches, cable towers, Smith machines, upper and lower body strength machines, treadmill, stairmat. You get it. They got everything you need. Convenient hours to fit your schedule and your routine. Free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers who will focus on you. Head into any Planet Fitness right now to get started. Over 50 in Metro Detroit area, or you can go online, or you can go on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet, Planet Fitness.
The hockey elite have assembled, and I appreciate it. I am not hitting a panic button. I am trying to ask a very different question today, which is, look, if this Wings thing doesn't turn around, if they do miss the playoffs, what does that do to your faith in Yzerman? We're not going to sit here and scream from now until Friday about a trade they must make that might not be available. Or guys, I can't do it. You know, we had a little fun on Monday. I asked, do you believe, do they need to do something? We've established how we feel as a show, but it's about you guys. And all I can tell you is if they don't make it in year 6, whether it's Rico's point that the loan should have been gone sooner, that's on Steve. Whether it's the offseason that I don't think any of us were happy with when they had all of that cap space, to then now sitting here deadline week and wondering if they'll do something, not even that they'll do something, just how big of a move. If they don't make it, I really don't know what else to say. So wanted to hear from you guys, and we'll do that in a minute. David, some ticket texts, and we'll get to the people, okay?
I've been saying Yzerman has to become accountable. He's done nothing in free agency, especially in goal. We signed an old washed-up Talbot who can't stop a beach ball. The Yzer bots are the issue. They will tell you, don't expect anything. Be thankful Yzerman wanted this job. Someone says, I am done with Larkin. He is not the leader we need. Yesterday made me realize, like Kenny, we are legit 5 to 6 good players away. Still, this is year 6. It's not like we have this superstar we're about to bring up. Where is the talent?
Yeah, and again, the problem in all of it is if you say Larkin's good but not great, or you say Raymond is good but not great, people take that you're ripping a player. I'm not. They're very good players. But when you're paying guys in the $8 million range, I need you to be great. And look, Larkin was a lot better with a USA across his chest about a week to 10 days ago than he has been with a winged wheel across his chest the last week to 10 days.
Which is infuriating to me because we know how good he can be. That.
Okay, so where is it? I'm asking. I'm not like mad at you. I'm asking.
I don't know what brings that out of him. I guess the high level of competition. One problem: we're not in the playoffs. We don't have that. We're in a playoff run. This is what you need out of your captain, out of your supposedly one of your best players. You need that.
Let's go to the people. See what everybody's got to say. We're going to bat lead off. Kevin is going to join us. 97.1. Kev, how you doing, buddy?
Good. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So. I mean, I'm a big hockey fan. I'm honestly indifferent right now with Yzerman. He's just one of my favorite sports people of all time and all the sports, but I'm indifferent. It's as Kenny was saying, you know, with the roster, anybody that knows anything about hockey or follows the NHL closely, the roster is very average. I feel you look at Larkin. I think Larkin's biggest issue is when he was with the USA in the Nations tournament, he didn't have to be the guy. With the Red Wings, he needs to be the guy. And I feel that's the problem is Larkin's never going to be that type of player. I mean, there's fans in Detroit that will be ready to call all the banners and go to war if you say something negative about him or want to trade him. But my big thing is with Yzerman in a nutshell is that I don't think they're going to make the playoffs. But for me, the deciding factor for me will be is he's got to make a big splash making a trade. I think that I saw something on the internet about Dylan Cousins they were thinking about going after. I personally think that I'm obviously not a general manager or anything, but there's a defenseman with the Sabres, Owen Power, and Michigan fans will love this because he went to Michigan. He's only 22, and I think he's making like $8 million, but it's like we have no good defense. The best NHL teams down the stretch win the Stanley Cups. The Vegas Knights are one of the best defensive teams. The Panthers are one of the better defensive teams. I just feel and all I hear about are these prospects. And
I'm tired of it.
Got some good prospects.
Yeah, but I'm
tired
of it.
If these prospects come up, they got to be stars right away. Otherwise, what are we doing here? We're just waiting. It's like when he was with Tampa Bay, he made a big trade where he got Sergachev, and he was a big piece for their Stanley Cup runs. He's got to make a big trade. Everything's been too flat, And all these signs of the Tarasenko's of the world, and everybody's like, oh, my God, we got Tarasenko. I'm like, yeah, but he's like 33 years old. And it's like, what are we going to do? And Patrick Kane, I mean, Patrick Kane's a nice piece, but he's 33, he's my age, like 36. You can't really do much with that in the NHL. It's a young man's game nowadays.
Well, and look, Kevin, I just want to speak on that. You brought up the prospect thing, and I know listeners get frustrated with me. I'm not ignoring prospects. I get tired of hearing about it. Prospects are nothing more than a meat shield for job security. And you can always sell prospects because it's selling hope. It's selling the unknown, and hope is undefeated. Yep, so I'm tired of hearing about it. It's the same thing with the Tigers. I mean, I get so sick and tired of hearing about all these prospects because the reality is the percentage of prospects that will come up and be great from day one is 1 in 100. So then you start to factor in, okay, well, what does a prospect really mean? It means a guy that is probably 2 years from being 2 years away. That, yes, they get here, but you're not going to get the best of them for a couple of years. So I'm not interested. That's all. I mean, again,
you're really 4 years away.
That's my point. And again, like with the baseball stuff, like, no, Max Clark will not be here this year. And guess what? When he debuts, the odds that he's very good are very low. He will have to build towards that. Right. So my point is, I don't want to say the name. That was my whole point. So whether it's McGonigal, Clark, whatever it is, those guys are years from being someone I will pencil in and go 850 OPS. Now, look, if you strike gold, that's wonderful. But I don't plan for that. That just happens. I mean, the best laid plans with the best prospects in any sport, they all go out the window because when you get in and it's live fire, very few guys just hit the ground running. I don't care what the sport is.
You're absolutely right.
Let's go to Steve, 97.1. Stevie, what's going on, pal?
What's going on, guys? It's been a few weeks. Good to hear from you.
How are you, sir?
Hey, not too bad. Just thawed myself out from the Winter Classic of the Stadium Series this weekend. Great game, disappointing result. But topic at hand, faith. You guys are probably going to pin me to a cross here.
No.
Faith is yeah, I'll give you my why. Faith is unwavered, even if we don't make the playoffs, and here's why. Drafting. I challenged you in listener land. Name me one first-rounder that Yzerman has not missed on yet, and I don't have to list them all.
No.
And not only that, he's hit on some of the non-firsts as well. Soderblom, to note, I've been preaching him for a couple of years. He's shown up lately. We've got Augustine, who's been playing well, who's going to be coming up in the rear. I know you don't want to hear about prospects.
No, but hold on. Augustine is like 2027. Sure. I mean, what are we doing here?
I will admit two areas that he has definitely failed in, and that is why we are in the state that we're in. Of course, I agree with you guys. Should have fired Lalonde a little sooner. I was okay with bringing him back, but I don't think that's the reason to pin Yzerman to the cross. Where he's really failed in this whole rebuild is the veteran acquisition and free agency. It's been pretty underwhelming. Whereas the drafting, I've been very impressed with. Now, he hasn't wanted to pin himself to long contracts that don't fit timelines, and that's why we haven't gotten good players. But like everyone that wants us to speed up this rebuild, I really want to challenge you all and ask you, tough question, but who are we going to get? Like, name me the players and name me the trades. I guarantee you that if we would have gotten some good vets, that it would have sped up the timeline, but he didn't, again, want to pin himself.
All right, so case in point, Kenny brought this up on Monday, and I'll tell you what, Kenny is not screening a call. He can say, go ahead, give him your A-plus deadline that you sold me and Rico on.
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Who are the players that
Who's
will
the
make...
guy that is...
you had two, and I don't want to take your joy. You had two...
And no Owen Power, guys. Like,
that's not going to... Yeah, I disagree with that call. They're not going to trade Owen Power.
That name has not been brought up by us. Go ahead.
No, I would like to trade Larkin for McDavid if you guys are willing.
Okay. Right. Kenny, give him the two. I want Steve's opinion.
So Jonathan Marchessault may be available. I know Dylan Cousins was always in that. Rasmus Ristolainen was a guy that I've always really liked.
What about Gudas?
Gudas is great. Also, there's been rumors about Elias Pettersson too, that the Wings have been interested in him to get him out of Vancouver.
So I will just say no to Pettersson because I think he's a locker room cancer.
That's fine. That's fine.
Mean, my question back is, who are you going to give up? Like, what are you going to give up?
I don't care.
All I'm saying, guys, more players are going to cycle in as these vets are cycling out. Danielson, Kosa, ASP, or Standing Pellicup, Mazur, these guys are going to cycle in next year. I think when you can really pull the plug, the only thing I want to say, and then you guys can cut me off.
No, you're fine. Steve, you're fine.
You can pull the plug when Kosa shows up, When the goalies show up and this team is still floundering, that's when I think you can pull the plug, because I really think Yzerman is shielding his goalies. He knows goalie development is very fickle, so he wants to bring those goalies up when the team is ready. So if they flounder when they're here,
Steve, real quick.
pull the plug on them. Yeah,
Steve,
go
real
ahead.
quick. We're not going to cut you off. At what point do you want and demand more from this team?
That is when I demand more. I think next year really is the time when Kosa should be brought up. He should be cycled in. I'm sorry to say it, guys. I'm sorry to say
You don't
it.
have
I
to
think
be
they can make
sorry,
the playoffs.
Steve. It's your reality.
Right.
You do whatever you like, brother. I'm
I
not
hear you
mad
guys
at you.
screaming in
I
the
just
backyard. I
well,
hear you
that's
guys screaming in the backyard.
That's me, because I can't wait till 2030, man. What are we doing?
Yeah, I also love how he starts. I love Steve, but he names the prospects. He basically he flies right in the face of what I just said. The idea that these guys are going to walk into the league
That was
and be
Steve. Wait, which Steve was that? Is that Steve from Detroit?
Please. 248-539-9797. More of your calls coming up next. Paulson's, they're having their annual inventory clearance sale right now. And look, they got to move product. They got 70% off. Huge savings on 4K TVs, speakers, amps, their full lineup of outdoor electronics, including TVs and speakers, even landscape lighting. Paulson's has it all. Check out the website, paulsonsav.com. You can register for their biggest annual event of the year, the Music Matters event, taking place March 19th at Paulson's store. Go to paulsonsav.com. Coming up at 3, Player A, Player B, NFL edition. And there's a reason. You know, the Bears have done something in the last 48 hours. And I wanted to see your response to it. And I think the Red Wing conversation plays into it, right? I think you've gotten used to eating Fruity O's instead of Fruit Loops. You've been eating Hydrox instead of Oreo.
You're wearing a fake Rolex from China instead of the real McCoy, and you accept it. I think at a certain point, you got to pay the freight and get the real McCoy. All right? Not a Bolex, a Rolex. Like, it's time. So I want to do player A, player B on something. And I just want to know, one is Fruit Loops and one's Fruitios. And I just want to, because Rico loves the player A, player B stuff. So I owe you a good one of these. So we'll do it. Right now we're talking Wings, and it's just simple. They lost again last night, but Kenny had a bigger takeaway that the final score didn't indicate the fact that watching it as Carolina suffocates you. Kenny, your words, the Wings are nowhere close, and you're worried they're not going to make the playoffs. Deadline looming Friday. They don't make it. What does that do to your view of Steve Yzerman? And whether it's letting Lalone stick around, which has been Rico's point, and I cannot argue it, I won't try to, or whether it's my point of just a misappropriation of your cap and your how you're allocating funds and what you're doing, and it's all just a car wash of mid. You're not good enough. And that, unfortunately, if I don't place that at Steve's welcome mat, then where do I? Now, if you're one of these people like caller Steve, who your faith will never be shaken, you're not a bad person. We just don't see the world the same way. I don't know if you're driving around right now. Forget about being given 6 years to make a conference or to make a sales award or something. You're not going to be given 6 quarters. So it becomes offensive. And please spare me the but he played here. Nobody cares. It doesn't matter. So that's what we're rapping about. We'll go to Tom, 97.1. Tommy, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, not much. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes,
I get the frustration. I'm as frustrated, I think, as anybody. But, you're not going to get a new general manager at the deadline. And I don't really think you're going to make this big difference.
No, but that's why I asked
get a lot of the points.
Hold on. That's why I asked the question in a very specific way. If they don't make it, what will your view of Yzerman be?
Do no harm in the meantime and figure it out in the offseason. If one thing that Yzerman has done well is what he's done with his first round picks.
Okay.
So
how long
why get rid of the only thing that has gone? I mean, his veteran signings have been awful, in my opinion.
Thank you. That's all I needed to hear. I mean, listen, I'm not going to get into a pros and cons. I just want to know. I'm not asking when to do anything. I'm not even asking you to do anything. I just need to know if they fall short again and they continue the longest playoff drought in franchise history. What is your view of Yzerman?
We may need a replacement, but we're not going to be in a better position to get a new GM.
You don't know
with
that.
Another bad contract or fewer picks or fewer prospects. If it's time to replace Yzerman, it's time to do it in the offseason.
No one's arguing that. Tom, I'm not even making a suggestion that you replace him. I'm making the point. If they fall flat again with another swoon in the month of March, it is very hard to sit here and go, you know what? Let's burn our hand on the stove a 6th time.
Let's run it back one more time.
But he's done okay with his first round picks. That's what I give you the money for.
And just to say you've done okay and not done great, you've not brought in the superstar, you haven't brought in that next guy, it's a first round pick. So chances are the hit rate on that is a lot higher, but yes.
Can I give you their schedule here coming up?
Go for it.
So let's just look at the Utah game and say, let's just go Jim Costa mode and say Utah's a win.
Okay.
I don't want to do this exercise. I know what their schedule looks like. It's bad.
Kenny, you're about to look at the MRI results.
Oh, no.
At Washington.
Oh.
At Ottawa. Home Buffalo.
All right.
At Carolina.
Oh.
Home Vegas.
Oh.
At Washington again.
Oh.
At Vegas.
No.
At Utah.
Right.
At Colorado.
Oh.
Ottawa again. Now that takes you to Saturday, March 29th. You'd have the Bruins here. I won't go further than that.
That's tough.
You got to stretch here.
That's so much Washington, Carolina. Yeah, exactly, Rico. Those two Washington games are going to be killers. The Carolina thing. Oh no.
You got Carolina twice. You got the Caps twice. You got the Golden Knights twice.
That's it. That's me right now. It's a live look in.
Yeah, that's before we get to the whole bit where you're playing the Florida Panthers twice in about a 5-day span.
Oh, play the drop again.
All right. No. Let's go to Eric, 97.1. Eric, what's up? Eric.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
There he is. What's going on, E? How are you?
It's Aaron with an A. That's okay.
Oh, Kenny, what are you doing to the man? You didn't get his name right. Aaron, go ahead.
So offended. Hey, well, first of all, I'll say this. I was over the Iser plan 2 years ago, and I'm really sick and tired of seeing the constant picture that people are posting with him. He's got the red eyes, like he's done something, like, brilliant. A couple of years ago, I started looking at, you still have a lot of people in the front office that were responsible for drafting Philip Zadina over Quinn Hughes, okay? So first of all, I would say that front office has not drafted well. They haven't developed well. They clearly haven't been able to sign good quality veteran free agents. Their free agents have been terrible. They've made one good trade, and that's DeBrincat. All of these other little mini trades of like moving people around have all been garbage. And even people that are saying, oh, but look, he's drafted well. We have 4 picks that Yzerman has actually drafted on the actual lineup right now out of, I don't know, he's had like 60 picks over the last 5 years, probably exaggerating that a little bit. But even if you look at the guys that they've drafted and you look at the performance that they've had at their level of minor hockey or college hockey, it's like these guys aren't barn burners. Like, they look like they're drafting average players. And then if you look what they're doing in the minor leagues, it's not like they're actually producing. And I love Casper. I love Edmondson. But, I mean, are these guys showing a ton of promise? I think Sider and Raymond have been great. But I think what it's the complete picture. I think their free agency has been awful. I think trade-wise they've been terrible. And I don't think they've drafted or developed well. I mean, it's a complete picture, which then points back to him saying, maybe you're not a good general manager. I mean, as far as like the trade deadline goes, I would love to see them get some actual sandpaper on the team. This team just looks really soft. You know, last night, Carolina choked them right down the middle. Man, it would have been great if we had someone that just drove right down the middle, right to the net every single time and took a couple of guys out, or a defenseman that took one of their guys out in front of the net. We have no sandpaper. And if the game's not going well for us, everyone else just kind of looks soft and doesn't do anything. So for me, it's a complete picture. 2 years ago, I was totally over it. But in this town, like, how do you get rid of a legend, right? Like, that's the hardest part. How long does it actually take for this thing to continue to fall apart before you actually go and fire the guy?
Well, we're going to see. Listen, I think, look, Eric, Aaron, I share your perspective. I love how Kenny didn't even change it on the screen. Just total disrespect for Aaron.
Kenny's having a bad day.
But it's look, I am with you in that this is a very important 5 or 6 weeks where if they do fall apart and don't make it, I don't know how you have the same faith in the guy. I don't. And you know, look, your whole thing about firing a legend, I just don't share that. I don't view the world that way. It's a business. This is not a hobby. This is an Original Six franchise that is currently in the longest playoff drought in its history. And Steve Yzerman in year 6, you know, they've lost 5 of their last 7. Entering the month of March now, it's like another swoon.
And the reality of it is, if this guy's name was Bob Smith, he wouldn't have a job right now.
He'd be gone.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He'd be absolutely gone. So my whole point is I don't care what his name is. I just look at the data.
But his name's not Bob Smith.
It isn't. You're right. A personal injury of any sort is personal. Injury attorney David Femininio has dedicated his career to securing justice, maximizing recovery for those who've been injured. And David, he's dedicated to ensuring you get all the medical care you need, put your life back on track. You need an attorney who's going to make it personal. David Femininio's your call. You call, he answers. 855-65-CRASH. Or go to that website, getdavid.getpaid.com. All right, let's get to business. We got football to discuss. We're going to get back to the calls. We've lost Kenny. I think he's throwing up in the bathroom. David, music.
Yeah, there's a lot of news in the NFL today. First, I'll get to this big one before I get to the next big one. Max Crosby is getting a 3-year, $106.5 million extension. $91.5 million is guaranteed. That makes him the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history.
I think this is a case, as Rico likes to say, of both things being true. A, congratulations to Max Crosby for landing a landmark deal. It's quarterback level stuff, fully guaranteed. I also would like to congratulate Max Crosby on signing away the rest of his functional years and playing for nothing. Enjoy.
I think he's playing for something, Mike. I think Max Crosby is playing for that next step. I think he'll probably move into like Raiders management.
Oh, goody.
And be the Raider for life type of thing. He's stuck with the stuff. You know, it's the fan loyalty. Fans like loyalty, right? He's a Raider.
Hey.
I don't think you're allowed to do that.
He got to win a Lombardi.
Well, speaking
Where's my paddle sign like last night with a middle finger on it?
Well, speaking of winning a title, the Eagles are rewarding another player that helped win a title for them, and that is All-Pro linebacker Zach Baun. 3-year, $51 million contract, $34 million is guaranteed at sight.
That's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. Look, Baum was magical. They brought him over from a special teamer with the Saints to become an all-pro linebacker. Off-ball linebackers in the $7 to $10 million range are considered a lot. You're paying Zach Baum $15 million a year.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Again, cap's not real. They're also going to get Myles Garrett and Hulk Hogan.
Well, here's the thing. There's two people happy about that. Zach Baun is happy about that because he's parlayed this Super Bowl win. They're still hangover drunk. They're writing out checks right now. Saquon, here's yours. Zach walked in and said, what about me? Here you go, son.
But 15 for an off-ball linebacker in comparison, Dre Greenlaw might get 9. Come on, man.
Nick Bolton's got to be like, okay, just wait for my payday.
Yeah, there's one thing to appreciate the players that won you a championship.
David, it's a hangover
but you can't go crazy.
David, if they gave him 5 at 50 and guaranteed 25 of it, I would have said, you know what? That's a hell of a lot of money, but good for Zach Baum. $15 million a year.
It's a hangover effect. Philly is just like, hey, guys, they're rewarding everybody who helped them win the Super Bowl right now. So
Yeah, I know. And the money seems bottomless for them.
And Mike, it is because guess what? Next year, you're going to find out the salary cap went up another $50 million. There you go.
Then why are we sitting here like, help me, I'm poor?
Because
what?
Brad only needs a certain amount of ingredients in the kitchen in order for him to go in there.
Really? Okay, David, next.
Let me get to this next story here, and I know I'm going to mention his name, and everyone out there is going to be like, what are you mentioning this guy for? There's a point to it. Dan Graziano is reporting that the Falcons are bracing to lose their center. He will now become one of the top centers available.
Drew Dahlman
in free agency. I bring that up because they believe he's going to the Bears.
Okay.
That would mean the Bears would have improved their line significantly.
Now, do you want my response or Lion fan response?
Well, let me give the real response. I know what the Lions fans respond. They flipped their offensive line, well, maybe potentially in 72 hours, and totally upgraded that thing. They're going to protect Caleb Williams at all costs. And I wonder where Ben Johnson learned that from. Oh, right here.
Mm-hmm.
Lions fan, how do you feel about this?
Oh, my God, the Bears so stupid. They're spending all this crazy money. Ha, ha, ha.
I need that as a drop. I need that laugh.
Listen to the middays. That's all they did for 4 hours. Cackled like hyenas, like the Bears are stupid. And it's like, yeah, Joe Thuney didn't give up a sack in 1,100 snaps last year. He's an all-pro. Oh, but they got a lot of money in the guard position. Google, try it. They still have $51 million as of today to spend. You know what Ben Johnson wanted? Grown adults. Sure, Jonah's been hurt, and if it works, great. If it doesn't, fine. Joe Thuney's got no career pattern of getting hurt, and if they get Drew Dahlman, You go from giving up 68 sacks to cutting that number in half.
And here's the other thing. If you now have your offensive line already solidified, you could pretty much take this upcoming draft and get the most athletic defensive players you can get and just jumpstart your defense.
Ben Johnson's no good. He's so front.
And if you don't think that works, take a look at Philadelphia. We're going to go and get the young athletic guys and give them a little bit of time, and they're going to be great.
Neighborhood's getting tougher, Rico. People can live in a different world if they choose to. Neighborhood's getting tougher.
Well, so what did Lions fans say again?
I'm done. Next
here is a couple things in the wide receiver industry of the NFL. Brandon Ayuk is on the trade block. DK Metcalf has requested a trade. And I found this story a little bit funny. Darius Slayton. Yes, Darius Slayton.
Oh, this again.
Reports indicate that he will get paid way more than people think. It's because of the combination of the weak draft of the position and the free agency crop not being there.
Dude,
Darius Slayton?
Look, you can have him. Darius Slayton is like a barnacle on the bottom of a boat. You can't scrape it off. I've wanted Slayton gone from the Giants for 3 years. And he's just, hey, it's me again. Hey, is that Darius again? Scrape him off the boat.
I'm back.
You want to pay him? Pay him. It's not that he's a terrible football player, but I was shocked to read that report. The Metcalf stuff, I think we've all talked about it. Well, now it's real. Oh, you're going to keep my name in the public discourse? Fine. Let me assist this process. I want out. Does he end up a Packer? Does he end up a Charger? I mean, if he ends up with the Pack, that's a distinct problem.
He maybe ends up as a Bear. They're spending money. I mean,
Amari Cooper may become a Bear. That's out there.
He's no good. His feet don't work. He's terrible. Cook.
All right, I want to get your thoughts on this. This is in the college ranks. I haven't been able to get anyone's thoughts on this.
Yeah.
About the spring games being canceled.
Don't care.
Nebraska, Ohio State, Texas, NC State, Florida State, USC, and Oklahoma.
Go to top 10, Rico, for this.
Canceled their spring games.
This guy hobnobs at all the spring games. What do you got?
Rico, your thoughts on the new trend?
David, I think you're going to see more and more people doing that or just doing something stupid like putting their players out there with no numbers and no names so you have no idea who's doing well. Until they stop the spring portal, then I would do the same. I'm not going to showcase my players for you to go out and then poach them from me. Now, when you cut off the portal and say that's it, you're done, you can feel comfortable going out there and doing the spring game for the fans because I do think for some fan bases, they really get into the spring game. And this is like you're taking that away, but I understand the coach has to run a business. I'm not mad at them. Hopefully this puts pressure on the NCAA to really be adults about this and just make the rules so that you can't transfer anytime you get your feelings hurt.
Yeah, I don't care.
Let's close it out with this from Matthew Berry regarding Jalen Milroe. Jalen Milroe may be of interest to the New York Jets, but apparently the story says they want to start Tyrod Taylor and then draft a developmental quarterback, trade down possibly from 7 to then get Jalen Milroe.
I think you're going to see a lot of these teams, once Cam Ward is gone, you're either going to take best player available or you're looking to move down. There's a lot of quality in this draft. Big people.
This is the Kenny Pickett draft. No offense, David, but this is the Kenny Pickett draft. Where
thank you.
There's a quarterback, but it's like, I could probably get him in the next couple rounds. Let me get the best player available. That's why you should be afraid of a team like the Bears with a ton of money and
you're such an idiot.
Okay.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
That's depressing. He just won a Super Bowl, Kenny Pickett. Oh, man.
He did.
That's the other one. Jackson Dart's going to be the other name.
Real quick, I know you wanted to close this out, David, but what do you guys make of this? The Dallas Cowboys have restructured Dak Prescott's contract to open up about $40 million in cap space. Pair that with CeeDee Lamb, and they now have about $57 million for free agency.
Their issue has been the complete erosion of the offensive line, and they have to put it back together. Rico, look, good move. They need to do something, but the problem is, okay, what is it? Like, what puts them on a level of Washington or Philly? Because that's the goal. You're in the East. I don't know what's available.
I was about to
them.
say pretty much what Chicago just did. To jumpstart your line, bring in a couple.
All right, better get to work.
Right, that's what I'm saying. That's what you're looking at right now. But yes, they're going to have about $57 million they opened up for free agency. So looks like maybe the Cowboys aren't dead yet, unless they bring back Zeke Elliott.
No, they're dead. That is in football today.
Northville Lumber. They sell more Trex decking than anyone in the state, and that's because Northville's got the best prices of anyone in the state. Everything in stock all the time. Guys, weather's warming up. You are not far off. You could absolutely be outside today. It's just essentially fall. So right now, get your outdoor living situation sorted out. Get to Northville. Some of the Trex decking as low as $1.59 a foot. You buy it, you build it. They'll intro you to a Trex certified pro. Just visit Northville Lumber's showroom. You can talk to an expert, see all the products on display, and even take home some samples. And then get to business building the deck you've always wanted. Call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Red Wings are calling up forward Carter Mazer. He'll be ready to make his NHL debut tomorrow versus the Utah Hockey Club. The 22-year-old has spent the entire season at Grand Rapids, logging 37 points, including 17 goals. Michigan State football returning to Ford Field for their last home game this regular season against Maryland. The time's still TBA, but it'll be played the Saturday after Thanksgiving, November 29th. Information about tickets will be shared at a later date. It also means that the MHSA football finals will be played on Friday and Sunday this season. The Tigers are playing the Phillies. Reese Olson on the mound. He baffled Phillies' top 3 hitters, getting them all to fan on strikes. He's now through 2 after giving up just a single hit. One of the players battling for his spot, Jahmai Jones, is in center field again today. His first AB, he roped a double down the line, and just now he hit a grand slam to left. It looks like Andy Ibanez has just hit a home run as well. The Tigers lead 5-0.
That's that up to the second update.
That's my play-by-play skills. Yeah, the Pistons battle the Clippers tonight. LA has lost 6 of their last 7, which includes a game against Detroit on February 24th. Clippers coach Ty Lue said after yesterday's loss to the Suns that they would keep Kawhi Leonard out of this back-to-back contest. Tip at 10:30 right here on 97.1. Michigan basketball at home tonight as well after their loss against Illinois over the weekend. The Wolverines sit in second place in the Big Ten. Maryland is in 4th. Hear the game on WWJ News Radio 950 at 6:30. According to Cowboys beat writer Todd Archer, the Cowboys have restructured Dak Prescott's deal, opening up $36.6 million in cap space for the team. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 3 o'clock. Good to have you with us. If you're looking for Red Wings conversation, Odyssey.com rewind, including, I think, a pretty fair question after another loss last night. But we wanted to get into a little football. Now, I'm going to try to tie 2 things together here, Rico, because I do think what the Bears have done is interesting. I won't include the Drew Dahlman stuff from David. What?
No, I like Lions fan reaction.
Well, because I'm tired of irrational turds. It's okay to say that the other guys who are getting paid to play football have gotten better. Like, it's again, it's...
Oh, no, I'm with you because I've always heard that. Like, so, well, next year our team's going to get better. So's everybody else.
Well, right. So, case in point, well, they overpaid for these 2 guys. They had $1 billion in cap space. The Bears today, they acquired Jonah Jackson. You hate the move? Fine. What do you got to say about Joe Thuney? First team All-Pro, didn't give up a sack in 1,100 snaps last year. And they still have $51 million in cap space.
Happiest man in Chicago, Caleb
Williams. And again, Ben Johnson doing what they did here and taking it to Chi-Town. I bring it up because, along with what the Bears have done, Max Crosby off the market. Maybe was never on it, but he's off the market. 3 years, for all intents and purposes, fully guaranteed, $105 million. So I wanted to just have fun with you for a minute. So here in this town, I think we are always told to accept Fruitios instead of Fruit Loops. The off-brand, generic, don't want to pay the freight for the real McCoy thing. And I'm already seeing it in the early portions of the offseason. Now, a week from now, free agency's here.
Right.
Meaning... players going to get traded. Things are going to happen. You're seeing DK Metcalf on the block today. You're seeing guys who were franchised get paid 24 hours later. So I want to do player A, player B. And I want to know if this resonates. Because every Lion fan lulls themselves into this false sense of, instead of asking, what can we get? It's, we only need X. It's always this...
That's a good way of putting it.
Downplaying and going, no, we don't need to spend all our money on a real...
Like you have a budget.
Right, we don't need the Oreos. Honey, let's get the Hydrox. So here's player A, player B, the last 4 years. And I want everybody to play along, okay?
Going back to 2021.
Mm-hmm. And to me, that's a relevant time period of almost 70 football games. Right. I think that's very relevant.
Non-COVID.
COVID. I also think it allows for, hey, if a guy had some injuries, you get a nice sample size of what really are you. So player A, all right, the last 4 years has played at least 16 games all 4 years. Twice.
Durable.
Playing 17. Okay? That's durability. He has averaged 15.5 sacks over the last 4 years. 2 16-sack campaigns, 2 14-sack campaigns. So not like one wild year. Consistency. All right? 74 tackles for loss in 4 years. 117 quarterback hits in 4 years. And he's a 4-time All-Pro. You can't find any holes in that game. Fair? That's the Oreos. That's the real McCoy. That's the Rolex, not the one you buy on Canal Street.
I think I got player A. But
okay. Player B. This is the Hydrox or the Bolex. Last 4 years, 34 total games in 4 years. By season, just in case you want to know the breakdown, 16, 4, 5, 9. Those are his starts. 24.5 sacks. One problem. 10.5 came in one season. So that's 3 years with 14 total sacks. Okay? 19 TFLs in 4 years. Yikes. 47 quarterback hits, and he's a 2-time Pro Bowler. Player A is going to cost you multiple premier picks. Player B might cost you a 4th round, or he's just a free agent who's pending being released. You guys want to venture guesses? Because then it's a conversation of, do you see the difference between the Oreos and the Hydrox, the Fruit Loops and the Fruitios?
Does player A wear 95 and live off the lake?
Myles Garrett.
Okay.
Player B. He's related to someone you like.
Oh.
Not Benito.
No. I was going to say.
Not MC Hammer.
Hassan Reddick.
No, this is Joey Bosa.
Oh.
Because the Lions have kind of been linked with him. Hey, and this is what Lion fans do. We don't need to spend all that money on Myles. We don't want to give up all the picks. In life, no, it's not always necessary to pay full price for something. But in many cases, and whether it's house, car, luxury item, food, it could be anything. There are plenty of examples where you do get what you pay for.
You don't want to go cheap on a roof.
Okay, right?
Right.
So look at the difference between the real McCoy. Yeah, you got to pay, but you're getting flawless report card. You're paying for security, right? Mm-hmm. You pay to go to sleep at night knowing I got all this. Player B, Joey Bosa, availability is brutal. The production follows right alongside. If he were perfect, if he were so sweet, wouldn't the LA Chargers keep him?
Living off a last name, living off of his legacy, living off of early in his career, and actually kind of living off of what his brother is doing. And you're thinking, oh, well, he's related. You'll get the same results.
You won't. So my point is this, just to add a layer to it. How many times is Brad going to grab the Fruitios instead of the Fruit Loops? Last year, you did the same damn thing with Marcus Davenport.
What if you take the Fruitios and put them in the Fruit Loops box?
You can repackage it whatever way you want. He did.
David, you know what I'm talking about.
Dude, he did the same thing with Carlton Davis. What did we say? He's missed at least 4 games each of the last 3 years. You know when he missed his 4 games this year? The absolute worst time of the year.
Yep.
As he finished the season on the IR. That's the difference between
the Davenports.
Right. The Fruitios or the Fruit Loops. So my question is, seeing what the Bears have done, seeing that there could potentially be a very real DK Metcalf to Green Bay thing, Is it time to just pay full price? Yeah. Make a big swing, make the bold move, let's buy security. Or do you want to save a few pennies and get the knockoff brand? 248-539-9797, because here's the difference, guys. What I would argue to you is whatever you are saving with a Joey Bosa type, look at the seismic difference in production, in availability, in dominance. I'm sorry, but the savings are not enough to pass up the real thing. It's like when they offer you, we'll give you $50 in a handshake to take the later flight. No. How about $100? Also no. Now, at a certain point, they're going to rifle you $2,000 and a top hat. That's where people go up to the counter and go, okay, now the savings is worth the inconvenience. The Myles Garrett is worth whatever you give up based on the data.
Yeah. And let me give you a quick paradigm
You're
shift.
You're good.
Maybe not think of it as, oh, we need to find somebody to help out Aiden Hutchinson. No, at this point, Aiden is helping out Myles Garrett, bringing him here. At this point, Myles Garrett is helping Hutch take his time and really rehab and come back right, because you actually have a better player there on defensive end. So now when Hutch comes back, he's really ready. You don't have to rush him back for game one because he's your best guy on defense. Because now, even when he's back fully healthy, he's not your best guy on defense. And that's okay, people, that he's not the best guy, because you have two of the best defensive ends in football.
You'd have the best duo, Rico.
Yes.
You would, period. You'd have the best duo.
But think of it like that. Not, oh, he's going to help. No. Right here, right now, if Myles Garrett was on this defense, he's the best guy on your defense.
So that's the point I wanted to make. Does the savings really justify passing up the real McCoy? With Max off the board, we've had no connection made between you and Micah Parsons. None. And with what the Bears have done, with what the Packers are attempting to do, this is the offseason. The neighborhood's getting tougher. So you want the Hydrox or you want the Oreos? 248-539-9797. We can get into it next. 97.1. Moran Chevrolet, officially #1 Chevy dealer in 2024 in the state. And they are celebrating the new year with some of the best offers you'll see all year. The 25 Blazer at Moran, $299 a month, 24 months. The 25 Trax, $249 a month, 39 months. Both are only $999 down. New stock arriving daily. They will have the vehicle you're looking for. And if something is off with that current vehicle, get the certified service. You know where, MoranExpress.com. They give you the loaner. You go about your day. You do what you got to do. You don't have to waste time sitting around. So score your best deal at MoranExpress.com or go to on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Okay, David, you didn't get a chance to participate. Neither did Kenny. I know I was a little verbose talking off-brand, but real deal. When you put it in data, when you put it in production, when you put it in availability, you uncover the very reason that someone like Joey Bosa might get released or might be cheaper or might be easier to get. Versus Myles Garrett, you're going to bleed, but you will get the result. You are getting someone with a bulletproof resume. It's the difference between hiring that Ivy Leaguer and you've got to have a better offer. You got to pay more. You got to offer equity. You got to offer a pathway to being a partner. You got to recruit them versus hiring the dude from South New Hampshire Tech. It's just different.
Nah. I mean, good analogy.
Okay. David, what do you make of it? Kenny, what do you make of it?
There's always a reason why a player is available, whether they're just not worth what they getting paid anymore or the production is not there. And I am tired of bargain deals, meaning I'm not going to keep stacking up the Fruitios and the Hydrox and everything and say, okay, all right, now let's go with it. No. Every so often, you got to go get the guy. Actually, not every so often, all the time. You need to go get the guy. And pairing up Myles Garrett, the guy, with Aiden Hutchinson doesn't take away anything from Aiden Hutchinson. It actually adds to what Aiden Hutchinson already brings you. So, yes, go get a Myles Garrett. When you look at that's why I never was a fan of the Davenport move last year. It just, the production wasn't there and he wasn't available, ever available. And then that showed you, yes, go get the guy.
Kenny?
Yeah, to add to what David said, no, I completely agree. I'm done with the fruit circles routine that we've been doing.
They're fruity O's.
Whatever, fruit circles. No, but I think, and plus adding him, it not only makes Hutch's job easier, it makes every layer of the defense better, or makes everybody's job easier. It makes all of your safeties' jobs easier. It makes all of your corners' jobs easier. It makes your defense a lot easier to run. So, yeah, no more of the fruit circles. Give me the Fruit Loops.
And again, I'll say this. I'll take the slings and arrows like you did with the wings in hour one. I am concerned with what the Bears have done. I do think Ben Johnson's a really bright, really good coach. I don't think all of a sudden he turned into some broke bleep loser because he left. Yeah. So I look at things and I go, okay, you know what Green Bay has. You know the Bears on paper. Of course, it was always a year away. Well, now, if they address the one thing that was really bad, and look, they still have $51 million in cap space.
Right there. They're not done yet.
No, they're going to sign a pass rusher. They're going to sign probably Dahlman from Atlanta, who is a Pro Bowl center. Like, I think the Lions are in a position where it is not good enough to say, well, we're just going to get healthy. No, you are in an arms race. Okay, the Eagles aren't going to stop. I mean, the Eagles retaining Zach Baum today, all-pro linebacker who could have gone anywhere he wanted to go. Of course he should stay there. That's the place that helped get his career from being a special teamer. But you see all of the things happening. I think standing pat or a Joey Bosa, that's Hydrox. I don't think that's good enough.
I think waiting. I'm sorry, Kenny. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm just saying, and this is the NFL. We've seen Super Bowl windows close immensely quick. This isn't going to last forever. This whole fun Jared Goff and we got a run game and this isn't going to last. This is not permanent.
No, and I would simply say this, that waiting for everybody to come back and be healthy and we're going to be great. And I mean, Brad came out there and, our defense was really good when everybody was there. We were able to stop the run and we were able to stop the pass. You can't stand pat because the Bears are getting better. Don't let the Packers mess around and get DK Metcalf.
Right. And again, I'm so with you on this because, again, it's like we only make the excuses for our team. Injuries, right? Mm-hmm. You know who was hurt all last year? Jordan Love.
Yeah.
But if you say it in this town.
He's a bum. He's no good. Did you see him play last year, Mike? He was horrible.
Right there, okay? 248-539-9790.
No, seriously, but
I know.
The Jordan Love slant. I know. Guys, he got hurt in the first game in Brazil, came back, gutted it out.
Blew his groin out.
But had no wide receivers because they were all
at the
hurt.
end of the year couldn't feel his elbow. So the point is, I think it's time to step it up. And with Crosby going off the board, with the Bears doing their stuff, I think it's a fun conversation. David, what do the Texans have to say?
Having Garrett would be like having double stuffed Oreos and Nutter Butters, both best to have separately. Then you find out it's good together.
That's sure. We can go with that.
I think this is the biggest fault of Brad Holmes. I hope what you said changes things. Can we please get out of the dollar store? That is from Aaron.
I mean, he's done an unbelievable job. But what's going to separate you from actually winning something of substance? It's moves like this. Look at how the Eagles do business. Look at how the Chiefs have done business. Look at how the Ravens do business. There just comes a certain time you got to do it. And with the Ravens, look, their quarterback's their undoing. I'm sorry, he is. But everything else the Ravens do, bold. They just go. Because it's an arms race in the AFC. And you know what's happening to me? The pendulum is starting to swing back towards the NFC now. Okay, you do have a Jaden Daniels. You do have a Caleb Williams. Matt Stafford didn't die. The Eagles weren't a fluke. The Packers are real. You're real. Like, that's not even talking about teams that could take the next step. So it's an arms race. I don't think you could be insular in your approach. So when you put pen to paper, like, look, if you don't like the Garrett thing, cool. It's the idea of a Myles Garrett type move. It's not the only move.
Crosby's off the books, but Garrett still wants out. I know Cleveland is saying we don't want to make the deal, but I don't think they want to bring back a disgruntled, angry Myles Garrett who said, I don't want to be here.
It won't happen. It won't. It just will not happen. They have to make the trade, and they will, because there's going to be a robust market, and they're going to do what's right for the franchise. They have to. 248-539-9797. We'll go to Steve, 97.1. Stevie, what's going on, buddy? Stevie. All right, we'll put Steve on hold. Maybe he's getting an ice cream cone or something. We'll go to Mike, 97.1. Mikey, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up?
Listening. Thanks for having me on.
Yes, sir.
Hey, to your comment of, is it time to spend or not spend, get out the dollar store? I grew up with what I needed, but now that I'm older, man, I like getting what I want. What I want is Myles Garrett, okay? Joey Bosa is like a Ziggy Smith to me. It's going to be a great filler, if you need to plug a hole. But I'm not trying to play with the NFC North. I'm not trying to mess around. I agree with you guys. Chicago's ramping up. Minnesota's going to be a threat, and we know Green Bay is. We need to stay ahead of the curve, and we need to spend. And Brad, I trust Brad Holmes. He picked Jahmyr Gibbs. He did all that. Laporta, Gibbs, all that. But look at Philly. They spent, and they're still spending.
Do you know the crazy part? The craziest part is I can't give you on paper a way for Philadelphia to end up with Myles Garrett, yet I still believe he'll go there.
But you want to know why? Because Philadelphia said, hey, it's probably like one or two people we're not willing to trade. We'll trade you somebody if we have to get Myles. We will upgrade a position and say, you helped us win the Super Bowl. We'll ship you your ring, but we're bringing in Myles Garrett for you.
If I'm Myles Garrett, he can go get a ring, and that's going to feel good, or he can bring a ring to a franchise that's never had one. If Myles Garrett came here, we won a ring, he would have a street named after him, along with Aiden Hutchinson and Brad Holmes. Yeah, I'm just saying, he wants to win. He wants to be a part of a winning culture. We have that. There's no reason why he wouldn't want to come here. Our fans are good. It's indoors. He's been playing outside his whole career in Cleveland. You think it'd be nice to get a little older to save some wear and tear on that body in December, playing in a dome? Think about that.
Mike,
it gets cold in Philly.
I'm with it. Listen, the bottom line, look, my sincere hope, if I can't get the guy, I hope he goes to the Bills. I don't want him in the NFC. I've watched too much of him.
You don't want him in the NFC North.
I don't want him anywhere in the NFC. Rico, you've watched him just like I have. That man destroys game plans.
What about on the West Coast?
Oh, you do what you want to do. He goes to San Francisco. That creates a whole nother problem. I know.
Throw another chair.
No, I mean, honestly, I'm broken. I'm done. I know you're going to get what you want. You're Scrooge McDuck.
No, that's but it's just funny. And real quick, remember we did the whole thing like, would you come off of certain Lions players and people, or you can't do that. Philly has said, I don't care.
There's no sacred cows.
Okay.
I'm with you.
They can pick Cleveland. Tell us who you want. We'll ship them off.
248-539-9797. We'll get more of the calls, more of the ticket texts. We got to do a football today as well. We got our Mockapalooza. We do those once a week, not every 10 minutes like other people. We'll do that. And then we got to talk Javi derangement syndrome.
All right.
Because I don't know what world I'm in. Rico.
Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Hey, get green, stay green with Natural Way. Give them a call at 888-GET-GREEN. And guys, for a limited time, you can purchase a full lawn program and get free grub control. But here's the catch. You got to mention my name. Call them up and say, hey, Rico from 97.1 said to give you a call because you wanted the full lawn program and the free grub control. Get green, stay green when you prepay by calling by the end of the month to get in on the early bird discount. Look, everybody hates crabgrass in the summer. By the time you see crabgrass, it's too late to fix it. The first application is the most important for crabgrass control. It's easier to prevent a problem rather than fix one. So schedule early, call now. And fewer chemicals, they're environmentally sound practices, and each lawn is assigned their own specialist. That is great because now you can work with whoever your specialist is to make sure your lawn looks up to your standard. Call them right now, 888-GET-GREEN. That's 888-GET-GREEN, Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service.
All right, everybody. This is a rare occasion on this show. I limit it to once a week because, damn it, I can't take these stupid things. So everybody gird your loins. It's time for Mock Draft Mania. All right. David has curated. He has gone through an entire mock draft, and he, our Lord and Savior, has gone through and picked out the 8 to 10 most interesting tidbits.
David, you've been upgraded.
So let's get to this right away.
You know why he's excited? I told him the Brewers got a prospect. His name is Jesus Made.
Yes, he did tell me
Now,
that.
that's probably Jesus Made or something, but Jesus Made for our purposes. So David is shot out of a cannon today.
Getting his jersey.
Highly favored.
Can't wait.
Jesus Made.
So let's start right here at number 1 in this mock draft. The Giants trade up to number 1 to select Cam Ward. Says they take a package of day 2 picks to move up to 1.
I think it'd be a major mistake for a team that doesn't have a lot of draft capital. Do I like Cam Ward? Sure. It's a shoot for the stars. You know, he's going to be boom or bust. He's got unbelievable ability. He's got some bad habits. But I just hate the idea they had the number 1 pick and they let Drew Lock give him the old high hard one and knock him out of. And now you got to pay to get back to where you were. Next.
Yeah, this one, if it works out, Mike, you're not going to care.
Agreed. I agree.
You'll be happy. Big G will be happy. Big G will get a Ward jersey for Christmas.
Done and done. Let's go next. No one cares about Mike.
Yeah, number 2, Abdul Carter goes to the Browns because he slides because of the trade. Number 3, the Titans select Travis Hunter with their trade down.
What are the Titans doing? That is my question is, okay, look, if you're in a rebuild, you have the ability to take Cam Ward. If you don't have a grade on that player and the Giants bribe you, fine. But how does Travis Hunter impact winning? He's not going to play both ways. And a lot of teams, they think he's just a meh wide receiver, that he would be a corner. So you're taking a corner at number 3. That's what we're doing? And you're Tennessee?
No, if you're Tennessee, there's no juice to Tennessee. You have to sell your fans on something. So now he goes on the face of all the tickets, on the posters. We got the best two-way player who came from college football. Okay. He's going to revolutionize the game. He's going to be Deion Sanders.
So it's all the sizzle. My point is, if you take a Mason Graham and put him next to Jeffrey Simmons, you've just created hell on earth.
Exactly. So because at this point, if you're not going to take a quarterback, build your team so that next year your quarterback is ready. If you go out there and take the best offensive tackle,
Kelvin Banks.
Sure. You're preparing yourself so when you go get Arch Manning, because you will be back high in the draft next year.
I love, by the way, how Arch is going to be the number 1 pick. He's taken like 7 snaps.
I'm
not mad at you. Everyone's saying it. And I'm like, okay.
Pedigree. Last name is Manning.
David.
At number 6, the Las Vegas Raiders select running back Ashton Jeanty.
Boy, would that be a Raiders pick. I mean, look, here, can I just use this to talk about somebody else? Because whatever, fine. Learn the name Omarion Hampton. It started on the opening night of college football when North Carolina had no quarterback and went to Minnesota and won. Do not be surprised if Omarion Hampton is this year's Jahmyr Gibbs, where he gets taken right alongside a guy like Jeanty. Explosive. And if he goes, someone's going to move up to go get Omarion Hampton.
Just because of your mention, he goes number 20 to Denver in this mock draft.
Okay. But again, I think we're seeing a little bit of a running back revival. We still don't want to pay them. But if you draft them and you commit to the run game, you got 5 years to end their life. Give them 1,500 carries and then throw them over the boat.
This next one at number 9, Rico.
That sounds terrible, doesn't it?
I laughed when I saw this because me and you had a conversation about this player and a name came up, Taysom Hill. So Tyler Warren goes to the Saints at number 9.
Jesus, here we go.
You know what? Of course.
I quit.
Of course he goes to the Saints.
How many tight ends can we put on the field at the same time? Yeah. Talk about a career ender, by the way. The Saints, as Rico always says it, how have they not gone bankrupt? They're always $80 million over the cap, but no one turns the lights out. And Tyler Warren, that's what's going to save you? Your quarterback is Spencer Rattler? Okay. Sure.
Just so you know, Rico at 11, the 49ers select Michael Williams, edge rusher out of Georgia.
He is really, I'd love to get Kenny's take. He's impossible to scout because he was never healthy. Every week it was, Michael Williams coming back this week. Cutscene. He's 6 feet under.
You're 100% right. That means the Lions are going to trade up to draft him.
Got it.
Oh,
Nailed it.
That makes sense.
Nailed it.
So let's move.
But I do like that on the look for the Niners. Would you at least agree with me? It's big person, either O-line or D-line.
Yep, exactly. Like I said, because I've seen drafts with like Will Johnson, which I like Will Johnson. You don't need a corner. I know. You don't need a corner. The Niners don't. Best offensive tackle that you can get so that, eventually when Williams is gone, because he says he wants to fill out his contract for the next 2 years, and then you move on, you move him into the left tackle spot.
Rico, you segue right into the next key pick. 17, the Cincinnati Bengals select Will Johnson out of Michigan. 17.
I have no issue with it. I mean, the Bengals' needs are varied, but if Will Johnson is a lockdown corner, they had major attrition in the secondary, losing Jesse Bates, amongst others. Yeah, you got to restock it. I mean, there was a time Will was thought to be a top 5 pick. He just didn't play.
So at number 21, the Pittsburgh Steelers select quarterback Shedeur Sanders.
Oh, God, let it happen. David, that would be radio gold for us. Between Tomlin and all the talk he offers you and Sanders and his talk, oh, my God, this would be heaven. But here's what I want to know. What does Shedeur's agent over here to my left think that he slipped to 21? You love him.
Oh, because at this point he's gonna pull the Draymond Green, he's gonna pull the Amon-Ra, where he can name everybody that got drafted ahead of him. He's gonna probably put that on his cleats, and it's gonna be his purpose to show the rest of the league how badly they screwed this thing up.
Problem is, he didn't help himself at the combine, according to reports today. He kind of alienated and annoyed teams with his talk. Wonder where he gets that from.
Mom. Sure, it's mom.
You got it. Sure.
And let's close it out here. 23, Packers take Derek Harmon. And the Lions at number 28 take Kenneth Grant.
I love Kenneth Grant, and don't sleep on that. The Lions do need a space eater.
Mm-hmm.
They need someone next to Aleem, and Aleem won't start the year. I'll be shocked. Kenneth Grant is a presence. He's a guy that can draw a double. I'd have, and I know it's not sexy. He won't have stats, but he's going to have value.
I would say Grant or Harmon from Oregon, but you need space
Harmon's more of a disruptor. Grant's more of, I can't move this refrigerator. Someone help me.
This man is massive also. What was it, 6'4", 330? Yeah. Oh, my goodness.
Kenny.
Space eater.
Kenny, he's a biscuit south of 360.
Yes.
I mean, come on. I mean.
So where'd that guy from Tennessee go?
The offensive tackle?
No, James Pierce.
James Pierce is not.
So even Philly passed
round.
on him.
Yes, not in the first round here.
Because I just figured, you know what, Philly's going to be like, really?
Yeah, we'll scoop that up.
All right. We'll take Pierce.
And that is your mock draft mania. When it comes to an IRS audit or collection, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry. You need Abraham and Rose. Look, Jerry used to work for the IRS. No one's going to be more equipped to come up with a plan than them. Not some random phone service from 6 states over. Maurice and Jerry, brick and mortar, real attorneys, real tax lawyers, and they will fight for you. And they'll get on the offensive so that you don't have to talk to the IRS. They're your buffer. AbrahamandRose.com today, or you can call 248-539-5040, and you will never have to deal with the IRS again. Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything. We did lead the show with the Red Wings in free fall. And if they don't turn it around and miss the playoffs, what does that do to your eyes or faith? You can go get that right now. And then, look, about 45 minutes ago, we did a little bit of Lions. Player A, player B. Why? What? Oh, man, don't F with me right now. If this is Aaron Rodgers to New York, I'm leaving.
It is not. We have breaking news. The Detroit Red Wings are involved in a trade.
Ooh, all right, hold on. Everybody brace for impact. Is this a player we know?
Well, player's a little strong. There was a Yanni Gourde and Oliver Bjorkstrand trade that went from Seattle to Tampa. And to facilitate this trade, we retained 25% of the salary and got a 4th-round pick. Red Wings trade news.
Oh, my gosh. He's out here saying, we made a trade. Breaking news.
Why did I even swivel my chair in Kenny's direction?
We did make a trade. I'm telling you, it's a trade.
I'm that goofball that got kicked out of the Congress last night. I'm waving a cane at Kenny. Somebody call the sergeant at arms.
You want action? We got action, folks.
We got action. We're a dumping ground. I mean, so basically we took 25% of the salaries.
And we got a 4th, which maybe it's copium. Tell me if it's copium.
No, it might be something he can use in a trade.
Exactly. Usually when I see GMs right before the trade deadline gathering picks, I always assume they're going to flip them because oftentimes they do.
Okay, then.
Okay.
No.
Might be copium.
No, I'm not going to insult you or the move that way. But here's the problem. This is Lucy with the football. Do you remember this summer, the Wallman saga?
That's exactly what I was thinking about. Is
Kenny
like,
Cott
future consideration. Something will happen because of this.
Kenny Cott was back there with his water bottle in his hand going, hey, guys, there's another big move coming.
It's not over with yet. Just wait.
This can't possibly be for nothing.
Kenny's
and in
like
fact,
the
it
last
was
kid
for nothing.
getting picked up from practice. Kenny, they're not coming.
Yeah, exactly. He was buttering his sub roll back there. And he's like, oh, my God. What? We got rid of Wallman and gave up a pick? We're signing Wayne Gretzky.
I was so sure another shoe was about to drop because otherwise it made no sense. And it still makes no sense.
It never happened.
So we're right back to it. Maybe the 4th round selection's being used.
So we're going to find out. But Kenny, here's all I'll say. And I'm not going to freak out on this hypothetical. But can you imagine if this is the move they make? They don't acquire anyone.
This is the deadline. Hey, we have a 4th.
Right.
They made another pick.
And they got so horned up for a 4th round pick that they took 25% of the salary.
More lottery balls, man. That's it. That's all.
We will wait. We will see. I'm very disappointed in what you just did to us and the audience. And
it was a trade. It was breaking news. I have to tell people about it.
I don't make the news. I just report it. I will go to David for ticket text before we get to our next issue of the day.
Yeah, here's a ticket text. Screw you, Kenny.
You got everybody excited.
Oh, Steve just let the barbecue just sizzle there. Oh, my gosh. The Wings trade is like paying. Okay.
No,
whoa.
Don't panic. You can edit. Just be creative. You're a pastor. You're a storyteller. Be creative. How bad was what the person wrote?
Paying for the hotel room your wife cheats on you in.
Okay, then.
She used your credit card. What's this charge?
Oh, no. Wow. Okay, then.
That means she's not coming back.
Oh. Kenny should not be allowed to touch the breaking news button. Seriously, you gave me a heart attack there.
And I do want to say, for full disclosure, I did not hit the button for breaking news. That was all you back there.
He was all excited, like, "Oh, we got a trade. Okay, breaking news."
And I'm dumb enough to go, "Hey, is it a player we know?" It's not a player at all.
I would like to apologize to absolutely no one.
That's right.
I said, did they upgrade the Zamboni? It's not a player at all.
Someone says, I texted all my boys. We made a trade. Thanks a lot, Kenny. Kenny, WTF.
It's okay. Everybody just calm down. So what we're going to do is this. We're going to get into Javi derangement syndrome, kind of similar to what we saw last night. We're going to do it, but we got to do something first. And I think I'm going to surprise Rico with my angle on this, because I think Rico expects me to kind of zig, but I'm going to zag. And I think I know what Rico would say if I did it, and he would be all upset at me. See, I think we're going to keep the peace. I'm going to show you a bipartisan opinion. Nobody's going to be waving a cane. There'll be no sergeant at arms. Yes. I still can't believe it.
Please remove this man.
I'm like, what are they going to do? Tase him? Like, how do you remove this guy?
Don't tase me, bro. That would have been funny.
Gone. If I ran that session last night, it would have been amazing. I would have had a paintball gun. Boom, boom. Put your stupid signs down. Have a little decorum. Jesus. Are you ready for a bipartisan sports opinion? Because news broke about something, and 2 years ago we fought like cats and dogs. It was gross. We were very mean to each other. I think I can offer. You're disgusted.
You were very mean. You were.
But
you were the meanest that you've ever been. You've never been any meaner. But that's okay.
People say it. All right, listen.
That's what I've heard.
We're going to do this next. Because what I do... Go ahead. That's fantastic. What I do want to know is from the people. What I'm going to offer you is, can both parts of my opinion be true? That I can feel both ways on a sports issue that just broke. We're going to do this next. 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Red Wings top prospect Carter Mazur is getting his first NHL call-up. The forward has logged 37 points and has been hot lately for the Griffins. He's expected to be ready for tomorrow's game versus Utah. One of the Tigers battling for his roster spot took some big strides today. That's Jahmai Jones, who's expected to be heavily considered to make the opening day roster if Parker Meadows is left off due to injury. Jones also hit a double and walked. The Grand Slam started a string of back-to-back-to-back homers, all coming on the first pitch.
That you called live.
Yes. Back-to-back belly-to-belly is Mike's favorite.
You best keep reading.
Abanez Torres hit the others
Where's
as well.
the sergeant at arms? Get this guy out of here.
The Pistons are back on the floor tonight against the Clippers in L.A. Tobias Harris remains out for personal reasons. Isaiah Stewart will likely return. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 10:30 after Pistons tonight. Michigan also hits the hardwood against Maryland tonight. They lost to Illinois. They're trying to bounce back to that. Maryland ranked 13th. The Terrapins are the 20th best defensive team according to KenPom. It's an early 6:30 tip over on WWJ News Radio 950. At the Corwell Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
4 o'clock. Nice to have you with us. Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything? Red Wings talk, 2 o'clock. Lions talk was 3. I want to know if this is a bipartisan sports opinion, that both things can truly be true, because this is just how I feel. News is now broken. Now, this is 2 years ago. Rico and I fought like cats and dogs. It was disgusting. I blame Rico. But now we're running it back. Michigan State is giving up a home game. They're moving their last game of the season to Ford Field, where they will play Rico's Terrapins. And a couple of years ago, I was really annoyed. But here's where I've arrived at. Now, this is where I need to know, can both of these things be true? That I understand why they're moving the game. Let me say that for the senator from Minnesota over here. I understand why they're moving the game. Okay, A, they stink. B, nobody wants to go to that rat stadium. And C, it's a chance to sell out. It's a chance to have an event. It's a chance to get human beings to watch your football team play. I understand why they're doing it. I do. In the same breath, this is the other side of the bipartisan sports opinion. It is as small time in Mickey Mouse as anything you could do. As I said to you 2 years ago, I'll say it again. That while I don't care they could play on the moon, I'm not going. I can't name for you another program that is in the top 20, 30, 40 in America, revenue-wise, that would ever give up a home game to do this. Like, even if you comped Michigan State out to Virginia Tech, they're never taking a game out of McLean Stadium. And the weather's terrible there in November. So I'm not even doing this like, oh, well, Notre Dame or Georgia. No, I'm not even suggesting that. I see both sides of it now in 2000.
I was about to say, yeah, Notre Dame's gone to Dublin.
Yeah, they
3 times.
They do but here's the thing, and I'm not asking you to do the homework assignment. I can do it myself if needed. I don't know if that's them giving up a home game.
That's them giving up a home game.
Okay, so for a standalone international.
Yeah, they've done it 3 times, I think, since 2012.
So how many home games do they have after playing that? They still got 7?
Well, they're Notre Dame, so they can make their own schedule.
You get my point.
Yeah.
It's 7 still at home, so that represents an 8th, i.e. it should be illegal to have 8 home games.
Okay, but can I say this?
You can do whatever you want. I'm not mad.
No, but here's the thing. They made money off of coming down to Ford Field than they would have at the finale that year. So you're still getting the attendance, except for now you're indoors. And
But you're also openly telling people we are so small-timey, we are so non-competitive, and our stadium is such an abomination that this is what we have to do to make the money.
That's where I disagree, because when the team was the best it's ever been in 2015, that stadium wasn't filled.
Which is why I think...
Because it's cold out and
we're small time. We're small time. If you can't listen, I was there in 2015, last game of the season, and Jack Allen scores a touchdown.
Yes.
And you're right. You are right. No cane shaking. You're right.
Right.
So my point is, I've arrived at a point in 2025.
If you're comparing
That's
yourself,
who they are.
If you're comparing yourself to Michigan and Ohio State, then yes, I guess you're small time. But those are two Colts, and they're going to show up no matter what. Those stadiums will be filled the final week forever.
I just compared him to Virginia Tech, for Christ's sake.
No, but you look at pretty much any other team in the Big Ten, and in the final game of the year, they're not selling out. That's just so. I guess if that's small time being compared to those two,
yeah,
then they're fine. But
Rico,
you know what?
ultimately, I just believe MSU has always operated smaller than they should. Now, I understand what they're doing. Much like you said to me 2 years ago, let's just get ahead of this. If you're not going to the game, you shouldn't be upset by it. You're right. It won't matter. Right. They could play the game on Mars. I'm probably not going.
Because the Rutgers game last year, it was about 10 people.
What do you mean, 7-0 to 35-7? Right. Greg Schiano just puffing a heater after he sexed us up.
2 years ago, when they got blown out by Penn State, Mike, nobody cared. Everybody was just saying, this is great. I like this. It's warm out. It's a nice environment.
It's amazing they can wrap the walls down there at Ford Field, but they can't do it at Spartan Stadium.
Point of order.
My bad. Here's my question for the people. Is either side of this opinion accurate, or is it both? That I believe that I understand why State's doing it, but yet I still think it makes them look small-timey.
It looks small-timey. I like the fact that you can see the other side.
I get the other side.
It's small-timey until there's another school in this state that does it, and then they're going to be like, wow.
We invented it.
We went to Ford Field, and look what we did.
They invented the night game, you know.
I know, and concerts at stadiums. But what's going to happen is you're going to get the alums from here. They're going to go down there. It's like, this is a cool thing for them to go and do. You do it every other year in a game that really doesn't sell out. Yeah, okay, fine.
But
You're
doesn't it speak to what I've said to you, though? A, Spartan Stadium's got to be smaller, and B, I'm sorry, take Project 2060 or whatever Allen's selling and throw it in the garbage. It needs to be Project 2030. Get the money and build something people actually want to go to. Meet me in the middle on that, at least. No. MSU can't support an 80,000-seat stadium anymore.
I'm with you on that. They are reducing the seats, Mike, as I told you.
More.
They're putting in. It's a start. They got luxury seatings. They're bringing the stadium down in capacity because you're right. It needs to be reduced.
The days of the alums all living in state and just getting a little job in Holt, those days are over.
But that's why. It's why I'm cool with the fact when they hold the game down at Little Caesars Arena once every other year. It's a cool thing. Fans who really don't get a chance to go down there can go down there. And yeah, if they were selling that game out, and this is where you're right, both things can be true. If they were selling out that final game, this would be a travesty. But they're not.
It's just 10 years after MSU was actually relevant. I'm not fighting the fight. I hate the sport. I think MSU's largely a clown car. And it's like, okay, fine. I get what they're doing.
But yeah, I'm actually looking forward to it. This is going to be kind of cool. You could just travel right here, hang out. It's Thanksgiving Day weekend.
You love it. This is your dream. Top 10 Rico, indoors, heated.
And they're going to make money off of it, too.
Oh, thank God. I can sleep at night.
No, I'm just saying. So when people are, you're giving away, they're going to make more money here than they would in the final game.
Now, candidly, you're kind of effing your season ticket holders.
No, because at least you know now, and you're only paying for the season tickets at MSU. You're not on the hook for that game.
No, I understand.
But you'll get an opportunity to buy tickets for that game.
An opportunity.
No. It's Mike. We're not going to charge you for the game.
Look at him right there. Do you see? This is where I get upset with him. We've been very nice to him while his hockey team's in free fall. Do you see what he's doing to you right now?
I'm not paying attention.
You should.
Why?
He's
pondering who the Red Wings are going to take with that fourth pick.
You're talking. He looks like Nancy Pelosi.
He's on his phone?
No. He was giving you a death stare. Go ahead. Say what you want to say, Mr. Georgia. Go ahead.
That thing's a little small time.
Really? Really?
Yes, I do.
Wait, so whose home game is the cocktail party?
That's a rivalry game, Rico. That's a tradition.
Is it at Georgia?
Oh, yeah, the tradition of the cocktail party.
Is that game at Georgia?
The tradition of the cocktail party.
Kenny, where's the game at?
Jacksonville.
Is that Georgia?
No.
Did you change the name of Athens?
No.
Really?
No. And you know what? I'm
Is it-
fine
is it
with
at
it. You know
Florida?
why?
Is
Because
it at
it's
Gainesville?
a big-time rivalry game.
So you hold a game not at the campus.
All right, next time you play a big-time rivalry game like that, let me know.
I'm just saying, so you hold a game outside the campus, right? Don't get mad.
I'm not
Don't
trying
get
to
mad.
insult your school. I was asked what
You
I
actually
think.
are.
No,
You
no,
actually
no,
are.
I'm not.
You actually are.
No, I'm not.
We've touched a
I'm
nerve.
just saying. So
Yeah, we
you
certainly
actually
have,
play-
Mike. We certainly have.
No, Kenny, it's not a nerve. I'm just saying. So you play a game outside.
Yeah, it's called
college,
a big-time rivalry game.
but is that game
was the last
played
time
on
you
either?
played a game like
is that game played on either campus?
No.
So
Rico, you are
play
right.
games.
It is a neutral site game. Thank
Okay,
you.
that's all. That's all I'm asking.
And yours is small time.
All right. See, you didn't need to do that. Now over to David.
You know what, McKinney? I don't care. I've reached the point. Say what you want, because
I think
they don't win. So
I think that's
can't-
why we get along now.
Yeah.
We've reached give up phase.
Right. So, Kenny, you're trying to throw the jabs, but yeah, George is good.
I wasn't trying to throw a jab.
George
Mike
is
asked me
good.
my opinion.
Just let everybody know when your players are going on hit the road.
Yeah, now he's throwing jabs.
Now that was a jab.
I'm uncomfortable. What is happening
I
right
want
now?
to just throw the number out, 248-539-9797. What do you make of that announcement? Can it both make sense but also be an admission that just MSU is not who we think they are? That they are just simply not a relevant top 20 program any longer. They are B squad. Now, again, it makes sense to do it because return to toilet bowl of a stadium that's too big and gross, and fans don't want to go in the bad weather. And to Rico's point, I think you summed it up well. They don't win no more.
No, and
Nick
the thing
Bolton kills people. MSU, they don't win no more.
Right. And I think it looks bad because in the same state, every other year, Big House is going to be filled up for that Ohio State game. And it's like, well, why can't you do that? It's like
we don't have the Michigan game, the last game of the season.
Right.
We don't have Notre Dame
as
game, the
Kenny
last game
says,
of the
we
season.
don't play a big-time rival for the final game. So,
Michigan State, Maryland, let me tell you, in the annals of college football,
amen.
What a rivalry. Mike Loxley and his moo-moo. David, what do you make of it?
He's lost weight.
David, just speak what's on your heart.
I don't know if I say anything if it's gonna. I mean, I just don't have to deal with this with my team. It does feel small timey, but I feel like if I say that, me being a Michigan fan is just gonna be thrown in my face.
David,
I disagree.
David, it doesn't because
that's why I said both can be true.
Right.
It's
because with the Michigan fan base, it is cult-like, meaning you're going to show up no matter what.
Oh, for sure.
Game. And you're going to
Northern
sell
Illinois
out.
there. We're showing up.
It's like you take it. It's a point of pride. The constant sellout record. Even when you weren't selling out, you sold out, and that's what you do. So you're playing Ohio State that game. I get it. You stand out there. You sit out there in the stadium. I understand that.
It's
and
just,
it's not you making fun of it.
But
it really is.
It's just Michigan State's been playing outdoors for how long, and now we want to complain about it being cold in November?
No, you just
play
had
the
an
game at home.
You had an opportunity to go indoors, and you actually, a lot of people showed up, and it was successful, and you made money. So it's like, well, why don't we do it again? And here's the other thing, kind of like the uniforms, man, the players loved that game. Like they were like, oh my God.
You know what? If they like it so much, you know what I like? Winning. Try that, and I'll consider your opinion. Are you kidding me? You let Rutgers put a baby inside of you last year. I don't care where you want to play.
I'm talking about the year
7-0 to 35-7 at that rat school.
The year before.
Ridiculous. Here's what I take out of the segment. Michigan State, they don't win no more. 248-5. Can both sides of this opinion be true? A true bipartisan sports opinion. We'll get to the callers and the ticket text next.
Can I hear the laugh one more time? I need that on my drop board.
You got it done.
All right, Specs at LTU. Guys, you hear us having fun on the radio. You want that? You can have that. Go through Specs at LTU. Or you want to go into television? You're a graphic design artist. Let Specs at LTU get you started on the path to your new career. You simply have to be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You'll learn more about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors like myself who work in the business. It means you're going to learn from day one what it takes to make it in your new field.
And with the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. And then make magic by signing up and enrolling at Specs at LTU certificate program. Do that today.
If your furnace isn't running right, you need reliable service. You need Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They've got you covered 24/7, locally owned for over 40 years. They back their work with a 5-year warranty, and Mastercraft is your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical, generators too. If Mastercraft can't get to you same day, take $50 off that next day service call. Ask about their winter bundle up discount as well. It's mastercraftheating.com. Tremendous. All right, David, couple of the ticket texts. We'll get to the callers. Can both sides of the opinion be true that while it makes sense what MSU's doing, it makes them look small time? You can't name another Big Ten team that would offer up a home game to go inside because they can't draw anybody to the last game of the year, and their stadium's a dump. Sorry, I couldn't resist.
I was about to say, yeah, okay.
That's my bad. David, go ahead.
Alan Haller should be a small-time
Okay, whoa.
small-time AD for Hillsdale College is what he's saying. Just got into the car in time to hear Mike say Rutgers put a baby inside of us. That is amazing.
Sorry. I mean, dude, when it's 7-0 and it's 35-7, come on, man.
So, David, let me ask you this question.
Sure.
Because you're the Michigan fan, and I respect your opinion. You were honest about it.
Why do I feel you're about to slander the hell out of him?
I'm waiting for it.
No.
And he braced for it.
But is it more small-timey to play at Ford Field, or let's go back to the days where you weren't beating Ohio State every year and the Buckeye fans took over your stadium?
No, that was ridiculous. But, I mean, what do you expect when you're losing?
No, but I'm saying, like,
But that's the point Rico's making to you is MSU's losing. Nobody wants to be in that building the last game of the year. So you have a way to fill a stadium. You play in a city where, candidly, a lot of your players come from, and they make money. Do I think it's both small-timey and sensible? Yes. I don't think that's hypocritical to say it. I'm just so done with my program, I can't even generate the anger anymore.
Yeah.
So that's all. I mean, because I remember the days where it was OHIO ringing around the big house.
For sure. And it was embarrassing.
And half your tickets got sold. People didn't want to go. So, yeah, it's at this point, fine. Are they going to be competing for anything? No, they're not like Kenny's team. But you can at least, the people of Detroit can go downtown, hang out,
and
Thanksgiving Day weekend, and enjoy yourself.
Let's get to the people. We'll get ticket text momentarily. Chad, 97.1. What's up, Chad?
What's going on, boys?
How are you, sir?
I'm fantastic, thanks. Hey, I got in the car at the right time to listen to this. I agree with Rico more than Mike on this one. David, stop being a Michigan slappy. You know you'd be all over that Ford Field game if you had an opportunity. I was excited this morning when I saw the announcement come in. I will buy tickets. Had a blast downtown a couple years ago with the wife. We went out to dinner, had some drinks. I enjoyed everything other than the game.
Yeah, exactly.
There's no chance in the world I'd go to East Lansing late November.
No, and you know what? Listen, Chad, I think it's changing dynamics. It's why I can't be mad about it anymore. Because not only will I not go up there, but it's also this is where we're at. It's not a good stadium. It's not a good product, and the weather is generally painful. So, yeah, it's a hat trick. You're right. This is convenience for people.
Yeah, do I expect to win? Probably not.
Oh, come on. We're going to lose to Maryland. No, come on. We got to beat Maryland. Chad, please.
Hey, I sure as hell hope so.
Jesus. What are you doing to me over here? But here's my thing. Are both opinions valid? That while it makes sense, it also kind of is an admission. We're in the B squad now.
Yeah, you're not. Basically, I don't think you're a perennial playoff team. But once you accept that fact, okay, go out and enjoy yourself and have fun.
Have a good one, gentlemen.
All right. Thank you, Chad. We'll go to Aaron.
I'm glad I'm a Michigan slappy now and not a not Michigan fan.
David, you're not a Michigan slappy. You were very respectful in what you said. That's why I didn't try to hit you with the chair like I did Kenny. Kenny was not respectful.
I love it when you two fight. That's tremendous. Let's go to Aaron, 97.1. Aaron, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How you doing, guys?
Good. What's up?
I hate this idea for many reasons. I hated it 2 years ago. We went to Penn State. When Penn State came here, it does mean that our program is nothing, that we're going to give away a home game just to get people in the seats. It needs to be played in East Lansing. It's outdoor football. I'm a season ticket holder. I've been to plenty of bad weather games in the fall, and that's part of the deal. But to give away a home game like that, I can't stand it.
But the problem is this. Look, Aaron, here's the issue. The issue is you should take your anger out on the school. The fact is they have allowed this football program to fall into a state of complete disrepair, into a place where they are basically the whipping boy for the Big Ten. Hey, we need some idiot to play on Friday night on Peacock. Oh, hey, Spartans, go do me a solid.
There you go. The game's on Saturday.
Right, but my point is MSU has now been relegated into, they use us up. That's the deal. Aaron, your anger, look, and you still are a paying customer. I quit that game a long time ago.
But the thing is, Aaron, a lot of people like you with season tickets, trust me, in the last game, they're like, hey, I got 8 tickets. You know, anybody who wants them for free, just take them. So,
well, the other thing that bothered, like 2 years ago, at least now they're telling you now. I had already paid for my season tickets 2 years ago, and they gave you a refund of the ticket, but not the fee you pay to get tickets, not the portion of your parking. They just gave you that game back. So at least you know now they're not raising ticket prices, but they're just finding other ways to gouge you, because I'm still going to pay the same amount for my season tickets, for my fee to get the privilege of buying tickets to a bad football team, but now I got to buy another game and another parking separate from that.
Yeah, I mean, Aaron, you know my thought on the season tickets. It's all a grift, and I think Michigan State does nothing for their fans. But that's the choice you've made.
And I think here's the thing, the small-time comment, I think it bothers people because it's almost like the coded language of little brother. Not from you, but when you hear people like, oh, you guys are a small time, it's just coded language of saying you're a little brother.
Well, they kind of are.
So
they don't beat Michigan ever, and they're largely ass. I mean, if you really look since 2017, how many years have you been proud of? 1. And it was because you found Barry Sanders in a trash bag. Somehow you found this backup running back at Wake Forest.
Right, but they do beat Michigan, Mike.
Not enough. My point.
Since 2017.
How many times? What do we got? 17 was the O'Korn game. 18 and 19, they got dusted.
Right.
20, yeah, 20. They beat him, but it's COVID. 21, they beat him. 22, 23, 24, no.
So
fair. Look, it's not a good scene right now. When you bring up Michigan State football to me, what do you want? All right? I got Spartan derangement syndrome. Nothing they do is right. I can't do it. I quit.
For those who like it, they'll go down there.
Fix the stadium.
They'll enjoy.
All
They
right.
can fix the stadium. I still don't think you'll show up.
Not true.
It'll be a brand new stadium. You'll be like, oh, it's a year too late.
Brand new stadium, I buy tickets.
It's a year too late.
No.
Don't like it. Wait,
hey, when
what color
Alan's talking about.
What color brick is that?
Really? When the school's talking about, well, Project 3050.
The logo at midfield is too big. It's not big enough.
It's not gruff. Therefore, I'm out.
It should be gruff. Bring the Spartan Chariot back. Fix your audio, you idiots.
Oh, that's bad. The audio's fixed.
No, it is not.
No, it is
I went
not.
to the home opener a few years ago. The audio was a disgrace. They don't show the
They
replays.
fixed it last year.
I went
Congrats.
last year. It didn't seem fixed to me.
You were chasing your son who was out chasing Spartan women. So that's what you were doing.
Okay.
He had a
Daddy,
good
I
time.
like East Lansing.
He had a good. That was the first and last time he said that.
I'm staying far away from this
He
one.
had a good time.
great time.
He had a really good time.
Again,
Melting moments and
Melting
never-
moments.
Is that code? Is that code for something else?
Right.
Could you please read the ticket text? You know what? F it. No ticket text for anybody. Paulson's having their annual inventory clearance sale right now. 70% off store-wide in the lead up to the Music Matters event, March 19th. You can sign up for that at paulsonsav.com. 70% off 4K TVs, speakers, amps, receivers, theater seats, and don't sleep on the outdoor stuff. Outdoor televisions, landscape lighting, outdoor speakers. They are the best AV store in the state. Obviously, love to have you stop by the showroom, but go to paulsonsav.com, register for their biggest annual event of the year, the Music Matters event on the 19th, and start saving as we get ready for March Madness. It's Paulson's audio video. All right, March Madness is upon us. Hungry Howie's has got a new deal for the new month. You choose, well, it's a choose special, okay? You choose, and it goes beyond pizza. So right now you can choose any one-topping pizza, any large baked sub, or any one of 3 regular salads, each $8.99. Do it whatever way you want. Set up your party. Whether you're a Michigan State fan, you got the Hoops game coming up on Sunday. You can pair it up any way you want, $8.99, and you know what you're getting. In-house made dough, real cheese, 2 things a lot of places around here don't do. And, of course, their signature, what they created, one of 8 flavored crusts. So the You Choose special, and get all the chews you can handle for a limited time only at Hungry Howie's. And, again, online carry-out only, the You Choose special at Hungry Howie's. Okay, David, we'll get a few ticket texts. One of the big stories of the day, we talked about it at 3 o'clock, though. Look, the Bears are making some major moves, and Ben Johnson has taken the blueprint that obviously he was a big part of here, or if you want to say learned here. Yesterday acquiring, Jonah Jackson, or 2 days ago, Joe Tooney, Big trade last night, all pro guard from the Chiefs. And the reports are they're going to get Dahlman, the Pro Bowl center from Atlanta. They've got $51 million in cap space after landing 2 very expensive guards. One of the things we talked about is, look, do the Bears have your attention? You know, if we really look at it, you know, what held Caleb Williams back last year? Caleb had a better year than anyone's willing to give him credit for. He's been a punching bag, primarily because he's a weird dude. Let's just be very real
guilty
about
as
this.
charged.
He's a very weird guy.
Yeah, I saw his stats and was like, you know what? You're right. He actually had a pretty decent year for a rookie.
Pull up Peyton Manning's rookie year. Tell me, no, I'm making a point.
19 interceptions.
Pull up
20.
Eli Manning. Like, you just look at it.
Slander.
Okay. But you pull up that stuff and you look at it and go, wow. All right, if that O-line is right, they have the pieces in place to be dangerous. And I do believe Ben Johnson makes them dangerous. So we've talked a lot about it. I would love to know, as you guys are getting out of work, you don't have time to follow all this crap. But if the Bears all of a sudden have a really good offensive line, that kind of enters them into the chat, guys. That enters them into the mix in this division. And for as much as we make fun of the Bears, they have a habit of either beating you or scaring the bejesus out of you. You know, I know we all loved Eberflus pulling a Mitch McConnell and freezing and not knowing he had a timeout. You know, they had you dead to rights 2 years ago in the Justin Fields dance game. They beat you in Chicago. They are a pain in the ass. Mm-hmm. So if this, look, you get Tooney, you get Jonah Jackson, still have $51 million in cap space. There's a very real possibility they're adding Khalil Mack, and they're going to add a Pro Bowl center. That's before you go to the draft. The Bears have my attention, just in the same way that if DK Metcalf does end up on the Green Bay Packers, it's pretty much out there. The Pack have offered Romeo Doubs and a 2 for DK Metcalf. You know, if he lands in Green Bay, that's a distinct problem. He's a matchup nightmare, and he just hasn't had high-level QB play. No slander on Geno.
No.
But Jordan Love and the way he is able to sling it, that's a different caliber.
Mike, he was a matchup problem every time at Ford Field with Geno.
Yeah. So I just wondered, do the Bears have your attention? And look, maybe you're still in Lions hangover land. I understand that too. But a week from today, guys, free agency's here. The hangover's over. The people down at Rotunda Drive, they don't have time to be hungover. It's time to build a Super Bowl team. And these conversations, what's happening around you, yeah, I think they're interesting. But if you want to talk about, like, what's your favorite glue or whatever, whatever you like, I don't care. How was your commute this morning? I heard that on the station today. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. David, what do you got?
Today's fans is not the same as even 10 years ago. The neutral site indoor game will become commonplace in cold weather climates. MSU is ahead of the curve. Just wait and see.
I'm sorry.
You first. They're not ahead of the curve because it's been done a lot. I mean, you've seen, I know what he's going to say, but Northwestern's gone to Wrigley Field a couple times. Wisconsin's gone to Lambeau and played some games there. So it does happen. Now, if you give away your whole season, I get it. If you do it every year, problematic. But if you do it every other or once every 3-4 years, I'm fine with that. Hardcore ticket guy, probably not.
For your liking, Mike, someone says move to Ford Field for 3 years and build a new stadium and replace that dump in East Lansing.
I wish. Never going to happen. The school lacks any and all vision. They're terrible at raising money. They're not a serious football program. Not by today's standards.
See, I think they've raised the money, but I think they hold on to the stadium, and they believe that this stadium to be historic.
Good.
And that's because, Mike, you haven't been up, like, all around there, it's just all new growth. Like, they're building, like, this big, gigantic, almost Olympic-like campus. And it's like, or you probably could have just built a new stadium.
Right, that's why I said.
And played in this one for a few years
when
moved across the street.
When Northwestern takes football
Yankees
more
did.
seriously than Michigan State, that kind of tells you everything you need to know.
Like your Yankees. Yeah, build a stadium.
Across
and then
the street,
yeah.
right. Look, it's okay. It's not my fight anymore. The sport is moving in a direction that it's not for me.
Man, come on. You're going to have your own interests, like the Ishbia.
Right. David, go ahead, buddy.
Someone says He's back. Javi Baez, 2 RBI, double today, baby.
We're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about it next. Just everybody. Kenny, no. You cannot make that gesture. No. David, please.
Someone saying you talk about strays. Well, forget strays. Rico is shooting guided missiles today. That is from Ryan. We brought up the Lions earlier with Myles Garrett, and someone texted in and says, the Lions need a pass rush. Eagles proved that in the Super Bowl. Can't wait for people to heal up again this year. # James Houston.
Well, and again, part of the reason we brought it up is Max Crosby signed a landmark deal, 3 years, essentially fully guaranteed at $106 million. He's off the market. You haven't heard a peep about Parsons, Trey Hendrickson, Myles Garrett. There's your big four. And, you're already starting to see the copium of, we don't need Myles Garrett. We can just get Joey Bosa has been one of the names. And okay, player A, player B. You want to go with Fruitios instead of Fruit Loops. You want generic instead of the real McCoy. All right, here's what it looks like. I gave a full presentation at 3 o'clock. You can go Odyssey.com rewind. The bottom line is their resumes are nothing alike. You're paying for quality with Myles Garrett. You're paying for availability. You're paying for consistency. Joey Bosa offers you none of that. And I'll tell you the other thing, right? We always joke about like the PTSD with things like Javi. It's the same thing with the Lions signing injured players. Like, I love how everyone is just hailing the Carlton Davis thing. Has missed 4 games each of the last 3 seasons when he got here. You know what he did again? Missed 4 games.
Which 4?
The most important 4 of the year. He ended the year on the IR. Marcus Davenport, always hurt, cutscene, gone the entire year. I get very concerned that we're going shopping at the injured aisle if the Joey Bosa stuff is real. Because Joey Bosa, 9 starts, 5 starts, 4 starts the last 3 years. I'm not interested. There's a reason the Chargers don't want to reinvest in the Joey Bosa business. That's why they don't want to pay him his roster bonus. That's why they don't want to redo his deal. If Joey Bosa were available and productive and getting 10, 11 sacks a year, Joey Bosa doesn't hit the market.
Mike, I think if he consistently got you 8 sacks a year, I think he would still draw interest. Like now it's like you're getting his name, but that's about it. You got the wrong Bosa brothers, what you'd probably be saying. Like, that's not Nick, that's Joey.
Certainly there's a difference. A slight difference.
Right, but like, we're getting a Bosa? Wrong Bosa.
It's like getting Cooper Manning and not Eli or Peyton. David, go ahead.
Hindsight may be 20/20, but every single day, the chair drop becomes more apparent in my life in regard to the Lions team.
No.
Failing to make a trade 2 years ago and riding the success of, quote, unquote, our guys.
I know, but let's not get upset at what hasn't happened yet. We can have our opinion. We can be passionate about it. I'm not going to get crazy until I see Myles Garrett on Eagles. Or you find out that here's what he went for. And you go, okay, why not us? Guys, I have to show them some level of grace. They've built a really nice football team. I have a little bit of fear that if they don't alter their approach in the future, that they may not cross the threshold. And if they want to continue signing injured players, I wasn't up for it last year. I'm sure, because again, you don't get to cry about injuries, not all of them. You don't get to cry about the oft-injured guys you signed who were oft-injured.
I was about to say, when you go into the battle with guys who are already injured, pre-injured, it's like, oh, okay, this is what happens. No, you made a very good, compelling argument about that.
248-539-9797.
Michigan State loses.
Baez derangement syndrome. We've got to talk about it. I've got a piece of audio for you from somebody on the Tiger beat, and we have to talk about feelings. We're going to do that next. NBA action. FanDuel. Pistons are in action again tonight against the Clippers. By the way, did you see the Clips blew like a 25-point lead with a minute left in the third? Sure, they'll be amped up tonight. Listen, FanDuel Sportsbook.
Revenge game.
I mean, the NBA is shameless. So the only way to bet on this nonsense is FanDuel. Live bets, SGPs, whatever you want. FanDuel has more betting markets than anyone else. Just visit FanDuel.com/ticket. You can join today. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. You're shot $150 in bonus bets. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. The Red Wings briefly acquired forward Yanni Gourde from the Kraken in exchange for Kyle LaCoin. They flipped Gourde to the Lightning for a conditional fourth-round pick in the 2025 draft, although they're still on the hook for 50% of his contract. The team also calling up one of their top prospects, forward Carter Mazur. He'll make his way to Detroit and is expected to be ready for tomorrow's game with Utah. He's had 37 points with the Griffins so far this year. It's the Tigers and Phillies in Lakeland this afternoon. Reese Olson punched out 4 batters while shutting out Philly in 3 innings of work. Jahmai Jones hit a grand slam, a double, and a walk. Matt Manning just gave up a 2-run shot off of former Tiger Buddy Kennedy. MLB Union Director Tony Clark visited with the Tigers today and met with the media afterwards, addressing his recent lockout comments. Quote, "We're interested and are always interested in sitting down at the bargaining table and negotiating in good faith to find a fair and equitable deal before the expiration of the agreement. The other side came out and said a lockout is going to be the new norm, and it's good for the game. We don't happen to agree with that, end quote. MSU will once again play their last game of the regular season at Ford Field against Maryland the Saturday after Thanksgiving. The executive director of the MHSA, Mark Ewell, told us that the league considered moving their football finals outdoors since they traditionally play Friday and Saturday at Ford Field. Instead, they quickly decided it was best to return to Ford Field split between Friday and Sunday. The Las Vegas Raiders are inking defensive lineman Max Crosby to a 3-year, $106 million extension per Adam Schefter. The deal would make him the highest paid non-QB in NFL history. Per Pro Football Talk, the Steelers have shown interest in QB Aaron Rodgers. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for Morgan at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, David.
It's no fun when the rabbits got the gun.
My goodness, what a difference a day makes. You just hate to see it. Good luck with Aaron Rodgers.
Do you put the fries in the ayahuasca, whatever it is?
Yeah. So, we'll move on to something more relevant. Oh, boy. Yesterday it was the Giants. Today it's the Steelers. I want to play for you a piece of audio. Morning show had on Evan Petzold, Tiger beat writer. Javi Baez derangement syndrome. I want to play this for you because it's been a very strange spring thus far, including Trey Sweeney not a lock for the job, which, again, I understand. He's not going to hit lefties, but he came up and in a limited run was, if you extrapolate the numbers out over the course of a full season, he would have been a 3-WAR player. He was productive for them. He was helpful. Yeah. Javi, on the other hand, was like a minus 57. I made that up, but it was one of the worst seasons in the history of baseball. The Tigers did not buy him out. They didn't do anything. Javi did the work. Javi rehabbed. Javi cleared all the markers to where, all the things Scott Harris left himself the ability to kind of get out of the Javi business, Javi took away his ability to do that. And we sit here now staring down the barrel of a gun that could be Javi Baez and Zach McKinstry at short, with Javi taking the bulk of the at-bats. I want to play Evan Petzold for you as he joined the morning show, and I want to react. I want to hear what people are going to do because I think my reaction will surprise you. But, David, the audio first, please. The two things I heard, I blacked out for the rest. Javi's going to be there every day, shortstop, and Javi Baez is going to play in 2025. That's Evan Petzold on the morning show. Now, I'm broken on this topic. There is only so much toothpaste that is on a per tube basis. I have hated Javi since before he signed here. Then he signed here and I went nuts. And he was terrible here and I went nuts. And then he came back again and nuts. And then last year happened, nuts. And then it was, okay, look, there's just no way he'll play in 25. It wouldn't happen. They made the playoffs. They got better once he was gone. They can give Trey Sweeney a run. Maybe they'll sign a veteran. I don't know. They'll just figure it out. It won't happen. It was copium. Guilty.
It was.
Guilty.
I think we all were there.
So now you are hit with the audio from Evan Petzold. And Javi's going to be your starting shortstop to start the season. Now, it doesn't mean all year. But I know Rico subscribes to the same thing I do, is every day you play him, you're helping the other team. Now, then we get to a question of, okay, so I have to what? Hope he becomes a guy he hasn't been in 4 years? If you want to say the couple months he was with the Mets, fine. But primarily, I got to hope for a guy who's been dead since before COVID. Guys, what is your reaction knowing that, call it 5 of every 6 games to start the year? That's what a starter at the position plays. 5 times a week. It's Javi. What is your reaction to that? And again, don't take my lack of anger as I don't care. Oh, I care a lot. But they broke me. I want to congratulate the Detroit Tigers. They have broken me. Their level of DGAF has broken me to where I am now on the Rico chart of mourning, grieving. I'm in acceptance phase. I know Nona's dead, and she's not coming back. I know Javi, in this case, is Nona. I know I have accepted. This is my fate. This is just what it's going to be. And I don't know what to do.
Yeah, because it's not like you start the season off with a bunch of cupcakes.
I'm not even playing the schedule game. Okay. It's immaterial. Okay. You are put in a spot, Rico, where Javi, can he be anything other than historically bad?
Yes, we've reached the point, Mike, you've hit acceptance. You would take 40 cents on the dollar right now. You would take, you know what, just be slightly okay. And you would be fine with that. That's where you are. It's you've been beaten down. And I get it. Because he's not going anywhere. And you can get angry, and you can yell, and you can scream, and you got to move them, you got to buy them out. They're not. And to hear what Evan said, well, you know what? He's going to be starting. And Trey's probably may not be on the roster because, as I told you, I'm not saying Sweeney's just Hall of Famer, but he's young. And, yeah, he would be limited because.
But there's hope.
And
there's
that's
hope.
it.
That's all. Watching Trey Sweeney fail, I can live with that.
Right.
I don't know how much more I'm supposed to watch Javi. And I think, look, the one thing it sends me back to is their inability to sign a single major positional player this offseason. Please do not sell me Gleyber Torres. Gleyber is here because he turned down more money because no one else wanted him to play second. Washington didn't. They demanded he play third. The Yankees were so annoyed with Gleyber that when they traded for Jazz Chisholm, he decided, I'm not moving positions. That's why the Yankees didn't invite him back. So I don't consider Gleyber a major addition. And we're sitting here now and going, wow, they're really going to run Javi out there. So I wanted to ask people, it's March 5th. We've still got time. But when Evan Petzold says it, I'm going to listen. He's done a very nice job on the beat. And I just can't muster anger anymore. It's more just me. What am I supposed to do? Sound like Christian Bale? I can't. I've done it for years. I'm done. I can't do derangement syndrome. So it's like, all right, can he just not kill us? Can he just be a 0? Not a negative, just be a 0.
And that's what I said. Right now, you're willing to take 40 cents on the dollar.
But
Just
it does
give me
hurt my
something.
ability to view the Tigers as a serious baseball team. That's my problem. And then you see the win totals for the division where basically all 4 teams are 82.5. It's wide open. It's there for you.
And it's why you get angry because a series could be the difference between winning the division and being in last place.
Yes. Kenny, go ahead, buddy.
I'd like to welcome you to the acceptance phase, Mike, because I've been here for a while. The second that Javi started rehabbing, I was like, they're not going to buy him out. They're not going to get rid of him. They're not going to cut him or sit him or bench him. We're going to see this guy starting on opening day. And you're right. I don't think a serious organization that's serious about winning puts this guy at shortstop. And you know what else? You asked if he could be better than the worst in the league. Yeah, he could be just regular bad. I think that's our ceiling for Javi is regular
but you
bad.
I don't hear anger in your voice.
No, because I've accepted it. I was angry a while ago.
So
exactly.
You've accepted it. I've accepted it. I don't hear Rico yelling.
I accepted it a long time ago.
So let me ask a question. Are we suckers? Like, did we give up the ship too soon and accept this? Am I supposed to be throwing chairs across the studio?
No.
I guess I'm just so broken because the organization has so defiantly and so brazenly just kept this guy around. I don't know what to do anymore.
Let me help you with that, Tito. No, you're not. Because when you saw it was addition by subtraction when he went and got the surgery done and the team caught fire and oh my goodness, well, they can't keep this up. Well, actually, they did all the way. They won a series. You know, they're 2 games away from playing the Yankees, and then you bring them back, and it's like, well, why? You saw what the future could look like. Nah, we know better. Javi.
I want to hear from Tiger fans on this. 248-539-9797. And again, I apologize if I'm simply not doing my job. I don't have it in me anymore. They've broken me. This Baez thing, it's so unbelievable. I guess I'm in shock. I'm Terrell Dortch in the end zone at Wisconsin in 2001. I'm in shock.
No.
I can't be angry.
We're not bringing that up.
Don't look that highlight up.
No, don't.
All right. With the weather warming up, time to start thinking about home improvement projects. And the 2 most important yet overlooked projects are getting your roof and windows inspected. Make sure they still form an airtight seal around your home. And why is that important for spring? Because in Michigan, we go through some crazy freeze-thaw cycles that can tear apart your roof, destroy your shingles, micro cracks. It can create gaps in your windows and your walls that let water from the outside in. It's a nightmare, honestly. Call Victor's Home Solutions today. Before the spring rush hits, you can schedule a free 21-point roof inspection and window inspection. They'll go over every square inch of your roof and windows. They'll make sure there's nowhere for water to get in. And they'll allow you to catch the minor problems early and fix them with an inexpensive repair. So if it's time for a new roof or window, Victor's has you covered. Prompt follow-up, on-time appointments, clear communication. They got it all. Call today before we get even more spring rain. 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100 or online at victors.com. That's Evan Petzold Morning Show. Prescription calls for Javi. And I'm sorry if I've disappointed you, the audience. I can't yell and scream about it anymore. It's not going to change anything. I'm in shock. I am. I just never thought we'd end up here. I thought Scott Harris tactically, deftly handled it, leaving himself so many outs for Javi to just not be here. And I guess I was dumb enough to think the Tigers off a playoff berth would be serious enough about their business that, yeah, maybe they'd do like a fake job tryout and then they'd be like, no, seriously, get out. It doesn't sound like that's happening, and it's going to be Javi to start the year. Now, again, could they pull the plug quickly? Could he scuffle for a few weeks? But to my point, and I'm not trying to be melodramatic about it, I'm just shooting you straight. Look at last year and how it went and a couple games here or there. This division, the win totals are 83.5, 82.5, all four teams. It's jumbled. It is suggestive of something that's wide open. And it's
of spin the wheel.
Well, and again, look early last year, Javi in Cleveland, extra innings, getting picked off second base. Unthinkable.
I forgot about that.
So, if there's a couple things like that in the first month, then the shock will end and it will be anger, and you just go, man, why are they doing this? So I wanted to get your guys' reaction. We can go to Nick in Farmington, 97.1. Nick, what's going on, buddy?
I got to be honest, though, Mike.
Yes.
I got to be honest. This is okay. So this whole Javi Baez situation. First of all, I'd like to make it perfectly clear that there is no human being alive that I hate more than Javi Baez.
Noted.
No, you think, oh, he hates James Franklin. No, the hatred that I have for James Franklin, which actually diminished a little bit this year with what he achieved, it could fill a thimble. The hatred I have for Javi Baez could fill all 5 of the Great Lakes. I hate this person. I hate this man because he has multiple times in this city. You know how we gave Alex Bregman crap for, he didn't want to be here? Javi Baez for the last 3 seasons has been doing that. He doesn't want to be here, and I can see it with the way. It's not even the fact that he just sucks. It's not even the fact he's just like Kenta Maeda who just sucks. No, it's worse than that. He just doesn't care. We talk about, he got picked, doubled off a second on the grounder, and he forgot how many outs were. That's not even getting into how terrible some of his on-the-field play was, where his lack of effort. I once watched this jackhole on a routine grounder at shortstop. Guy would have been out by 30 feet against the Rangers, and he took a triple crow-hop, just took his sweet little time, and whipped the ball into the stands. Another play against the Boston Red Sox last year. Whipped it into the dirt.
All right, so Nick, needless to say, look, Nick, I understand it. I have done what you've done. Candidly, when you call up and you're on for a couple of minutes, I've done hours of radio in an apoplectic tone like yourself. I'm not disregarding it. The only thing I want to say is this, Nick. I'm not trying to bust your chops now. You don't get to say the guy doesn't try or the guy doesn't care. If there's one thing, and Javi's teammates would tell you this, you cannot say the man doesn't try. He doesn't go out there with the idea of, hey, let's be terrible today. I can't put that on him. That's not fair. I don't like him. I don't like his style of play. I cannot put that on him. That's where it crosses a line for me because there's no evidence of it. Like, I'll give you an example. Do you want to know a player who stopped trying last year? Luis Robert, Chicago White Sox. He stopped trying. He went out there and ended up having a strikeout rate down the stretch on a historically bad team that approached 50%. The at-bats were disgraceful. If there's an opposite of Tom Amansky's baseball video and Fred McGriff, it would be Luis Robert wearing his hat way too high going, watch this low-effort crap. I can't put that on Javi.
No.
So that's the one. And again, don't take that as me defending the guy, but you cross a line there where you go, oh, he doesn't care. Nobody.
No, it's not that he doesn't care. It's just like getting picked off. You see things like, man, if a rookie did that, I guess I could tolerate it more, but they're paying you a ton of money and you're making these types of mistakes. So, yes, he goes out there. He cares. I'm sure he gives maximum effort. It's just that the effort just doesn't get much done. And that's where the frustration comes
No
in.
question. I had to draw that line of distinction because Nick was getting crazy. Let's go to Greg 97.1. Greg, what's up?
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. How we doing?
Good, Greg. What's on your mind?
So I think the reason you've kind of gone apathetic is this is just another example of this dysfunctional organization. You look in the past several years, what have they done? They keep Miguel Cabrera on way too long because they don't want to eat his salary.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want to just put him on the bench. They let him in too long. As soon as he doesn't play, the team does better. You look at the general manager, Al Oliva. He was there for way too long. Everyone knew he was garbage, but then they kept him. Now you got a 24-year-old shortstop who has a chance to improve versus a 32-year-old overplayed, washed-up player, and they don't deserve, the benefit of the doubt at this point. So as a fan, I think we're all pissed off. Anyone who's gone to a game with Javi Baez, every time he gets up, the entire stadium is booing. Yeah. How is that good for the city? How is that good for the morale? We should be pissed off.
Greg, I know that, and I care. It's just I guess I'm still in shock that we ended up here. I am. I admit it. I thought when Scott Harris delivered the comments he delivered, in the late fall, I go, okay, there's 17 different outs he gave himself to get rid of this guy. But the fact is, on March 5th, and Petzold has done a very nice job. No, Greg, it's going to upset me. It's just I can't yell and scream about it today. I can't believe they're going to do it. It's stunning to me.
Yeah, I think as a fan, you guys know more than I do about the payroll and that, but you look at Illich and you say, okay, this is another example. He doesn't want to pay. He doesn't want to eat contracts. So as a fan, why should I put my money out there until they prove it to me?
And Greg, you have every right. No, you have every right.
And Greg, especially coming after the end of last year's season, you would think that, man, you want to capitalize. You want to keep the goodwill going. And it feels like a step back. Like, did you not see what we saw?
Yeah.
Like that's where the anger and the frustration comes in. But yeah, it's just, all right, sure. Welcome to acceptance.
I know.
Welcome, Mike.
It's a weird place for me to be.
Glad you and Kenny, I'm going to welcome you here, too.
Let's go to Jason, 97.1. Jason, how you doing?
I'm good. Yourself?
Okay. What's on your mind?
So, okay, Baez, I understand. He does suck offense-wise, but as far as defense, I think he's stellar, man. I mean, someone's got to...
No.
I don't know. I think his defense is good.
Hold on.
But his offense doesn't.
I want to help you with something. When he got hurt last year,
when
he got hurt last year, he was a -8 defensive runs saved.
Oh, wow.
Elite shortstops are a +11. You're talking about a near 20-run difference between great shortstops and Javi. I'm not busting your chops, but Jason, facts are fact. He is not the defender he once was.
Gotcha. Yeah, I understand. Everybody's got their point.
No, and I'm not mad at you at all. I mean, Jason, listen, he'll make an exciting play. Just remember something. This is one of those deals. Exciting doesn't mean great. Derek Jeter made a lot of plays look exciting. You know why? Because he had the range of B. Arthur. All of those jump throws, great shortstops, don't need a jump throw. They can get to the ball.
That's a good point. Good way of putting it.
It's just...
B. Arthur, though?
All right, Estelle Getty. Rue McClanahan? I don't know. But no, Javi's deep. Now, again, my biggest fear, if you want to, a middle infield that features Glaber, who's one of the worst second basemen in the league, and Javi.
It's going to happen.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. David.
No, David, I think it's more of the new laugh.
Every time a ball gets through these two, that's the sound effect. That's what the baseball's emotion is as it's hurtling towards these two. Come on, man. Gee whiz. 248-539-9797. We'll get into some mock draft mania next. 97.1.
Hey, if you're looking for the best deals on the hottest Chevy models, there's only one place to go, Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Hamilton is leading the way with unbeatable prices, top-notch service, and a commitment to total satisfaction. Andrew and the sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer, so stop in there and see them now. Whether you're looking for a sleek sedan, a tough truck, or a spacious SUV, Hamilton Chevrolet has the inventory of brand new 2025 Chevys, and the selection is best right now. No more waiting months for your dream car. Hamilton is stocked up and ready to get you onto the road in a Chevy that fits your lifestyle and your budget, including the March Rico deal, a new 2025 Chevy Blazer LT, $279 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down, you'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mile. Go see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Find out why Hamilton is leading the way. Tell them Rico sent you. More at HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive. 97.1 The Ticket. We talked some wings. If you missed any of that at the beginning of the show, hit that Odyssey Rewind. Also, we did a little player A, player B for the Lions. We talked about the Michigan State game being moved to Ford Field. If you missed any of that, Odyssey Rewind or check out the YouTube clip. Make sure you like that, if you would, please. And then we're going to get ready to hand the show over to Rieger. Wojo's actually going to be here with him for the entire 2 hours. I know.
I was shocked to see him walk in the building.
I know. David, a couple ticket texts before we pass this show along.
I have a bold proclamation. Javi Baez will be the comeback player of the year. This year will be different. That is signed, Chris.
I see what they did there.
Mm-hmm.
That's clever.
Harris
That's clever.
said in January the plan was for him to be starting shortstop, so I'm not surprised that is what's happening in the end. Someone else says, I was looking forward to the Tigers. I will watch the UFL now instead and not waste my time on a team that doesn't care about winning.
And here's the thing. That's a little unfair because the Tigers care about winning. It just looks tone deaf when you see what they do once Javi's gone. And they hit the streak and they start winning and they make the playoffs and they become one of the most entertaining teams to finish the season. I mean, downtown Detroit was electric with the final games and the playoff games, and you felt pride in watching
was amazing.
This team.
It was amazing.
And then it's like, yeah, that's all fine and well, but have you seen Javi? You seen his new Porsche or whatever he's driving? He's back in the best shape of his life. Yeah, but we took his if as of right now, it feels like a step back. And I think that's the frustration. And that's why I'm at acceptance. Because, David, I don't know if you've reached this point in your life, but sometimes when you want things for people more than they want it for themselves, you can't change that. You want to see them succeed, but they don't want to see themselves succeed. You know, you want to see them live this prosperous life, but they constantly show up to work late, drunk, whatever. It's like, okay, I can't help you. We're just going to move on. So.
Oh, sorry, Kenny. We were just talking about you. I'm sorry. My bad.
Hi, Kenny. Anyway.
I'm sorry. That was a stray by me.
That was, see.
Nothing, Kenny. Nothing.
Odyssey Rewind. So. Go ahead, Dave.
Oh, this is a good text here from Ryan. It says, everyone is broken, but not just because of the Tigers. All of our teams have collectively broke us between letting Brad cook, Yzerman not making moves, and the Tigers bringing Harvey back. We are all resigned to a meh sports existence. That's good. Brad Cook, Yzerman, yeah.
Because you know what it is? What you're missing is those bold, aggressive deals. And even if they didn't work, like I remember when the Tigers went out and they got all of those for the David Prices of the world, it was bold.
Prince Fielder.
And you felt like, okay, you gave yourself a shot. And it failed, and it was almost like we're still being punished because those moves failed.
Yeah,
like
they went out and got Gary Sheffield, and we didn't win a championship for it.
But it felt like something. Or back in the day when the Wings used to trade deadline was like, okay, who are the Wings going to cherry pick and take? But now it's wait for the kids. Seriously, you could take random quote and we could play the game, name the team, name the GM who said this. Wait for the kids. We're waiting for the youth. This, that. It's like we're constantly waiting instead of just giving us something right now. The Lions showed, give us a product, you'll own this town. The Tigers, for a month, they took the town over, and then they handed it off to the Lions. And now we're just sitting here watching the Pistons win games, but, I mean.
Yeah, but if they don't go this offseason and try to make bold moves, then they might be in the category of every other team.
You don't want to block Jaden Ivey. And yeah.
Okay.
Why can't you guys just be grateful? I mean, look at where sports have come now to.
Teams,
I mean, come on. You know?
Really?
Just be grateful.
You grateful for Dusty May?
Yeah, I mean, not the last 4 games.
Okay, see how quickly that changed?
Well, he's very grateful compared to what they had.
Yeah, considering.
Oh, Wojo, you know how you always say he has like 5 shows before this show.
Yeah. He did like 6 of them already.
Rieger after a loss, That's a podcast in and of itself.
I got to tell you, I got to start making Rico sound like an NDA. You're not allowed to talk about this
Well,
stuff.
how about stop
These are
talking
private
about-
conversations.
I didn't say what you said. I'm just saying, Rieger, if you ever, seriously, I don't know, do you still do your podcast or whatever?
No.
There it is right there. You after a Michigan Hoops loss.
Well, you know what? Last year there'd be a lot more podcasts than this year, at least.
Little piece of advice, Rieger,
Yeah,
just
yeah.
a little one. Every thought that formulates in your brain,
I don't have to tell people
does
that.
not need to come out the mouth.
just
You know what I'm
stop.
saying? No, because
Okay,
you pull it out of
You have
them.
no idea the thoughts in my
Wojo,
mouth.
We
Or my-
all have our
my head.
guilty pleasures in life. Some people read the National Enquirer.
You like hearing them spouted?
Yes. It's a guilty pleasure.
Oh,
yes.
my
You know what I
God.
figured out over the last couple days?
Nothing.
Well, whether it's Rico, whether it's other people that work here, everybody's a jerk. Like, it's so funny because Michigan basketball used to not mean anything, but now the second they lose, I get texts and calls from people wanting to rub it in my face.
You bring it upon yourself.
So I really do think Michigan basketball has
my
arrived.
God.
Hey, Rieger.
Yeah.
According to Tony Garcia, if you get out the show early,
Tony Garcia, yes.
Tony Garcia, you can still good seats available.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, today's that senior day.
$5.
Here's the three words.
Hey, you know what? Enjoy Ford Field, Rico.
3 words for today. Let Stevie cook. Oh, yeah.
Wojo actually has.
yeah.
Wojo changed his
No, I
Twitter
already
profile to Iserman with the red eyes.
I already asked little Kenny Codd over there where the 4th round conditional pick is going to play.
Oh, Kenny fooled everybody. Oh, it's a breaking news. The Wings have made a trade.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that pick is somebody else's by the time Friday rolls around.
You guys needed to beat Kenny down for that one. Beat
He got
him
us.
down.
He got us.
He sure did.
He got us.
So anyhow, did you guys solve any problems in the sports world? No, doesn't sound like it.
No,
Everything's the same.
No, we didn't. But
damn it,
we you know
have to
what?
do it.
I got Mike to see both sides of an argument.
No, you didn't.
MSU
Wow.
at Ford Field. I'm
Pretty
like,
big.
dude. He was like, you know what? We fought about this 2 years ago, but right now, honestly, people want to go, they can go. He was like, it's a small time thing, but they can go. And I'm like, all right.
No, that's like saying I got Rieger to be reasonable after a loss. It's impossible.
Yeah,
It happened.
Mike is just
Once
beaten
again,
down, I think, by your
Odyssey
program.
Rewind. No, he as I
He
told
just doesn't
him,
care anymore.
Rieger, it's about 8,000 people in Spartan Stadium for Rutgers game. If you ain't one of those 8,000, I really don't want to hear what you have to say.
Rico, I agree with you. I think
No,
it's
I'm just saying, like people.
I think it's a genius idea to have the game at Ford
And you're
Field.
like, from people who don't go, you're all angry because it's like you don't go. If you're one of those people, I'll listen to your argument.
The
But
problem-
I need proof that you were actually there.
Proof
the
of
problem
life.
with your people, Rico, your people.
Wow.
The problem with your people
Wow.
is that you care way.
I guess February is over. Go ahead.
David wants in on this, do you?
The problem with your people, David is not one of his people. David's a Michigan fan.
David,
the problem with
there would
Rico's
be
people.
no diversity.
So now I'm not one of those people, huh?
You're definitely not one of his people. No. But the problem with your people, Rico, is
No
the fact.
diversity. Was it equity or inclusion?
Oh my
Go
God!
ahead.
It's all gone.
You just care too much what Michigan fans think.
I don't. That's
Maybe
what I,
not
oh,
you,
no,
but your
no.
people.
Oh, the people.
Yeah.
Rieger, you know what? You're right.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. If there was a Michigan fan
They
saying
don't like it.
crappy program, got to play at Ford Field, nobody would care.
Oh, my
the
God.
most insecure fan base. If Michigan didn't live in this state, they would have someone. But it's always you do something and then you quickly look to Ann Arbor. What do they got to say about it? Like, who cares?
There's some element of that, I suppose.
Yeah,
No,
sure.
there's a ton of element
Big.
about that.
Big, his people. Not him, but his people.
Until the day that Michigan plays a game like that, and then it's going to be, we invented this. Of course you did.
Exactly.
Wojo's going to be writing the article.
They'll be the first team
And
to
that's
play
what
in
you
Ford
walked into,
Field.
Wojo.
Yep.
That's what you walked
We
into
took it
today.
full circle, and that's
Exactly.
what you walked into.
Breaking news. Wojo,
right.
greatest decision by Michigan ever to play at Ford Field.
All right, we will get into. We'll do a little Javi bias. We'll do some Red Wings, and here's my thing. I am so conflicted, and I can't believe I'm going to admit this. I have no idea if we need to be shrieking at the top of our lungs for the Red Wings, Lions, Tigers, make these moves or that, or are they actually doing the realistic thing? Nobody is in realistic position to win it all, other than the Lions, of course. And I'm conflicted, and so is Rieger, which actually surprised me.
It's how you get there, but I don't have time to argue this. Good luck keeping Rieger focused.
Oh, no, I have no hope on this.
Good luck keeping him
6:30
focused
big
today.
game.
You
That's
wound
right.
him up too much. Good God.
David, what was that? Do you have the I Like Turtles? All right, 97.1.